All right.
Hey,
We
good
are
morning,
back.
everyone. We're back for day 2, and we're really excited to see you. We are just about ready to kick off Amanda Woomer's presentation. We have a full day of stuff. We're going to be here all day. You're going to be here all day with us. I know it. Remember, folks, if you are tuning in for day 1, we have a full day of stuff for you, full day of presentations and panels. We have on our website, PanParacon.com, a tip jar. We don't make any money off of this. We asking for tips and we split them with the presenters. So hit that tip jar if you like what you see. We also have, in the same vein, our gift shop, which has a really cool new design for this year, as well as last year's classic professional weirdo and our ghost farting on me stuff. Once we recover a few minor expenses for things like web hosting and our Zoom that we need to do this, that is also goes into the pot. So the more you spend, the more you help out.
Right? You can have cool merch and also support these amazing speakers.
And I believe we have Amanda in the virtual green room here. And I am going to let Amanda in right now.
And Jason, can you start recording? There we go.
Hello.
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 Hi, Amanda.
How are you this morning?
I'm good. I've got my eye on my camera with my baby not napping, so nothing's going according to plan. It's great.
Of course.
That's how it goes.
It's kind of evidence yesterday. We are totally friendly, not only to any kind of metaphysical interruption, but also cats, children, delivery people, whoever needs to make an appearance is more than welcome to do so.
Right, all the cameos.
Yes.
So we are very excited to have you here. Ready to go?
Yes, I just have to figure
Okay.
out how to share the screen so I can show
Okay.
pictures.
Yes.
Let's see if I can figure this one out. I'm technologically not that good.
Look, you're here, right?
Right.
That's at least
Yeah,
half the
we're
battle.
here.
Barely. I'm barely here. Let's see.
Yes.
All right.
Can we see this?
I can
We
see
can
it.
see
Yes.
it. So now that you're
Yay!
okay, you're good. So I think we will dip out and let you
Yes.
take it away here.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Kitty's saying hi, and then we're on our way. She tried to jump on the keyboard.
Oh, jeez. So hello everyone who is tuning in. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Amanda Woomer, and I run the website, blog, social media of Spook Eats. I have written several books on haunted hospitality and travel books. And then I've also really started focusing on the feminine side of the paranormal lately. Most notably the feminine macabre, which actually has several people here this weekend included, obviously Vanessa, Courtney, who you'll be seeing later, and Alex, who you'll be seeing tomorrow. I think that's everyone. If I forgot anyone, I apologize. So I really like to look at haunted history from the perspective of the feminine. And today I'm going to be talking about one of my favorite topics. It always gets a couple of people clutching their pearls and raising their eyebrows, but it's Harlots and Hauntings. So quick cheap plug really fast. This is going to be loosely based off of my latest book, Harlots and Hauntings. It just came out in June. So like the title suggests, it is kind of suggestive in the content material. So ye be warned. I have watered it down a bit for YouTube. So no pictures of boobies, nothing too graphic, nothing too bad. But if you're intrigued with what I'm talking about and you would like to see the more risque version, I do recommend picking up a copy of Harlots and Hauntings. Basically, this talk, before I get too into it, is really about the importance of narrative and how it is always kind of manipulated to benefit the conqueror, the majority, the ones in power. So when we're investigating the paranormal and particularly going to haunted locations, particularly haunted locations that kind of have a stigma surrounding it, whether it's a former brothel or an orphanage, a jail, a former insane asylum, things like that, it's really important to separate history from the ghost stories. And same thing that we'll see today talking about Harlots and Hauntings. The first half, I'll be kind of dispelling some myths surrounding the history of sex work and sex workers' stories. And then the second half, we're going to be looking at 3 locations that are haunted by femme phantoms of negotiable affections. So without further ado, prostitution. As everyone says, it is the world's oldest profession. That is what everyone says whenever I talk about this book and my research into the history of sex work. And while that is a very poetic way to look at sex work and prostitution, it's actually not the world's oldest profession. This is a term that was coined by Rudyard Kipling in 1898 in his story On the City Wall. He was describing one of his characters' jobs, and that's how he described it, that she worked in the world's oldest profession and she was a prostitute. And yet, for whatever reason, despite the fact that this is a work of fiction by a very well-known writer, it's been accepted as a historic fact. Here we are over 100 years later, and people still say, oh, prostitution, it's the world's oldest profession. So we can see, even at the very base of when we look at the history of sex work, it already gets off on the wrong foot because it's not the world's oldest profession. Surely things like farming, butchers, tailors, builders, all of those professions kind of went directly towards establishing civilization as we know it. You go from nomadic to actually settled and civilized. And while sex work didn't have a hand in that, things like farmers and tailors and butchers did have a hand in that. However, there's no denying that it's certainly an ancient profession, and sex has been traded for goods and services for centuries now. So I will not take that away from sex work. So sex among the ancients, this is something that we've seen really for millennia now. And the very first surviving text that mentions sex work is actually in the Epic of Gilgamesh. If you were an anthropology major in college, like I was, you might have had to read this. I did, and it was slightly mind-numbing. But basically, for those of you who did not read the story, it tells the story of Gilgamesh, who is half god, half man. He's a tyrannical ruler. He's very cruel. And his people call to the gods for help. And in response, they create the man Enkidu. Now, Enkidu is a wild man. He runs around naked. He sleeps in the dirt. He eats raw meat. Certainly not the sort of competition for someone like Gilgamesh. So the temple priestess Shamat is sent to Enkidu, and through sex work and teaching him kind of the ways of men and women, Shamat civilizes Enkidu. And then he goes on to confront Gilgamesh. They become bros and they go off on adventures. So it's very clear that without Shamat, you would not have the Epic of Gilgamesh. And yet, in 1876, when the Epic of Gilgamesh was being translated for the very first time by a man named George Smith, he was flabbergasted with how promiscuous this was, and these lines that explained the acts that Shamat did for Enkidu in order to civilize him. So George Smith actually completely wiped out Shamat in the original translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh. She is nowhere to be found, and it wipes out the importance of her and her role in this story. Luckily for us, in 1911, another translation came about, and Shamat was reinserted back into the narrative. But you see very early on, one of the oldest texts, and the very first translation of that text tries to manipulate and censor a sex worker. So I find that very interesting that some things never change. And Shamat is interesting because she is one of the first examples of a woman bridging the gap between sexuality and spirituality. But she's obviously not the last. Sacred prostitution, or temple prostitution, as it was known as sometimes, was very common all throughout the ancient world. We see it in Greece, we see it in Rome and India, Japan. We even see it among the Aztec and Incan civilizations. So this is worldwide. We see these women that they work at temples, and sexual acts are seen as an act of devotion. They're seen as a way to honor a deity, and it's seen as something very beautiful. A great example of sex in the ancient world is the Greek creation myth. If you haven't read that, it's a doozy, highly recommend it. But it just shows that the ancients were not prudish in any way. They definitely openly talked about sex and sex workers. In fact, in Greece, both men and women were able to work in the temple of Aphrodite, serving Aphrodite, and their sexual acts were seen as both sacrifices and acts of devotion for Aphrodite. So it was an equal opportunity for men and women in Greece. And then we fast forward to Rome, where you start to see a little bit of a shift where prostitution itself is readily available, it's readily accepted. Men higher up in society were permitted to engage in sex with men and women, as long as they didn't enjoy it too much. That was the parameter. That was the only rule that they had. You couldn't enjoy it too much. So while prostitution was readily accepted, prostitutes themselves were not. Many times prostitutes were formerly enslaved people, criminals who were being punished for a crime, or they were women many times that were just living on the fringe of society and had no other way to support themselves. So we start to see that shift, and especially as Christianity starts to spread through the area, where prostitution is okay, but the prostitutes themselves are not. And we continue to see this divide as Christianity spreads between the lower class and the upper class sex workers. The lower class workers, they're working on the streets. Sometimes they're working out of cribs, as they'll be known, or brothels. And they're the ones that are targeted by the authorities and by rules and regulation. They're harassed, and they're the ones that experience violence. Whereas on the other side, we see the upper class prostitutes that are able to work for and have relationships with wealthy men, sometimes kings, sometimes popes. And that is okay. It's almost expected that the upper class gentlemen take a mistress. So that leads me to one of my favorite topics, is the courtesans, as they're known. And these are basically just very fancy prostitutes. They work for very wealthy benefactors, and they have relationships with them and really benefit from them. So the idea of the courtesan is not exclusive to Renaissance Europe. I think that's what most people think of. It's actually a very ancient practice. It dates back to the 5th century BCE. And we see it in China, Japan, India, Greece, and Rome. So it's a very ancient practice that continued through the Renaissance era and even into the 18th and 19th centuries. So around this time of the Reformation, the Renaissance, the continued spread of Christianity throughout Europe, this hatred towards sex workers really starts to take off. Not only are they kind of looked down upon and shunned like they were in ancient Rome and throughout the Middle Ages, but now they're specifically being targeted as sinners. And Martin Luther himself was actually known to call them murderers, and that these women should be flayed and tortured and punished for what they're doing. So very intense emotions towards these women. But again, it was the women in the brothels and on the streets that were being targeted, not the women that were with kings and popes. And that's another separation we start to see with the Catholic Church and the Protestant Church splitting. Protestants do not like prostitutes at all. They see them as really the root of all evil, the sin. And the Catholics more so see it as, well, prostitution is a necessary evil to keep off the worser evils such as, rape, incest, and clutch the pearls, homosexuality. But there is that very different opinion on prostitutes and their roles within society. Obviously, the Catholic Church, they actually benefited off of prostitution in many areas, and many popes were known to have courtesans themselves. Clearly, things have changed, but so the role of a royal mistress was very, very common throughout courts in France, Russia, Prussia, Romania, Sweden, England. And it was not just permitted, but it was expected. A royal mistress was expected to be a role fulfilled in court. Interestingly enough, there was one king, I believe he was from Prussia, and I love this story, that he actually genuinely loved his wife. So he named a woman as his royal mistress, but then he never slept with her. He never had any sort of relationship with her. She just kind of got all the benefits without having to do any of the work, having to deal with the king, because he actually loved his wife. However, the majority of kings and queens at this time lived very separate lives. They did not marry for love or sex. Many times it was to maintain familial ties, politics, money. So these people lived very separate lives. The queen had her affairs and the king had his affairs. And again, royal mistresses were very, very common, and again, expected. So a lot of times people think courtesans were really just a pretty face, some arm candy for the king, a beautiful woman to kind of, beef up your court. But in fact, many of these women were very well traveled, usually even better traveled than upper class women of society. They were well spoken. You had to be witty and charming to want these men to spend time with you and to pay you for your time and your company. They were well dressed, but they also were heavily involved in politics. Many times the courtesans and the royal mistresses had a lot of say in politics. A lot of times they had the ear of the king and they had a lot of sway and influence over the king. So they weren't just pretty faces. A lot of times they were very powerful and very influential within the court. So I have several courtesans up here on the screen for you to kind of get to know. Some of them you might recognize. If you don't recognize their faces, you might recognize some of their names. We'll see. This is me going to attempt to speak Italian and French, neither of which I do. So if I butcher these names, bear with me. So the first we have on the upper left side, this is a portrait painted by Raphael. And it is believed to be a portrait of Giulia Farnese. It's my Italian for you. But she was the mistress of Pope Alexander VI around 1505. So this is a great example of a pope, the pinnacle of power and control of the Catholic Church, benefiting from sex work at the time, and enjoying a young woman named Giulia. So she was dubbed both the Pope's whore and, ironically, it was used as an insult, the Bride of Christ. So she was not particularly popular among those around her. But by the time she was 25 years old, Pope Alexander kind of got tired of her and sent her on her way. Sounds like Leonardo DiCaprio, but whatever. So it's interesting that she would be immortalized in a Raphael portrait, absolutely stunning painting of this young woman who, by the time she was 25, unfortunately, she was an old maid. Yay history. So then in the middle, the top middle, we have a beautiful lady. I'm going to pronounce her name wrong probably. Rosalie Doucet. That's my French. And she was a very, very well-known and successful 18th century companion for both French nobility and French kings. She's also a very well-documented courtesan because she was the subject of so many portraits. Just looking at her, she is very beautiful. She is very stunning, especially in the 18th century style with the white powdered wig. So she sat for many portraits of herself, and then she was also the subject of many paintings as well. Interestingly, one of my favorite fun facts that I have is that Rosalie, unfortunately, I don't know why this would be her claim to fame, it's terrible, but she is the first officially documented dumb blonde. Poor Rosalie. Then the last one on the top row on the right-hand side, you might recognize her from her fancy necklace with a bee with some pearls hanging from it. But this is Anne Boleyn. So this is King Henry VIII's second wife. She's the reason why he split from Rome in order to start his own church so he could divorce his wife and remarry Anne. Unfortunately, she's most notably remembered for her beheading in 1536. But prior to that, she was one of Henry's mistresses, one of his royal mistresses. So she was unfortunately not very popular. Her nickname was the King's Whore. So you can imagine how, the complete annihilation of the religious front in England was shifted for her, which might have caused a little bit of turmoil for some people. And they certainly did not like her. And eventually she was sadly executed again in 1536. The bottom two we have, these are ladies that were royal mistresses for the same man, and that would be King Charles II. If you know your British royal history, you would know that King Charles II was known as the Merry Monarch. So he liked good food, he liked good drinks, and he loved beautiful women. He had many, many mistresses. I believe he had 12 illegitimate children with 7 of his mistresses. So he had more than 7 mistresses, but these are just 2 of them. So the bottom left-hand side, this is Barbara Palmer. So she was hands down Charles's most powerful mistress. She had so much influence and sway over him that her nickname was significantly better than the King's Whore. She was dubbed the Uncrowned Queen. So that just shows you how much power that she had within Charles's court. Absolutely amazing. I love that that is her nickname. And then the final one we have on the bottom right-hand side is Nell Gwyn. Now, where Barbara Palmer was the most powerful of the queens, or of the of the royal mistresses, Nell was the most popular. She was known as Pretty Witty Nell, and she was a former actress, a former prostitute, and she really rose up the ranks to become one of the most successful royal mistresses out there. So like I said, royal mistresses and courtesans in general really continued into the 18th and 19th century. But I do think for many of us, when we think of prostitution in the 19th century, the narrative definitely shifts from these women in power to those working on the streets, cobblestone streets, fog, gaslit lanterns, a carriage going by, and a lot of hardship as well. So by the 19th century, sex workers were no longer seen as sinners that needed to be punished like they did during the Reformation, but they were seen as victims that needed to be pitied and helped. So society had one way of helping them, and then the government had another, neither of which really worked out. Shock, shock. So society really started to create these charities that were meant to help these women, to really help them reform themselves, reform their lives, and get back on their feet and be honest once again. They were there to help the fallen women, as they were known. Some of the names that I have of these charities, I don't have them memorized because they're long-winded and obnoxious. Some of ththese names are called the Marylebone Female Protection Society, the Glasgow Midnight Rescue Brigade, and the London Society for the Rescue of Fallen Women. Now, these charities only wanted a very specific demographic. They wanted young women, women without venereal diseases, without children, and those that seemed very downtrodden and beaten down, because they were more likely to be a success story. So they only wanted to help a certain type of person, but these charities were very popular, especially in the higher ends of society. It's believed that Charles Dickens was a huge fan of these charities, and you all know how I feel about Charles Dickens, so we'll just leave it at that. But so that was how society tried to help. The way the government tried to help was a series of laws called the Contagious Diseases Acts. These were very controversial, and they were passed between 1864 and 1869. And basically it mandated that any woman that was suspected of sex work would be forced to undergo mandated exams, physical exams. Didn't matter if there was any proof, any evidence, any reason why. If the police stopped you, you had to do it. If you ran, you went to jail. If you resisted, you went to jail. So these mandated exams really targeted lower class women, and were described as surgical rape. It was horrifying for these women, and society as a whole. Eventually, through the work of social workers and early feminists, these laws were repealed, luckily. And in 1886, I believe, is when they were finally abolished. Right around the same time when the age of consent was raised from 12 years old to 14 years old. We're making headway, I guess. I don't know. So 1886 is when sex work really made headlining news with the abolishment of these controversial laws. Several years later, sex work would make headlining news once again. And this would be in the Jack the Ripper murders. As we look at history, we're always told that the victims of Jack the Ripper were prostitutes. They were all prostitutes, kind of living on the fringe of society, living dangerous lives in the wrong place, at the wrong time, soliciting the wrong man. And we're starting to realize that that's not true. Again, we're seeing that narrative has been twisted and manipulated to make ourselves feel better, when in truth, it's not entirely accurate. So in the Jack the Ripper murders, if you're unfamiliar with them, I don't know how you could be, but in case you are, they occurred in the Whitechapel neighborhood of East London during the Autumn of Terror in 1888. And we have the canonical 5. Those are the 5 victims that have been accepted as Jack the Ripper's victims. So we have Mary Ann Polly Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and then Mary Jane Kelly. And again, we've always been taught that these 5 women were prostitutes, and that's why they were targeted by Jack the Ripper. In truth, only 2 of the women targeted by Jack the Ripper were actually working as prostitutes, Elizabeth Stride and Mary Jane Kelly. The other 3 women, they were homeless, they were living with men out of wedlock. They had odd jobs like selling flowers, crocheting, cleaning, things like that. But they were not prostitutes. And one of the reasons why many ripperologists and historians think that this has kind of become the narrative is the concept of using the word prostitute as a way to create a barrier between us and them. If we can dehumanize them in a way by labeling them as something undesirable, then it's easier for us to look at the autopsy photos, the crime scene photos, read the coroner's report, because it really is very gruesome and grisly what these women experienced. But I do think it's important to note that not all of them were targeted because they were prostitutes. They were targeted because they were women, again, in the wrong place at the wrong time, possibly alone, possibly intoxicated. So they were seen as vulnerable and easy targets in a way. So again, this is really important to kind of shift our way of thinking and shift our narrative when we look at even famous cases like Jack the Ripper. And then violence against sex workers, unfortunately, I mean, I would say it continued into the 20th century, but it continues into the 21st century as well. So as the 20th century progressed, things really didn't get much better for sex workers. So there was a lot of stigma surrounding sex work throughout the 20th century, particularly within the 2 world wars. During World War I, the US and Britain taught abstinence in their military bases. Obviously, that did not work, despite the fact that they painted women as, you know, disease-ridden and spies, and come World War II, they were good time gals and fast women. When men are far away from home, possibly preparing to die the next day, they're probably going to go to the brothel. So by World War II, they changed their tune, started educating their soldiers, giving them condoms, giving them sex education. But they still always put the blame on the women. They always painted them as the enemy. In this picture I have here, this is an actual propaganda poster from the 1940s. And it says, "She may look clean, but pickups, good time girls, and prostitutes spread syphilis and gonorrhea. You can't beat the Axis if you get the VD." So again, it's painting the women as the ones that are responsible and not realizing it takes two to tango. But in both world wars, women were forced to work in military brothels on both sides. So there's no good side versus the bad side when it comes to forcing women to work in these situations and work in these environments. Many times these women comforted the soldiers before a battle, especially World War I. If you think about it, these were young men, many of them boys, let's be honest. So in this case, many of them were virgins. So not only was this the last time they would be with a woman, but it would be the first time as well. And there are reports of brothels overflowing with soldiers on the eve of a battle where they knew they were going to die. So these women boosted morale, offered comfort, and not just in the world wars. We see this dating back to the American Revolution, the Civil War, and throughout, where women act as morale boosters for men. And it comes off as intentionally forgotten, I feel. The work that these women did and the sacrifice that they made, many of them did not want to be in these situations. So the sacrifice that they made is forgotten, and intentionally so. I do think that the ideal 20th century war hero, the Captain America, if you will, is not a prostitute. And at the end of the wars, both in America and in Europe, we see that shift towards family life. You know, people, they're marrying, they're having kids, they're building houses, they're settling down. So there's that focus on the family unit. So the stigma against prostitution only just magnifies because it's seen as the outside trying to attack the perfect ideal family home. And again, that's a stigma that still exists even today in 2022. We're no better than mid 20th century. So with that being said, I do think that it's important to share these women's stories and to really shine a light on it, whether it's dark and grisly, it's dirty, it makes us uncomfortable. I think it's a history that we need to discuss. Many of these women were unknowns, they were undesirables, and all throughout history, the work of sex workers and the lives of sex workers has gone relatively unknown. What we do know is from the perspective of a man, usually men who are trying to control them or solicit them. And I would argue that sex work has boosted economies, they've built empires, boosted morale in wars. And for many women, they were able to find autonomy in sex work, build up enough money to open their own establishments, their own businesses, help run towns and donate to charities. So it's definitely a stigma that's starting to chip away, I hope. Again, many of these women were nameless blips throughout history, intentionally forgotten. They're intentionally nameless. And I'm thrilled to be able to share with you 3 ladies that have chosen to haunt. And because they've chosen to haunt their former places of employment, they're not nameless blips. They're not forgotten. Many of these locations are sharing their stories, sharing their saying their names, and offering these women fame and notoriety and compassion that they may have been denied in death. So without further ado, first I want to introduce Lydia to you. Now, Lydia is very special to me. The very first time I was interviewing Corey, the curator for the Brothel Museum here at the Red Onion Saloon, we got an EVP. It was amazing. We were doing a Skype session. I was recording. As I was going through weeks later, editing out me saying like and because I say it a lot. I know I do. I caught an EVP. We got Lydia's voice. So this has a very special place in my heart. So Lydia is the eternal resident of the Red Onion Saloon in Skagway, Alaska. Now, Skagway was really the gateway to the Klondike gold fields. So by 1898, it was the largest town in Alaska with about 15,000 inhabitants and thousands more coming and going every single day. It was definitely a rough area. It was described as a little better than hell on earth. So definitely rough and tumble sort of mining town. And it's believed that it would cost about $6 a day to live in Skagway. But a woman doing honest work could only make about $3 a day. So that really forced women to get creative. And in many cases, they turned to prostitution because it was very lucrative and they were able to maintain a lifestyle. So the Red Onion Saloon opened in 1898, and it was the swankiest dance hall, the most exclusive brothel. It was really a great place to work in Skagway. So the Red Onion worked on a doll system, which is actually very interesting. I haven't seen it anywhere else, but basically behind the bar, there would be 10 rag dolls that looked like each of the women working upstairs. And if she was sitting up, she would be available. And if she was lying on her back, she was currently indisposed. So that's really unique to the Red Onion Saloon. And Lydia came to Skagway and eventually came to work at the Red Onion Saloon. So Lydia arrived right around this time, around 1898. And we know that she arrived in Skagway with a male relative. We don't know if it was a brother, an uncle, a husband, a father, someone arrived with her. He left her in Skagway with some money. He went off into the gold fields and he never returned. So eventually, unfortunately, Lydia ran out of money. And the only way she was able to make a living was by resorting to prostitution. So she ended up working at the Red Onion Saloon for a while. Unfortunately, she ended up contracting syphilis. The madam ended up branding her face to let people know that she was sick. And Lydia eventually committed suicide, unfortunately. Despite though her tragic life, her afterlife of sorts is very happy and jovial and a little mischievous. The people at the Red Onion Saloon claim that if they don't talk about Lydia enough or they don't say hello to her in the morning, Lydia gets a little bit mischievous. She plays tricks. Maybe makes a few bangs, hides some things. One thing that likes to move around a lot is an antique bra. And they think that that is Lydia causing some mischief. And she is seen both upstairs and downstairs. So the people at the Red Onion Saloon really think that Lydia is enjoying the notoriety that she's been given. And when people talk about her, she seems to really appreciate it and enjoy it. So that is a story that's, for whatever reason, I feel very connected to Lydia and the Red Onion Saloon. I've never been myself. Hopefully someday, if Alaska wasn't so far away from New York. Up next, we have Nina. Not Nina, Nina. So Nina is said to haunt the Old Town Pizza and Brewing Company in Portland, Oregon. And Old Town is the oldest town, shock, shock, of Portland, Oregon. And this was also known as Whitechapel, Portland's Whitechapel. So similarly to the Whitechapel in London, it was rife with poverty, violence, and prostitution. During the peak of prostitution in Portland between 1902 and 1905, it was believed between 500 and 2,000 prostitutes were living and working in the area. So as usual, similar to Skagway in Portland, it cost about $10. Acceptable jobs only paid about $10 a week altogether. So Skagway cost about $6 a day. Portland was similar. It wasn't exact, but it was similar. So women making only $10 a week could not maintain a lifestyle in Old Town. So many of them did resort to prostitution. One woman, she was very popular, and she was described as, I love this description, bright, attractive, and most cleanly. And she made about $5,700 in 1911. Today, that's $175,000. So if you were lucky, it was very lucrative. However, unfortunately, Nina was not one of the lucky ones. So the story goes that Nina was an indigenous woman that was sold into Portland's sex industry. She did not want to be there. She was not there of her own volition. And a group of missionaries ended up finding her and offered her her freedom in exchange for information on Portland's sex industry. She agreed, but before she could give any information or escape, she mysteriously fell down an elevator shaft. And that is how she unfortunately passed away. Today, Old Town Pizza and Brewing Company has changed the elevator shaft to be a dining booth. And that's the photo I have here. This is the dining booth where Nina died. So a little morbid, but some people are into that sort of thing. So Old Town Pizza and Brewing is supposedly built on top of the Shanghai Tunnel. So that's another little bit of, spooky history. And it's currently a pizza place of all things. They actually have a pizza in honor of Nina called the Ghost Pie. And people have spotted Nina wandering through the dining hall, dressed in a black dress. They smell lavender. And the place has really embraced her, and they talk about her, and obviously they made a pizza for her. So it's another way that these locations continue to keep these women's spirits alive, for lack of a better term. That was a little too punny for me. Last but not least, sorry, I just bumped my table and it shook the whole place, earthquake, is Virginia. So this is over in the UK. And she is found in the White Swan Hotel in Henley in Arden, Warwickshire. That was my attempt at Richard S. Stepp's British accent. It was very bad, I know. So England has a very long history of prostitution. If you do get a copy of Harlots and Hauntings, you'll read up on the Middle Ages topic that I definitely hopped over with this presentation. But the very first evidence of prostitution was actually a brothel token from ancient Roman times that was found in the River Thames. So it has a very long history. During the Middle Ages, the Bishop of Winchester, who was obviously a member of the Catholic Church, actually ran brothels outside of London. So the Catholic Church directly benefited off of sex work, despite the fact that prostitutes were sinners. When King Henry VIII separated from Rome, he took over all of the church's lands and property, including those brothels, which he shut down. After that, prostitution was kind of tolerated, but not really embraced, accepted. And then, like I mentioned earlier, come the 19th century, with the spread of evangelical Protestantism, they started to see them as the victims that needed to be saved. So around that time, we have Virginia, who was, again, at the White Swan Hotel. So the White Swan Hotel, supposedly an inn has been at this location since 1352. Which is very old from American standards. But the structure that we see here in the image was built between 1550 and 1565. So it's not that old. It's only 500 years old, 400, 500 years old. So Virginia Black is said to have worked in Henley and Arden, supposedly out of the White Swan Hotel, when she was about 18 years old in the year 1845. Around this time, she got into an argument with a gentleman inside this building. She was standing at the top of a staircase and they got into an argument. We don't know if he was her employer or a lover, a relative, but they got into an argument and she ended up dying on the staircase. Whether she fell and tripped or if she was pushed, we don't know. But for the longest time, she was said to haunt the White Swan Hotel outside of room 17. However, insider information has revealed that she may have moved on after an encounter with some paranormal investigators and researchers several years ago, based off of a conversation that they had, and the fact that she hasn't been spotted in recent years makes us think that Virginia may have been able to move on, for lack of a better term. She might have found that happy ending, that closure, to be able to no longer have to haunt her location. So those were just 3 ladies that are featured in Harlots and Hauntings. We have 11 altogether. So you'll also meet Eleanor and Nettie and Julia and Rosie. We've got lots of ladies. And these are all available at spookeats.com/shop. This is my cheap plug right now. So like I said, this was a very watered down version of the presentation. There was no nudity photos. There wasn't too much talk on boobies. But if you are interested in knowing a bit more about ancient times, Middle Ages, Renaissance, American Civil War, American Revolution, the World Wars, I do recommend you pick up Harlots and Hauntings. First half of the book is all about the history of sex work in the Western world. Second half is the 11 locations that you can actually travel to. They're all either restaurants, hotels, bars. You can actually visit all of them, which is what I always try to do, is make the paranormal a bit more accessible to those that are looking to find answers. So if you're interested, I do recommend it. Obviously, it's like my child, so I'm going to be like, he's great. But if you're interested, again, Harlots and Hauntings is available at spookeats.com/shop. It's very hard to say. And then last but not least, if anyone is interested in following along with my spooky adventures, I am Spook Eats on all of social media. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, kind of TikTok. I'm in the geriatric unit of TikTok, but I'm trying. My website is spookeats.com, where you can find Harlots and Hauntings, as well as information on the feminine macabre and other topics as well. Speaking of the feminine macabre, we also have social media for that on Facebook and Instagram as well. Last cheap plug, I swear, submissions for the feminine macabre have opened today officially. So if you identify as female or non-binary and you're interested in submitting an article about witchcraft, tarot, hauntings, cryptids, folklore, dark history, any of that fun stuff, we'd love to have you. You can find it at spookeats.com. So without, I'm done with that. No sharing. How do I stop sharing? I don't know.
It should be the same.
Stop share. There we
Look,
go.
you did it. Amazing. You did it.
Figured it out barely with my life. Oh my gosh.
You made it. You made it. And again, this is the book. If you want to see more photos, if you want to read more stories, I highly encourage you to get the book. I have also been in the Feminine Macabre twice now, and I plan on submitting for volume 5 as well. So
Yay. Do it. Do it.
Well, and I feel like every time I see you, I always say this, but like being a part of the Feminine Macabre and having my submission accepted, like that was really when I realized like, oh, I might actually have a space in this community and there might be a home for me here. So I'm always just like, Amanda, what do you need?
There is no limit on cheap plugs here for the presenters either. Just like,
yeah, that's encouraged.
Okay.
Everybody,
all your stuff.
everybody out there, go buy all of Amanda's books if you can.
Thanks.
Like we want you to do that. I'm reading. I still have like issues of editions of Feminine Macabre to get through. Like they're coming out faster than I can read, which is awesome. But it's
a good problem to have, but every so often, like, we'll get them out and be like, well, I'm exhausted. On to the next one.
Do we have questions from the audience that we want? Anybody have questions for Amanda?
Couple more minutes here. So
yes.
You've got anything?
I can give you a fun fact while we're waiting.
I love fun
for any
facts.
pictures.
Yeah.
So I've multiple times I've said like, this is my favorite fun fact. My real favorite fun fact is that supposedly tiramisu, the Italian dessert, was created in an Italian brothel to kind of boost workers' energy levels with like a delicious little snack. So whether that's true or not, I don't know. But when I read that, I was like, that is amazing. I want tiramisu now.
That is, I love tiramisu. That's wonderful. I hope that's true.
That's a good
I hope it's true.
Just get that sugar rush.
Exactly.
Oh,
sugar
wow.
and caffeine. Come on.
Oh, wow. Well, sugar and caffeine.
I think they usually have like a little bit
day.
of alcohol in them too, right?
I mean, I'm not mad about it.
looking, folks, do we have any, type them out in chat if you've got questions for Amanda here while we've got the remaining minutes of our talk here. You said you're collecting submissions for the next when do people need to get their stuff in?
So basically, today is the very first day that submissions are open. We're open until January 1st. So it's a nice big window. And I tell people if they go to spookeats.com/feminine macabre, there's a section for our guidelines. Read through that. I beg of you, read the guidelines. But any topics, like I said, witchcraft, tarot, cryptids, dark history, folklore. Recently we had a woman write something on botany, which was random but awesome. And it's pretty simple. I'm not that scary of a person, I hope. And it's just me, so I'm the only person reading them. So if you're self-conscious about sending your pieces into the universe, it's just me. I'm not that bad. So October 1st to January 1st they'll be open. And again, if you identify as female or non-binary, and we also have it open for writers and artists. So if you're a photographer or an artist, we just had a psychic artist in this last volume that kind of gives you a DIY of how to create spirit artwork. Give it a go, give it a shot. You've got nothing to lose. And we're always hoping to kind of expand the little feminine macabre family we have going on. So I encourage anyone that even just has a little inspiration to do it. Give it a try. Do it. Do it.
Yeah,
I think, do it.
Yes, I think we will also encourage people to do that too, because it's great to read. I really look forward to it. Really look forward to them. I'm sorry that they're exhausting sometimes. I know how that can be, but I'm glad you have, and all the writers and the artists submitting have stuck with it.
Yes, I appreciate. I remember when I first started it, I was like, I'm going to have to pretend to be 30 different women just to get this going. And that was not the case, obviously. And since then, it's like I get to learn. I feel bad for everyone else because I get to read like 100 submissions each time, whittle it down to 30. So y'all only get 30, where I get 100, and I'm learning so much information. And looking at things like, oh, I never thought of that before. I love it because I'm expanding my mind and the way I'm thinking of things. So it's all selfish. I just do it for myself.
We do have a question here. This is Garrett asks, are there any commonalities between these hauntings that maybe we don't typically see with other hauntings?
So the one thing that I've noticed, which is unusual, is that, I guess not unusual, but they all tend to be, despite the fact that these hauntings stem from usually very tragic ends. Many of these women, I think actually all of them, either were murdered or committed suicide in one way or another. And so they all have very tragic backstories. But where you might see that in hospitals or jails or orphanages, the classic doom and gloom places you see on TV, and you hear of those stories, you would expect these hauntings to be very sad and melancholy, and yet almost all of them come off as happy, for lack of a better term. So where you would expect a doom and gloom and very sad and dismal haunting with such sad origin stories, many times these women that are haunting these locations, they like to play jokes, they like to flirt. Sometimes they're seen dancing, or they're heard laughing or singing. And I've noticed that with almost all of the locations in the book, if not all of them, they all are very jovial and very happy. So it could be the sort of thing that they appreciate the notoriety that they're getting and the attention that they're getting. Whereas I feel like hauntings that are haunted by those that have been murdered or died of suicide, it's very different. It's like night and day. And I didn't even think of that until just now with that question. So that's very unique and makes me wonder why.
Yeah.
New line of research, perhaps, here. Wow.
Right. Yay.
Yeah. All right. Well, we want to thank you so much. This was such an interesting, wonderful presentation. Thank you for starting us off on Saturday. Like, just we're right out of the gate, and this was wonderful. Remember, folks, there's no end to cheap plugs. All of Amanda's information is linked on your Spooky Eats on Twitter.
Yep.
And all of that stuff is linked off our webpage too. So if you're like, I forget, if you're like me and you forget in 5 minutes, go to panparacon.com, find the speaker list, and it's right there. So with that, we're going to say thanks a lot. And we have our next speaker already coming up. And thank you so much again.
Thank you so much. Excited for the rest of the day.
Yay.
Yes.
Bye, you guys.
Bye.
Bye. And I'm going to let our next speaker in already. Hello. Connecting to audio. Well, it is, folks, remember we're doing this during a retrograde. So,
Hello.
There, hello.
Hello. How is everybody?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm
Doing
good.
really well,
I'm
thank
really
you.
good.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us so early. I mean, for me, it's so early. I know you wake up very early.
I do. I've been up for hours. It's
I
all
don't.
good.
I mean, I'm happy for you, but I don't understand it psychically.
No one does. No one does. Least of all me. So,
You're like, I'll take it.
Yeah, if it works for you, great.
I like that. So, folks, for those of us just tuning in or those sticking here, I'd like to welcome Irisanya Moon to our 2022 PanParacon. You're here. I didn't know you were early riser. That's really good. That's powerful.
It is powerful. That's a good way of putting it.
No,
Yes.
it's powerful. It's powerful. And you're going to be speaking today on Magic of the Heart.
I am. I'm
excited
really
for
looking
that.
forward to it.
All
Me
right.
too.
You.
Yeah.
And I am literally, the way we're doing this, it's if you want to, do you have slides or anything? You
I
can get
do.
ready?
I
Okay.
do. I have a whole presentation so that I don't get off track.
Amazing.
All right. Well, I think then we'll just let you do it.
Yeah.
Let you get
All
right to
right.
it. It's time.
It's like we're early. This sings to my soul. Thank you.
Mhm.
Oh, God.
Um,
Amazing.
And for those of you who are curious, because why not? We have 1 minute. I do wake up at 4 a.m. Pacific most days. So just one of those creatures. I have a friend in my tradition who stays up until that time. So we just have this thing where we say, we're just keeping the days going. And it requires both of us. It requires me to get up early and for her to go to bed late, early, whatever the heck that is. So, hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I do have YouTube comments flying next to me. I will do my best to look at those while I'm speaking today. I wanted to first, before I launch into this lovely little slideshow that I created, wanted to just say, thank you so much for being here. You could have done so many other things with your time right now, and I'm aware of that. I know time is valuable and attention is precious. So I just want to thank you for being here. And I just really want to invite folks to take from this what you will, recognizing that this is all emerging for me too. So my hope today is that there's something in here that might be a little nourishing, that might be a little hope inspiring, might be a little, I don't know, might offer a moment where you could take a breath. Because if there's anything I want more in life, it is to offer folks a little bit of a deep breath in all of this world that we live in. And it is quite hilariously and awfully awful a lot of the time. So here's hoping that this is helpful. So today is Magic of the Heart. We're going to make sure that I can actually share with you my presentation that I worked so diligently on. Also, I will be more than happy to share this with other folks afterwards. I'll save it as a PDF if folks want to use it later. I actually have structured today as sort of a talk a little bit about myself, talk a little bit about magic of the heart. I've included a lot of prompts for journaling and for work that you might do later, because I know that sometimes it can be a lot to take in the moment, or maybe not. So I wanted to have this be a very immersive experience, and one that maybe you take out into your own world later. Also, I come from reclaiming witchcraft. I'll say a little bit about that later. A lot of my presentations and teaching are participatory. So please get in the chat, do the things. I'm going to watch it and see what I see and repeat things out loud for folks who aren't. It's a lot of stimulus to look at both. I will do that. And I just invite you to do what feels good for you today. Grab a drink of your choice, whatever time and space this is, and relax in. And I hope that you enjoy it and that maybe I've offered something that's helpful. So, magic of the heart, in case you haven't heard that enough yet. I'm Irisanya Moon, and I'm super excited that I've been invited here and to talk about something that is very near and dear to me, and that is emerging for me, and that I feel is bringing me out of the places that have been really dark and desperate. So I can't imagine I'm the only one. So one of the things that I love to do when immersing myself in this work is to find touchstones of quotes. And on my Instagram account, I usually post a quote every Monday along with some of my, I don't want to say ramblings because that sounds a little dismissive of myself, but ramblings in relation to that quote and just kind of what's on my mind, and an invitation for maybe you two to dive into that work. I'm going to do my best to describe the visuals, but a lot of them are just a lot of words, and those are words that I will be saying. So thank you for asking that. So the first slide that I have is a quote. And this is actually a quote I posted a couple weeks ago. What would love have me do today? Jack Kornfield. I'm going to use a lot of love and heart language. And so those are not necessarily interchangeable so much as they are so connected. I don't feel like I can disconnect them, if that makes sense. So first things first, we got to talk about why the heck I'm actually talking about this. So right now there's a video on the screen that is showing a heart in action and having some troubles. I don't come to this work without some experience of heartbreak, and this is actually some literal heartbreak. So back in 2007, back in the aught-sevens, I was working on a couple writing projects, and I was just feeling like I had a lot of back pain. It was tremendous and horrible, and I could not sit up straight. I could not sleep. I could not focus. And it was worrisome up to a point, but I'm a person that sort of just muddles through stuff and will figure out what's wrong later. You know, I've got work to do. I've got other commitments. And so I just let it do its thing. But it was getting so bad that I couldn't sit still. I couldn't lay down. I couldn't find a position that was comfortable. And finally, my partner was like, you have got to do something about this. So I called to ask a nurse or whatever it's called. And she was like, well, it's really nothing to worry about, you know, as long as this, that, and the other thing doesn't happen. As long as you don't have, I think it was a fever, trouble breathing, or a high heart rate. So all those things started to happen. And I still was dismissive. My partner was like, look, we got to go to the ER. You don't seem well. And I'm still joking and laughing about it. I decided to smoke a bunch of pot because I thought, hey, maybe that'll help. It did for a little bit. And so I was like, okay, fine, let's just go. And I went, and they were kind of dismissive. Imagine anybody who is in a female presenting body sometimes has that experience, I've heard. A little dismissive. Oh, you've got gas. Oh, it's walking pneumonia, all these things. But here's the trick. My heart was going about 180 to 200 beats a minute, depending on who told me what was going on. That is very, very fast. It is twice as fast, more than twice as fast as your heart is supposed to go. And they couldn't figure out why. Just couldn't figure out. And I didn't know what was going on. I mean, I still have a lot of disjointed memories of this day. So they decided to do the one thing that they knew would help your heart, and that is to stop it. They told me, here, we're going to give you a drug and we're going to stop your heart. And I was like, well, that sounds dramatic. I mean, I'm still joking at this point. I said, that sounds dramatic. What's that going to feel like? And they said, well, I mean, we're stopping your heart, so it's going to feel like probably the worst 7 seconds of your life, or death, I guess, as it were. And I was like, okay. And then all these people are sort of surrounding me. It's the respiratory team, just in case they need to resuscitate me. I mean, spoiler alert, I'm okay. So we can skip. Everything worked out. So they gave me the drug. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing happened. I felt fine. I didn't feel different. Nothing happened. My heart was still pounding away, pounding away. And I was like, okay, well, what do we do next? They're like, well, I guess we're going to do that again. Wait, what? So they did it again. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing happened. So it was still a pretty big mystery. But in those moments of terror, and in those moments of my partner couldn't even be next to me, he was on the other side of the room freaking out, and I'm laughing and joking. I'm like, it's gonna be fine. It was, thank goodness. But that was the moment where I realized how strong my heart is. I mean, metaphorically, of course. Also physically. And that was also the beginning of recognizing how precious this life is and how much it requires of me to be present and to finally seek out the magic that I kind of put off until then. Let's talk about me for a second. This is the part that I think is helpful for folks to ground context into why this is so important to me, not just that story. So some folks like to hear where folks come from in their witchcraft or their paganism or their beliefs. So I was a hardcore Catholic when I was growing up. And I mean that in the most Madonna sort of way. Like, I love the rosaries and I love the images and the iconography. I'm saying that wrong. And iconography. I loved all that. Loved the rituals, loved the candles, loved the incense. Thought it was amazing. As I grew up, I realized that God was a bit of a chauvinist. And so I decided to move away from that. One of my first papers in college was God as a chauvinist. And I sort of wandered for a while. I knew that I wanted ritual in my life. I knew that I wanted something to believe in that was bigger than me. And I knew that to a certain extent, the concepts of belief and devotion and sacrifice were important. And I eventually sort of ran into this crowd of New Age folks in the Midwest where I lived. And there we sort of started to explore, you know, sort of the love and light, the crystals, the Reiki, and all of that, which was great. And it opened me up to something different. It opened me up to this one store that doesn't exist anymore called Rainbows and Roses, which is hilarious to me because Irisanya is for the goddess of the rainbow and roses are for my work with Aphrodite. So the universe is fun. So I found my first coven through that store. I worked with the book called Spiral Dance with them. More on that later. And eventually, you know, covens break up, things happen, hearts get broken throughout all of this. And I had to come back to my own space and to spend a lot of time with Scott Cunningham, Raven Buckland books, and Lorena McKennitt, a bunch of incense and salt and all the things that are great. But all of that wasn't quite enough for me. And I knew that there was something else that was sort of calling to me. And then that heart thing happened. And then the next year, my partner went to school with somebody who was an organizer at California Witch Camp, which is a week-long camp in Mendocino, where you take classes, do ritual, and basically immerse yourself, no cell signal, immerse yourself in magic. The website, I think, says life-changing. It is. It was. I ended up going in 2008. And reclaiming is my home. And I knew it was my home, the very first ritual, where I looked deep into the eyes of some stranger. I knew no one at this camp, no one. I went completely not knowing anyone. I looked into the eyes of a stranger and felt connected to something so much wider than I had ever experienced. And then I came back from that covered in mosquito bites, got my first tattoos, talked about how I love the runes and all of the things. And I tried to explain this to people and they thought I was out there. But then I started taking the classes. Then I started teaching. And eventually I got initiated into reclaiming, which is not the same as in other traditions, but it's something that people recognize. So I say all that to say it's been a long and winding road, and my heart has done a lot, has been hurt a lot, has felt a lot. And there's no way I can cover all of it, but I wanted to give at least a hint as to what brought me here today. Other things that you might want to know about me. I'm an author. I have written a couple of books. These are the ones that I have in my hands, at least right now. There are 2 others that are done, but not printed. I can't even tell. It's fine. So I'll yammer about those later if folks are interested. But basically, I didn't realize I was writing these books and actually writing about heart magic along the way. So this is why I bring this up. I'm a witch. I am a reclaiming witch. I also study fairy, F-E-R-I. I'm also a teacher. Not as much of a fan of the word teacher. I say facilitator of sacred experiences. I think that's much more helpful. I'm a priestess. I plan rituals. I've helped folks with rites of passage. I continuously explore the idea of pagan clergy. I have been an organizer in my community. I have helped with spiral dance, done a lot of things. And also I'm a death care worker. That's a newer thing. Also, I consider myself a grief priestess. So it seems like that might be necessary in this world right now. There's a lot to grieve, and there's a lot emerging, I think. So today, again, I'm looking at the sort of the comments. So if you want to say things, ask things as we go along. If it feels right to answer, I totally will. If it doesn't, we'll leave it till the end. But I love seeing folks sort of interact, because I might be the person here who's put together a presentation, but I learn way more from everybody else. So if there's something that pops or zings, I'd love to hear about it. If you're watching this later, reach out to me. I'm always happy to interact. I'm on all the social medias. There aren't a lot of, I don't think there's any Irisanyas, so it's pretty easy to find me. Something you should know before we go ahead, because I realized I didn't say this, I have a really dry sense of humor, and so I will often mock myself as I'm doing things. I'm a little irreverent. So I also make faces. So that's also very enjoyable. I want to talk about reclaiming for a second, because I know that this conference and whoever else might be interested in these things. Great, we'll talk about death care towards the end. Good deal. I could talk about that ad nauseum, but we're going to talk about the heart, which totally fits into things. So I want to talk about reclaiming, because there are a lot of incorrect things out there, and I want to discuss those. And so reclaiming witchcraft, there's a lot of different versions of history of our tradition. So I'm going to tell you what I think I know to be true in this point. It's a really big tradition at this point. It's also very new. So there are, a lot of stories based on who was in different parts of it at different times, just to be clear. So that makes it confusing. Also, there's a lot of, the internet saves everything. So the internet has a lot of things about reclaiming as a Dianic tradition. Reclaiming as this. Reclaiming was founded by Z Budapest. Reclaiming was this. No. We are, so the way I hold it, all reclaiming witches might have a different viewpoint. So I am aware that I am going to be treading in sacred waters. Reclaiming is often attributed to Starhawk and Starhawk alone. She did not do this work alone. She did this work with a lot of other folks, and I wanted to present some of their names. This is not everybody. I'm going to say some more names because I'm thinking of them as I'm sitting here, but it was a collective. It was a big group of folks who were looking to empower their activism with witchcraft. This was in the midst of goddess spirituality coming back full circle. It was in the midst of WTO, Diablo Canyon. It was in the midst of a lot of things going around in the Bay Area, California, USA. So it was Starhawk and Maca Nightmare and Oak, Rosemary Dance, who actually passed last year, Raven Moonshadow, who passed a while ago, Whittian, Madrone, Ann Hill, Thorn Coil was around. All of these folks work together to, again, unify, politics with activism, with witchcraft, with things to empower change in the world. So reclaiming was a collective for a while, which means it was a big and then became a very unwieldy group. It was hard to, how do we unify this group with so many voices and so many experiences? There were roots in activism, roots in social justice, goddess spirituality, fairy, feminism, a whole bunch of different things. I talk about it a bit in this book. That sounds super cheesy, but it's also helpful because I sometimes have to look back at it. This book is Reclaiming Witchcraft. It's my first one. We came out of all these different places. How do we unify ourselves, and how does this become a tradition? So the story that I know is that at one point, Starhawk was, I think, at a witch camp or some sort of outdoor gathering, and sort of had this hit that we need to disband the collective so that it can spread outwards, and so that it's not so centrally focused in the Bay Area, which is what everybody attributes it to. I get it. Spiral Dance is a book that sort of, I don't want to say codified, but brought together a lot of the things that we use in our tradition. But it was also written a minute ago. And so it's not the end all be all at this point. So they dissolved the collective and thus started the tradition. Dates are fuzzy, 80s-ish. Other stories that you might want to know is that Starhawk and Diane Baker were, they were part of the goddess spirituality movement, and Starhawk was teaching classes at one of the colleges, universities, and they decided to get people together to teach them how to do ritual. How do you do ritual? How do you make sacred in this everyday life? And that became the first core class of reclaiming. It was Elements of Magic, is what we know now. Teaching people how to do ritual, teaching how to plan, how to hold the elements, how to work with each other in consensus, how to hopefully work in a non-hierarchical way. We strive. It's hard, right? Humans are hard. In order to unify folks, a bunch of folks got together, and blessings on this work. I have no idea how they did this, but they created the Principles of Unity, which is a document that basically says, if you can get behind all this stuff, you can call yourself a reclaiming witch. That is the only thing. You don't need to be initiated to be a priestess. You don't need to be initiated to teach a class. You don't have to be initiated to jump up and do a role in a ritual or organize any of that. Everyone's welcome, no matter where you are. So the Principles of Unity, which I can definitely share a link to, is an evolving document. It has changed a few times over the time that I've known about it. And it most recently now includes a very strong statement about anti-racism. And because our tradition has had, I'm going to say this, some challenges with the way that we hold BIPOC folks in our tradition, which is frustrating because our tradition had a lot of BIPOC folks in its founding. Don't want to open up that whole can of worms. It is the magic of my heart, but that's not what we're talking about. So our tradition is also spread out. It's beyond the Bay Area. It is out into, North America, so Canada, into South America, Brazil. I think there's Costa Rica, the UK, and France, and Germany, and Belgium, and I think there's somebody in Portugal, and it's been around there. I'm sure I'm missing something, so sorry, reclaiming folks, if you're watching this. Also, some communities in Australia, focused in Brisbane and Melbourne, but also Sydney, and some, I think, on the western part. One of the things that's important to know, because it informs how I am as a being in this whole work, is spiritual authority is rooted in community. So we are all our own spiritual authority. We need no one to define the divine for us. However, that does not mean that we get to do whatever the heck we want. Am I allowed to swear? I just realized I didn't ask that, because I'm going to, probably. We need no one to define the sacred for us. And so that means that my spiritual authority might encourage me to act in a certain way, or to believe a certain thing, or to be connected with something in a certain way. And that's great within the confines of the Principles of Unity. But that means I need to be aware of my impact on other folks. I need to be aware that if my spiritual authority wants me to wave my arms all over the place, that's fantastic. If I hit someone, it's not. So how can we be aware of each other in all of this? And then the last thing I want to say about reclaiming is, that whole spiral dance book, that is definitely something that we still turn to and use as a foundational text. My book just expands a little bit more on, because people are like, how the heck is reclaiming structured? Here are some of the ways. Although I wrote this book and literally 6 months later, they changed the Principles of Unity. And so, which is great. I guess I was part of it too. We changed the Principles of Unity and updated it. So that book was out of date by the time it got printed. We're an evolving tradition because we're a living tradition. I hope that's helpful for folks. But let's move on. Let's move on to their stuff. So however you are, wherever you are in this moment. I have an image of a heart, and I'm just going to take you through a short little practice of becoming more present today. So it might feel good for you to put a hand on your heart. It might feel good for you to put a hand on your thigh. It might feel good for you to do something else that's just comforting. This is not a moment, you don't have to close your eyes or anything. You can, but you don't have to. I just want to invite you to tap into where you are right now. I don't just mean physically, but also that. I want you to tap into where your heart is right now. If the second you started to pay attention to it, you noticed, oh, it's moving a little fast. Or wow, I'm really grounded right now. What does it feel like right now? What sensations are living there right now? This is not a moment to change them or even judge them or figure out what it all means. This is a moment for noticing, for becoming present. In a society that wants us so badly to be out of our bodies and stuck in our minds, can we become present again with our body? For folks who aren't visual, maybe there is a texture. Maybe there's a texture of sensation. Maybe there is a temperature change. Maybe you immediately see colors. I love people who can see stuff when I talk about this. I endeavor. I'm more of a feeling. I have words pop out. Maybe you notice right away that your heart's like, oh, I need more coffee or less coffee or a hug. Maybe your heart is chock full of emotions. For myself, sometimes I get way more emotional on the weekends because I have time to feel stuff. I jokingly say that I often have sad girl Saturdays or sad girl Sundays. Maybe there's an emotion that's living there today. Or maybe somewhere deep in your heart, or maybe right on the surface, there's something your heart is whispering at you, whispering to you, or screaming at you. Maybe in this moment, you might just listen. I love that image of a sunflower. Definitely need more coffee. I'm with you, friend. But I don't want to talk so quickly that I'm done in 20 minutes. So just allow that experience to be what it is. Maybe it continues for you. Maybe you check in with your heart as we go along. I encourage that. I know I'm doing that. Ooh, I love that colors are happening for folks. Good for you. Love it. So what the heck is magic of the heart? Well, to be honest, I want to tell you this really grandiose story. I feel like it's informed by my history, but really I did it because I was heartbroken. I was sitting at this very desk and I was signing divorce paperwork. And I was like, I am heartbroken. And I had this thought in my head, and it's the first post I ever made on this, was like, I decided to investigate the heart. Because if a thing like this can get broken, if a thing a piece of me can be hurt in this way. I wanted to know everything about it. I wanted to know what it felt like, what made it beat, how many chambers there were. I wanted to like dissect this. And I wanted to know as much as I could. I mean, to a certain extent, it was kind of an offhanded comment. I just sort of was like, I'm going to find out everything about this, because I don't think I was actively looking at healing, but I was looking at, this hurts so bad that there must be a way to learn that can hold me throughout this process, which is ongoing, friends. I am not a healed being. I don't think we ever quite heal from things like that. I think we learn how to hold them, and that's where this comes in. But Magic of the Heart for me is a practice. It's an investigation. It's a way to ground into the places of life and death and everything in between. I call it a place of hope and rest and resilience and restoration and connection. It is a work in progress, just as we all are, which used to really bug me, but now I'm like, oh, thank goodness, I don't have to be anywhere just yet. I can still figure it out. In this moment, this practice, tool, investigation, journey, way of being, way of making it in this world looks like 3 different parts at this point. I think there's actually a 4th part that I sort of found last night before all of this was solidified. So you're gonna get to join me in that emergence of that. But right now, originally it was like 3 things. So here are the 3 things. First things first, we're gonna be talking about the way that we devote to ourselves and to our hearts. So self-devotion. How we might devote to something divine. And that is however you define the divine. And also, how do we devote to each other in community? Because we don't do this work alone, and we can't do this work alone. Even though everything in my body wants to, because I am the person who is like, I will just take care of it and do it. If you're like that, join me in this challenge. So Magic of the Heart is evolving and emerging. So what I say today, I might say something different tomorrow, and that's fantastic. May we have many more heartbeats in which we can explore what this might mean for us. So I have another quote from my Instagram page. It's one of my favorites. Give me life, give me pain, give me myself again. Tori Amos, the sage, the wise one. I think that I can't move ahead without saying, why are we working on this now? At least the question that often came to me when I was thinking about this and thinking about sharing it, and just decided to say it on a whole bunch of podcasts, even though I had no idea what I was talking about. It's so important right now. This world is just the way it is right now. It is crucial, I think, to at least tap into or make contact with these matters of love and heart, because I think that they are interconnected with hope. I think they're interconnected with resilience. I'm starting to get really bored of that word. So if you are too, I feel you. I haven't figured out another one yet. This work seems on the surface to be very simple, possibly even meaningless, possibly superficial. But there are so many other things in this world. Why are we talking about this? It's not superficial. It is inspiration. It is fuel. And to be fair, love and heart, matters of the heart drive us for better or for worse. So the thing that the phrase that I like to say is that, love spells still matter. Everything that we do is part of a spell, I think. Everything that we do could be something that creates joy and beauty in the world. So why now? Why the heck not? Why not always? Or as in many pockets as you can. So love connects us, either in its experience or in its longing and everything in between. I work with Aphrodite a lot, so I believe that love is the first magic. I think of whatever creation story you tell, there is some moment of complete chaos, and from that chaos, love is born. It becomes one of the first things that sometimes is brought, or love is the reason for some of the things that transpire. So yeah, super important. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I had a hug too, friend Jenny, so I understand. All of this work, tapping into the heart, enables hope, forms boundaries, identifies priorities, and builds trust. That's a real thick sentence, and I know it. So again, you want a copy of this later to unpack that for yourself, more than happy to share. Love and matter, this magic of the heart fuels connection with the divine. I don't care how you define that. I don't care if you work with gods or you don't, if you work with water, if you work with a wonderful tree, your pet, anything. You work with something, an emotion, or you work with an energy. Ruby, absolutely Ruby. Love fuels community connection. And this heart magic fuels that ability to connect with other folks. And also, I truly believe without tapping into this, without love and without this presence of what is important to you, we can't fuel our activism as well, because without love for whatever you're up in arms about, what the heck am I fighting for? If this keeps us going. Think about all the really stupid things people have done for the love of some other person. It fuels a lot of energy and it fuels a lot of decisiveness. This is really important in a world where stuff is going sideways. I need to know what matters in order to take action and to take sustained action. I often say that life is a love spell, and I can expand upon that later, but it is the overall dance of connection and remembering connection and belonging. I wrote a song once called Life is a Love Spell. We belong to the light, we belong to dark. It is a spell of belonging. So first things first on this beautiful work of heart magic, we start with self-devotion. This used to be self-care. I am so annoyed by that phrase now. I appreciate it and understand that not everybody feels that way. That's fine. Take what you want, leave the rest. I think self-care to me in the current culture has become very discreet. It becomes these little pockets of moments that I take care of myself, moments where I do this, and it's 10 minutes, and it's 20 minutes. I would love to encourage the possibility of self-devotion, which feels a little bit more important, feels a little bit more sacred. When I devote to something, I make a promise. I vow to take care of this wondrous being that I am. Not to the loss of everything else, alongside everything else, but it's devoting to myself, because that allows me to continually show up. It allows me to nourish myself again and again. It allows me to have boundaries. It allows me to say yes when I mean yes and no when I mean no. It allows me to see myself as someone with value and something to offer. Devoting to myself allows me to build trust in myself and in my intuition. in the beautiful being that I am, in the wondrous gift that I am to this world. And I like devotion too, because it requires consistency. Can you ever say that you've been devoted to something and then just sort of been like, nah, I'm not going to do that today? I have, just to be clear. But I think that, consistency, attention, showing up even when it's a little bit hard. It's uncomfortable for me to sometimes show up for myself by sticking to a budget, by not overscheduling myself and then wearing myself out. Is that I'm not in devotion to myself when I hurt myself. So that's one of the things that I think, you don't need to start there, but it's a good place. Thinking of yourself as just as sacred and holy, I think shifts a frame and offers grace as well. So this is switching to another one of my Instagram posts. Put yourself in the way of beauty. And that's a quote from Cheryl Strayed's mother. She's the one that wrote Into the Wild. It was on a podcast. Cheryl Strayed was talking about her mom. Put yourself in the way of beauty. I can't think of a better way to acknowledge devotion to yourself. So for folks, I'm a writer, so I'm always going to have journal questions, even though I'm not the best journaler. I try. I'm going to offer some journal questions. We're not going to do them in this moment, but just think about a few things. How do you care for those that you love? Sometimes that's a great question to begin with. How can you care for yourself in the same ways? What do you allow in your life? What might you release or step away from? How do you consider yourself sacred and holy? And could you consider this? So on this next slide, most of my slides have pictures of various hearts. So this has a heart that's entangled in a spider web. What a cool picture. So the next part of Magic of the Heart, the way I hold it in this moment, is about divine devotion. So this is some sort of connection to divine. I don't like to define this for folks. I believe, want, and hope that you find that for yourself. I work with deities and gods. I work with a whole bunch of them. So that works for me, but I'm just as divinely inspired by the ocean, if sometimes more. For me, the point of this in this whole heart magic escapade is that it's learning to continue to create and cultivate relationships with something outside of humans. Humans are messy. Humans are frustrating sometimes, and they're also glorious and wondrous, like all of you here. But how can we also learn to cultivate relationships with something that's beyond us? I don't do hierarchy when it comes to divine. I don't do the gods are above me. I am in devotion to many a god, but I am not in supplication. I left that when I left Christianity. So when I talk about the divine, it's about cultivating a relationship with something that has a longer history of knowing. If I think of gods, I think of them not being bound by time, gender, story, how we've interpreted stories. They have a wider knowing. And so I want to cultivate a relationship with that. When I'm stuck in my humanness and stuck in my inability to be creative, the only way I have understanding of the world around me, I'm very limited as a human in my understanding. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I know that, or at least I remember that a lot, that my ancestors, my beloved dead, my mighty dead, did a lot more before I was around. And I can feel them continuing to do stuff now. So if I can tap into that energy, that really informs the way I can hold myself and hold myself in this world. But it's about relationship. This isn't about we go to the gods, we ask them for stuff, and then they give us stuff, and then great. It is a relationship. You know, how we relate to one thing is how we relate to everything. So taking my own experiences with relationship, I think about, you know, how do I get to know somebody? You know, I mean, today it seems like Google, but I think that actually is pretty valid. I've Googled many a god and said, what's your story? Did a background checks, so to speak. You know, finding out about them, finding out about what stories are being told, finding out what sort of ways they are celebrated, even worshiped, figuring out what they might like. You know, yes, I don't have altars to my best friends, but like I definitely have altars to gods. Wouldn't that be the worst thing to have an altar to your friendships? I don't know. I'm gonna bookmark that for myself for later. Maybe having an altar to different divine things, whomever, whatever they are, bringing them things that they might like, singing songs, you know, building a relationship based on, I think you might like this. I want to do this for you. I think all of this helps us to acknowledge that the divine is everywhere. And even in the times where it feels like we're so earth-shatteringly alone, that we're not. And I think one of the most important things in divine devotion in this whole practice is that it's about listening. I think it's also about patience, and it's about sitting in the liminal spaces where we don't get answers right away. I know that for myself, I adore technology a lot of the time, but it gives me a lot of instantaneous answers, and I forget that that's not the way it always works. Often it's not. So the divine devotion also reminds me to slow down, become present, show up for a relationship because I want to be there, not because I'm getting something from it. So with all of this, some questions you might think about, unsurprisingly, how do I define the divine, name it or know it? How do I come into relationship with this divine? How can I dance in reciprocation? Who might be good divine partner or partners for me? What do I bring to the relationship? Because you're part of it too. A relationship is not just what the divine brings. And am I expecting something in return? And just be honest about that. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't want to sound too judgy, maybe a little, but you know, how can I show up for a relationship without necessarily receiving things? That's been a great lesson for me. I have a long wound or practice of thinking that relationships are sort of, you know, tit for tat. And that's not how I want to show up in the world anymore. And part of this practice has really helped me with that. Showing up because I want to, because it's valuable for me and hopefully for the other being. So moving along to another Instagram post. Being human is not hard because you're doing it wrong. It's hard because you're doing it right. And this quote is from Glennon Doyle. Unsurprisingly, the next slide is talking about community devotion. When we talk about, you know, things being hard. And community is hard. I just want to say that right off the bat, or at least that's my lens. And I actually have another quote in here because this is the quote that I always come back to when I am frustrated, when I am angry, when I feel unheard and unmet. And the quote is by David Mitchell. Our lives are not our own. We are bound to others, past and present. And by each crime and every kindness, we birth our future. We're all connected, whether we like it or not. And we can't, and we don't do this work alone. This is a practice that is probably the one I focus on the most because it feels challenging for me. I didn't always grow up in places where I felt safe to be myself, and maybe you're like that too. And sometimes the communities that I'm in, I don't always feel safe. So I'm actively finding ways to cultivate community and that is safe and that also allows for me to get feedback and for other folks to get feedback. Accountability is a really grand thing. I think during the pandemic, it's been really, I think this has been on my mind a lot. How do I cultivate community when I'm not, shoulder to shoulder with somebody? Well, I've learned badly sometimes, but also I've been closer to people because of this, because we've had to work a little bit harder. We've had to be a little bit more clear about what works, what's needed, what's required, timing across different time zones, across different energy levels, different folks' physical and emotional needs. So in a way, I have learned a lot during this pandemic. I don't know if other folks have. It's required a lot of Zoom. Who knew that Zoom was going to be a part of community care? One of the books that I wrote was talked a lot about like self-devotion and self-care before I threw that phrase out the window for me. The trick with writing is that once it's in print, I don't know about anybody else who writes, I change my mind later on. So what I didn't include in that book was about community care. So community care is just as important as all of this. Yes, self-devotion, yes, divine, but also there's all these humans and we all need each other. So I think about mutual aid. I think about mutual aid in magic and in life. How can I share resources with folks? How can I show up for folks in a way that feels good? Just last weekend, I was co-teaching a class, my first class in person in a few years. And I offered this practice of folks sort of stating their needs and things that they might want in that moment or in the future. And then other folks would gather around them when they felt like they could genuinely, authentically help that person with that need. So you had to think about it, can I give this energy to folks? But it was so wondrous to see people be so willing to be there for folks that they don't really know. And to promise over the course of a certain period of time, I don't want to divulge all the things for folks, but to promise over a certain period of time, I'm going to show up for you in a way that feels good for you. So everybody talked about their needs, what might sound good, what they, how they want to be communicated with, all of that. So thinking about that sort of practice and like, it's not just about coming together to talk about, the problems of what's on the outside. It's also us, like, what do I need? What do you need? How can I show up for you? I can't do it now, but here's what I could do. Making sure that's an ongoing conversation is part of all this magic and allows us all to weave ourselves together. And I put in this slide, share the burdens as much as the blessings. So some journal questions for this, for community devotion. Who do you consider community? That's a big stinking question. Who do you want in your community? The cultivation of community is a question. How do you show up in your community? Right now in the chat, we're sharing virtual hugs, which I absolutely adore. I mean, this has been like the virtual hug of the pandemic for me. Oh, that's great. Thanks, Amber. What talents do you bring to your community? I think I may have already said, what resources can you share? I'll say it again because I looked away and forgot where I was. And then the last question, which is always the one that I have to interrogate, is can you set down this, the idea of rugged individualism, or at least interrogate it in your life? We could go into this for a very long time. But I experience, and I feel like I live in a culture of pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you'll figure it out. And that has been biting during the pandemic for me, because I've been alone for the majority of it. Well, I have my cats, but still, they're, okay at all this, but it could be better. They've learned a lot. Can I set down the idea that I need to do this alone? And even if that's something that's going to take my whole lifetime to interrogate, my entire lifetime to set down because of all of the trust issues, can I try just a little bit more each year, each day? Let's try every year. That's probably a little bit more realistic. So this is one of my favorite parts of doing presentations or teachings with folks. I'm going to offer an experiential experience. I am not the hugest fan of talking at people. I would rather encourage folks to go into experiences and figure out what's true for them. But I did want to also set the stage for what the heck I'm talking about. So I want to invite the possibility that we can all do a little trance together. And for me, that looks like kind of guiding you a little bit, but then sort of having this moment where I just am silent for a bit so that you can have an experience, not too long. And then I'll call you back when it's time to come back. So know that if you've never done this before, you're going to do it perfectly. Know that if you don't have a big, huge experience, I want to remind you of spiritual authority and that your experience is going to be exactly what it needs to be and doesn't have to look like anyone else's. And quite frankly, you don't know what anybody else's experiences are, so there's no need for comparison. So I'm going to invite you to get comfortable where you are. And this might mean shifting your position. For some folks, it might mean closing your eyes. You don't have to. There's no need. But just taking maybe a few breaths. They don't have to be deep. They can just be exactly as they have been. This is an invitation into experience, into the chambers of your heart. I can't tell you what all of your magic is, nor do I want to. But I do want you to find it and to make contact with it. And that takes getting a little bit quieter, maybe a little bit stiller. So it might make sense for you to, maybe you do start taking a few deep breaths, but you don't have to. Maybe you need to shake your body real quick to get a little extra energy out, but you don't have to. The reclaiming way of trance is do what makes sense for you. And maybe you follow what I say, and maybe you don't. But however you are, whenever you are right now, I want to invite you to maybe bring your awareness or your attention down to your feet. And just let that awareness just be there. There's no need to make sense. There's no need to measure. There's no need to explain anything. Just notice what's there. Just notice how you are. There's no need to change or fix. But maybe if there's anything there that doesn't need to be there, just allow it to drop, to sink, to fall away. And allow that awareness to travel the glorious length of your leg, maybe moving from your feet along your calf and the front of your lower leg, over your knee, traveling up the space of your thigh, maybe traveling up to the space of your pelvic bowl and that space between your hip bones. Maybe things are swirling a little bit. And just notice how all of this is for you today, in this moment, in this time, without trying to change it or fix it. And allow anything that doesn't need to be there to drop, to sink, to fall away. And allowing your awareness to travel up your body, traveling up through the space of digestion, maybe starting to tickle the edge of your ribs and maybe make a journey over those. And maybe allowing your awareness or your attention to settle in your chest and into your heart, that courageous heart. And just notice what lives there in this moment. There's no need to change or fix. But if there's anything that doesn't need to be here, allow it so easily to drop, to sink, to fall away. And then awareness travels again, maybe up across your collarbone, back of your neck, down each arm from shoulder to elbow to fingertip and thumb. Traveling these wide spaces of expression and arms that hold. And just notice what lives there right now. There's no need to change it or fix it. And allow anything that doesn't need to be there to drop, to sink, to fall away. And traveling once more, this awareness, this attention, this intention, allowing it to travel along your neck, your jaw, maybe you loosen your jaw a little bit, traveling around the space of your eye sockets, your forehead, and traveling up to the top of your head to that space that was soft when you were born. And just notice what lives in the skull of yours in this moment. without trying to change it or fix it. And allow anything that doesn't need to be here to drop, to sink, to fall away. And from this place, I invite you, with all of the ways that you know yourself, with all of the ways that you know how to expand and widen your perspective, allow this awareness, this attention, this intention to spread out as wide as you like, stretching out to horizons, or maybe you stretch out into moonscapes, into the stars, into the places of creation, into the places of destruction. And I invite you to expand this awareness out to a place that you recognize, that you know. Maybe it's a physical place, maybe it is a place of your emotion, a place of your wisdom. Maybe this is a moment to travel to that space, or perhaps you just arrive because you can, because this space knows your name, because it has been calling your name this whole time. And maybe this is a space that you can see. Maybe it's a space that you can feel. Maybe it's a space that you know is home because you just do. Wherever you arrive, remember that you belong. Wherever you arrive, remember that you belong. Wherever you arrive, remember that you belong. And I invite you in this space to take a few moments to maybe tap into the question of, what does my heart need right now? Or what is the magic I'm bringing to the world? Or if you're like me, sometimes I just ask, what do I need to know? And allow anything that arrives to arrive. You might have a being arrive, you might have a feeling, a word, a flash, or it might just be really quiet. I invite you to just take a few moments to be in this space and know that I'll say something when it's time to return. And recognizing that people come in and out of this, I'll just keep my voice in here sometimes. This silence is intentional right now. What does my heart need? What might I need to know? What is the magic I can bring into this world? Or anything that seems ready to be asked. Trusting yourself, trusting your heart. And beginning to think about what you've collected in this moment or in these moments. Maybe reaching out your awareness or your attention, your intention, to see if there's anything else. Anything else that needs to come back with you. Anything that might need a little clarification. Anything that is perfectly shaped and prepared for you. But the truth is, we can't stay in this space forever, though we could always return. You could return to this recording. You could guide yourself back to the place that you know and that knows you. But for now, however you arrived in your belonging, however you landed, I invite you to return. To return via the path or way that led you. Return down the path or the way that led you, that welcomed you. And begin to return back to your head, to that place of knowing. And when you're back at your head, start to reel in, pull in, gather in all the ways in which you may have expanded and spread out. All that attention that maybe you threw to the horizon or to the starry night. Begin to bring that back in, bring it back in, bring it back in to your head. Allow your attention to come back to your body, come back to your head. Come back, come back. Come back to your jaw, come back to your neck, come back, come back. Down your neck, down your arms, come back, come back. Travel back through your rib cage and your chest and your beating, beautiful heart. Come back, come back. traveling down the space of digestion and will and power. Come back, come back. Traveling into the space of pelvic bowl. Come back, come back. Traveling down the space of thighs and knees and calves and feet. Come back, come back. And open your eyes if they are closed. Maybe touch your body and remind yourself that you are a human being in this present moment, that you do need to come back from the places that you travel. And maybe some folks find it comforting and reassuring and helpful to say their name out loud or to do something incredibly logical to bring themselves back from a trance. So thinking about what's on your nightstand, what is the last thing you got in the mail, anything like that. But allowing yourself to come back to this moment, to this delightful virtual place in which we find ourselves. So this is a moment, it's an invitation, it's not an expectation. It's an invitation to share in the chat what you might have experienced. Always fun to hear things, but don't have to. One of the things, if you're watching this later, this is a great moment to pause everything and write things down. This might be a moment that you might just kind of grab a journal, write some stuff down, things that you might explore later. And if you were like, I didn't really get anything from that, that's fine. That happens. I've gotten that many a time. What I will offer, if you're a person that has that and are sort of feeling disappointed about that, I sometimes get things from trances like later in a dream, in those weird moments of deja vu, where I'll be doing something, I'll be like, oh, that was like the trance that I did. Wait. So that's always a possibility too. One of the things that I think is helpful in all of this work is finding a place of safety and comfort, like this space in trance that you can come back to really nurture your heart. And it allows for all of this magic to be even more powerful and alive in us, because we know that there are places that we can return that can hold us and can hold all of our questioning, can hold all of our curiosity, can just hold us sometimes. We don't have to figure anything out all the time. Sometimes you can just be, you can just belong, you can just arrive. That's beautiful, Jenny. I'm originally from Michigan, so that's very sweet. I like hearing that about that land. Oh, heart rock, yes. Also, another thing I encourage folks to do is over the course of whatever days make sense to you, keep an eye out, because I think hearts tend to show up a lot after I talk about this with folks, and curious to see what things might show up for you. Always curious. I'm probably more able to be connected with. That's really bad grammar. You can find me fairly easily and send things to me if you want to share stuff with me. I'm a big fan of the confidential sharings, but I'm always willing, within my own boundaries, to hold space for folks if they have things that they might want to have held or seen or witnessed, anything like that. So I'll just keep watching the thing in case anything pops up. Again, no pressure, ever. So we're coming back to another one of my Instagram posts. Perhaps someday I'll crawl back home, beaten, defeated, but not as long as I can make stories out of my heartbreak, beauty out of sorrow. Sylvia Plath, of course. Of course, in this moment, I want to share another quote, and I cannot remember who said it. But there's a quote, and you can look this up. When your heart is broken, make art with the pieces. Again, I've used this quote a lot. The name of the source escapes me. But I bring this up in this moment because sometimes excavating our hearts and trying to reconnect with the magic that they are unleashes grief, unleashes. I love that somebody handed you something from Halloween and said, hey, it's okay, you're fine. I love that. Now I want some candy. We're going to do that afterwards. But it unleashes a lot of emotions. And there's a lot of things that I don't want to say hidden, but have sort of sometimes gotten stuck, maybe hidden. So I offer that there is beauty within all of that. And that is really maybe the emotional essence of my work. There's beauty in all of it. It sucks. It hurts sometimes. And we're not alone. So this next slide is talking about, I think it makes total sense, but I don't know what that makes sense to you. I think hearing that, hey, it's okay and you're fine is always a good message. It's always a good message. That's the one I like to hear the most. So getting to the heart of it all, on this slide, there's another picture of some earthy being, earthiness that looks like a heart. I guess I just want folks to step away from this, walk away from this, float away from this, knowing that you are worthy of your own devotion and care. That is a magical practice. You are part of an ongoing divine conversation, and that you're not alone, and that we're not alone. And that this is my emerging fourth chamber, because there's 4 chambers in the heart. So I already talked about 3 things. And I was like, what's the 4th? I think hope is the 4th chamber. I think that it is, with all of this, what now? How do we keep going in the midst of all the things that want us to not do that? How do we keep going? Because heart work is ongoing. Beat after beat, beat after beat. Hopefully we get a whole bunch of heartbeats to actually experience all this, to, I don't know if heal, but maybe learn to hold things. I sometimes, but sometimes I inch away from healing, because healing feels like we heal something and then we don't think about it again. I know that's not the way it works, but that's the way my brain interprets it. So I want to think more about, like, how can we hold things differently? Thinking more about, that practice of the broken pot, and use gold to sort of accentuate where things are broken. Love that. But this is heart work that's ongoing. It is an exploration. I love that we're sharing hugs in the chat. Thank you so much. I'm sharing heart hugs with everyone, because if we were all doing this in person, I would be inviting that as part of this practice right now. Can we be heart to heart right now? Can we drop whatever whatever gets in the way of us not showing what we really need, what we really want, and what we're really able to do? So this is a longer quote, and I have different things on my screen, so it makes it a little challenging to see the whole thing all at once. But let me see if I can find it in my sheets of information that I've totally ignored throughout this whole thing. So people have various feelings about Brene Brown. That's cool. Totally get it. There are a lot of things that she has said that have really hit me in this whole heart work. Her book, Atlas of the Heart, has a lot of amazing things to say. So that's my little suggestion if folks are interested in that work. I'm informed by that. I'm informed by a book called Heart Medicine. I moved it to a different room, so I couldn't tell you who wrote it. But this quote right here hit me about hope, because when Vanessa and I talked, we talked a lot about, like, the hope colored glasses, and I was totally going to wear some today. Forgot. I really am fueled by hope. I know that sometimes people see that as being Pollyanna-ish, Darn it, no. And, oh, they're talking about the heart on Jupiter. Thank you. Virtual glasses, love it, thank you. But I want to bring this back to hope. So here's the quote. I'm going to read it out loud. Some folks can't see these things or don't want to read a whole big block of text. Don't blame you. So this is the quote from her book, Rising Strong. So she says, in my work, I found that moving out of powerlessness and even despair requires hope. Hope is not an emotion. It's a cognitive process, a thought process made up of what researcher C.R. Snyder called the trilogy of goals, pathways, and agency. Hope happens when we can set goals, have the tenacity and perseverance to pursue those goals. I would also say the resources, and believe in our own abilities to act. Snyder also found that hope is learned. When boundaries, consistency, and support are all in place, children learn it from their parents. But even if we don't get it as kids, we can still learn hope as adults. It's just tougher when we're older because we have to resist and unlearn old habits, like the tendency to give up when things get tough. So I think I'm saying in all of this that Magic of the Heart is an activation as much as it is an invitation. And I think that's really coming up in my work right now. It's sort of not in a negative, insidious way, but in an insidious way. I've already mentioned that in the past weekend, I got to teach in person again, and Joanna Macy's work came up again and again. And I think when we talk about hope, I need to bring her up. A lot of her work, the way I interpret it, talks about, having hope in the midst of despair, in the midst of despair about ecological crisis, and watching the physical world change. And a lot of people really not give a damn. In fact, it would kind of incite it, not kind of, incite it. How do we hold on to hope? How do we hold on to all that? And I want to say that the cultivation of this heart magic for me is the foundation in which I can hold on to that. I can hold despair alongside hope. I can hold grief alongside hope. Because when I don't sink completely into despair, I maintain my creativity. I maintain my ability to act. Because if there's nothing to hope for, why bother? So I actually left a real long chunk of time because I know I said a lot of things I could unpack. So I am so hopeful that you got something of value out of this. And I just want to tell you that I'm so glad that my heart kept going in the midst of that whole medical thing. And I hope your heart keeps going too, because we need you. Yes, you. Thanks. So questions, comments, concerns. I gotta find my mouse again. There it is. Yay. So I am open to all the questions. Well, not all the questions, but a lot of them.
We'll field the good ones for you.
Great. Not all of them.
You're right.
Let me qualify that. So
right. Like you mentioned in your talk about boundaries, and I think that's so important too. It's like I can be present for you, but only in the way that is still works for me. Like I'm not going to sacrifice myself. I think that's really important, especially in heart work and that ongoing process of taking care of yourself. Just like, yes, I care about you, and I also care about me and everything in this rib cage. So
all the things that I'd like to keep going.
Exactly.
Ideally, I guess too, I could save some spots for if you want to find out more about me, here's the spiel about that. But I'd rather field questions.
I'm just looking for them in the chat. Yeah, folks, get your
Great.
questions in for Irisanya. I have had, I think, the heart medication that stopped the heart.
Yep.
I've had that
Probably.
too.
Yeah.
That's wild. I was born with a heart condition that would be I would go about what you were getting, that like double the normal speed. So yeah.
Yeah, it was exciting.
Fun stuff.
It's exciting. I had blood clots, pulmonary emboli from birth control.
Okay.
So that's what happened. So,
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that for you.
So good. So, funny, I know so many people who have that story. So
yeah.
I like the drama. That's what I've decided. Like the drama.
I just,
you know what? Claim it, own it, live in your power. Like,
love it. It's a great.
Yeah. No, I was in the hospital. They were going to try to fix this and they couldn't. So I had to take I was off the drug that suppresses it for days. And then I'm in one of these episodes and they're trying to convert me back to normal heartbeat with the stuff. And so they gave me like multiple. I got to the point where I was like, you know what, give me another one. Like, I'm kind of into this, like after 5, like let's get another one of these in here. Cause
hit me. Yeah. The only thing that worked was like a lot of Dilaudid.
Oh
God. That's what I ended up getting because they still didn't know it was wrong.
Oh.
So like they did that, like they gave me a bunch of drugs. That's where things get a little wishy-washy. And then later they did a CT scan and then they found out what it was in the middle of the night. Like I was dead to the world. I had no idea. So
I'm just seeing some comments.
That's what Dilaudid does. Yeah.
I understand why people like that.
Yeah. All of Kala's dogs were in the trance too.
Animals do that.
That's neat.
I love it. And I'm sure Moon's here, so maybe he was. I don't know.
Hirschven says thank you for describing things. So
absolutely. Try really hard to be accessible in all the ways. So
and as we're waiting for chat questions to come in, I was hoping that you could talk more about, I mean, again, we are both on the same page in terms of this, like being a grief priestess, like grief magic, because that to me is also inextricably linked with heart magic, because it is, again, healing is never a finished process. It's ongoing.
No. Yeah. So priestessing grief. Well, first of all, apparently you have to have a lot of experience with it. I mean, grief is everywhere. And I think that I don't want to be too we heavy because this might not be true for everyone, but I'm going to say this. We live in a culture where we never were taught this. I mean, we were just like, things are sad. You have 3 days to deal.
Yeah. Yeah. Your life has been completely reordered. Here's the 3 days of bereavement and now go back.
And you have to take them just because the full disclosure, gone through this just very recently. You have to take them within 30 days too.
Yeah.
Or they evaporate.
They go
So,
away.
I mean, that just, you're only giving me 3 days and I'm going to take them within 30 days. What does that even mean?
It just,
none of
it's
it
such an
sense.
arbitrary thing. I think that the trick with all of this is that because we have that framework or structure or sort of expectation that, like, if anything goes beyond that, we feel like we've done something wrong. And that's the tricky part, is that we're like, shit, like why am I doing this wrong? I'm supposed to be okay. Everybody's asking me.
That idea of grief too, again, that it's this localized thing, and that it's somehow, if you keep feeling feelings, you're broken, as opposed to looking at it as like, no, this is a traumatic reordering of your life. This is something you have to carry with you and work with literally for the rest of your life in one form or another.
I think of grief as like an amputation sometimes.
Yes.
Things don't go back to the way that they were.
Right. And everyone around you has this sensibility of who you are. And like you said, in terms of amputation, like they have a cutout version of who you are, and suddenly you don't fit in that mold. And a lot of people don't know how to interact with you after that. It's just like, wait, but you're not this person that I thought you were. It's like, but oh no, I'm my brain has changed, my body has changed. I am different now.
I think that for me, a lot of grief work is doing the hard work of just sitting with it and sitting with it and sitting with it and going like, what the heck is this? What's the flavor today? Is today the angry one? Is today the pissed off, like screaming teenager one? Is it the universe hates me?
The issue I'm dealing with is when you were talking about that thing, it's also not that you're able to like, I'm going to take one of my bereavement days and do that. So I'm off, like I'm off this Monday and I'm going to do, it's just like, you can be doing your life and then that stuff pops up and you're just like, I can't be like, I can't push the buttons that I know you're paying me to push the buttons right now, but and just it's a challenge. And I think also though, the kind of, this is one of those things I don't know what to say about, because your talk was very interesting to me because we don't really have frameworks for this as a society anymore. And I think that is another, like, adds like just bumping the difficulty in dealing with your grief up that much more, because you're just, everybody just kind of goes like,
how can we get rid of this as soon as possible? How can we forget that this happened as soon as possible?
Right. Can you go back to normal? Can you just act like this thing that,
because I don't know how to deal with you right now. It's like grief is contagious. That's the way I felt a lot of the time. Like, it's like I'm going to get it on you. And suddenly.
Because people act like it's a contagion.
I know.
And it's from, and this is the fascinating thing too, that you will figure out immediately who is safe, who feels safe in their own emotions and who doesn't, because that's the thing that's contagious. It is that when you are raw in primal grief, it's pure emotion, and some people can handle it and just, again, sit with it and be there and be present with you. And some people clearly cannot, have built their life around not accessing certain emotions. And when they get around that, it's just like, call me when you're better. Like,
right. Oh yeah. I lost. So, the background for this, for some folks who don't know, in the last 5, it doesn't matter how many years, a short amount of time, it feels like to me, I've lost both parents, 2 mentors, and a 20-year marriage. And so grief has sort of been like a buddy. Like, this has been a master class in like, how do I deal and who sticks around and how do I do this? I'm not sure I actually have answers. But if I had, process. It's an ongoing process. Like so it's like in Lord of the Rings, where, it lights the signal fire and then all the fires go off. Like, it's exactly like that. You light one grief and then all of a sudden all the rest of them have popped up and said, I've got more to say. And that's great. I mean, I think it's like, for me, it's like, it's also feeling like this is the depth of love. For me, that's what grief lands as. But if I had all the resources in the world, here's what I would do. I would open up some sort of center in which people could just go and grieve, get the fuck away from their regular life, just go. People would leave food outside the door, get whatever you need. And also someone, like in my dreams, someone would always be sitting outside the door in case.
That would be amazing.
Yes, because that, again, from my experience with grief too, just wishing someone would be there. And then also understanding, like, because I felt like I was really lucky. Initially, people were there and bringing me meals and things like that. But again, after about 6 months, they're like, "Oh, aren't the rest of us are? Why are you like
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, first of all, grief has reordered my sense of reality and my conception of time. Plus with the ADHD, like you weren't going to get a solid time read off of me anyway.
Nope. I feel that.
And then those are, as you those little griefs too of people just suddenly stop checking in, stop asking you questions.
And I think that, in the midst of all these quote unquote capital G griefs, I guess, like life still happens. Like your tire still blows, your, the this, that, or the other thing, your job and all the things, your cat gets sick, all these things continue to happen. Like, how do you hold all of this? I think that I actually talked to somebody about this, and in the early days of it, and I said, how did you do this? Because I watched them go through something similar. And I said, how did you do that? And she very kindly and directly said, every time I wasn't doing something else, I was grieving.
Yeah.
She was like, I would teach a class, go back by myself, cry, go back, do my job, cry, and just continuously let yourself be in it.
Yes.
Like really, like let it be there. It sucks. It sucks. It is actually, nobody's had an emotion forever.
Right.
I've never been happy forever. I've never been sad forever.
I consider myself really, really lucky that I work from home now. Because instead of going to the designated crying area in the building like we would have done in 2019, now I can just do it at my desk, and it's really it's like really made you. That is one thing. Grief is now more convenient than ever. I don't know.
Well, good. I fear for the depth of grief that is in the world right now, because a lot of it is unacknowledged. A lot of it is sitting in our bones.
Well,
and
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and a lot of it is, I don't know what the ramifications of that are in a struggling society that is just so inept at dealing with feelings.
Yes.
And I don't know what that looks like physically.
Well, I just think about this writ large too, because we just all went through this here we are in the United States, lost how many, like 1 million plus people to COVID in the last number of years. And we're just, again, like you're supposed to take your like kind of 3 days for that and just get like, that didn't happen either. It's over because everybody said it's over, even though it's not. So just like,
I think, I'm not a mental health professional, but I would think that grief, when not processed or witnessed or whatever, gets stored, and then it becomes these little things that burst out in not so great ways. I fear for society as a whole in the ways that might act out in people that already suck at feeling their feelings and that are already kind of shitty people. I'm just going to say it like that. So like, I'm really concerned about what that looks like and how many wars are going to be started.
I thank you, because I don't think that it's that level of severity, right?
No,
we have a cultural expected emotional repression.
Yes.
Again, one of my best friends is a therapist, and I also just interviewed a somatic therapist for my podcast. And that idea of trauma gets stuck. Like if trauma doesn't resolve itself, it gets stuck, and it comes out in all of these different ways. And that idea of, we're essentially being socially gaslit right now.
Yep.
Being told the pandemic is over, go back to normal, everything's fine. Again, 400 plus people are still dying every day, and that's just been completely normalized. The cognitive dissonance there, every single day of living in that is another grief, and a compounding grief. I consider myself very lucky that I am surrounded by people who still care about the pandemic and still care about people. But to be in constant conflict with this greater world that is acting as if there is no problem, that we all should go back to normal. Again, suck it up. who cares if you get a potentially vascular devastating illness a
The
couple
pandemic
times
was
a
so
year?
last year. Yeah, I know. It's just
No.
it was so last year. So can I jump in just real quick? Like,
Please.
so do folks know about Gabor Mate? I might be not accenting that correctly, but Gabor Mate wrote crap. I can't remember the name of all his books. His recent book is called The Myth of Normal. And it just came out. It's very appropriate to what we're talking about right now. Here's the thing that he has done some recent interviews. And this is something that I want to bring out because I want to circle back to hope, because it's so easy to go like everything's going to suck. And I do believe that there's going to be a lot of suckage going on. I don't disagree with that. I don't think we can resolve the world's problems all at once. He said something, he's a trauma therapist. And so he works a lot with trauma. And so one of the things he said, that it's not about like, we get stuck with trauma, not because the event happened. The event is just an event. It's how it's held that causes the trauma.
Yes.
Because if it was just the event, we could never get rid of it.
Yes. I love this. This is also Alice Miller, where she talks about this idea that it's not the traumatic event. It's essentially being gaslit afterwards and being told like, well, you were spanked for your own good. All these justifications that are put in place. And you, even as a kid, know like, this is not right. But everyone around you is trying to feed you this reality that, again, that causes, in her words, neurosis. It's that stuck trauma, that unwitnessed trauma, that gaslit trauma.
Yeah, and it's something that, I'm really diving into this grief work next year. I don't want to like plug, but this is actually perfect. Plug. Yes, a cat, finally.
I was waiting for the tail. I was waiting for her.
It looks a lot like my bear. So that's why I'm like, I
call
know
her
that fluffy
Bear.
tail.
That's one of her nicknames.
Bear will not come. Oh, so cute. Zooms get better with cats.
Yes, better. Infinitely better.
I have a friend that ranks Zoom meetings based on how many cats she sees.
Yeah.
So good.
I like that cat scale. Yes.
The cat scale. So next year, like a friend, somebody I've taught with in the past, her name's Marie, we're going to do like a year-long sort of writing thing with grief. Because our thing is that there's so much unseen grief. Like, regardless of how much there is, like, it's also not witnessed. Like, we can maybe logically go like, people are really dealing with some stuff. But the fact of the matter is so much has happened in this last period of time that no one has seen, no one has witnessed, no one probably knows anything about.
Yes.
So we want to make a space for that. And we're going to do it over a longer stretch of time so that folks can really get into it and also have times to like work on specific writings about that if they want to like really finesse those. But also have moments within this practice, not only of writing, but also sitting in the discomfort of this, because humans no good at that. Like, how do we just be uncomfortable?
Yes.
Because it sucks. Why would it not be?
And if you're unsupported, that you just want to get out of that as soon as possible. Like, I mean, obviously, right? But when you live in a society and a culture that is constant, again, doesn't want to deal with it. In fact, valorizes not dealing with these things. So the idea, I mean, even the idea of like having feelings is considered as less than or hysterical. Yes. We have all of this dismissive language for being bodied, for having visceral feelings. Of course, even if you feel comfortable being uncomfortable, there's that like, okay, but can I get out of this boiling water, please?
Well,
at least sometimes.
Yeah.
The two things that get me, I think, on that are what people say, what doesn't, you get like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Ugh. And I'm like, I am like waiting for the superpowers to hit. Like when
there is so much beyond.
Like, if this would have activated my X gene and I would have become like an X-Men right now, like an X-Man, then it would be cool. But it's like clearly that's not happening. So quit saying it.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's like this, but it's such a similar conversation to COVID. Well, you won't die. There's a lot of stuff that can happen between here and dying.
I'm actually more afraid of that. I've said to people, like, there's nothing that I want more, seeing how we treat the disabled and chronically ill in this country, to just get that going for myself under like American capitalism would be like, and people, if it's just amazing, kind of the cognitive dissonance, people don't wear, I'm one of the only people wearing a mask still when I have to go in. And I try to joke, like I'll do the Bane voice, but it's like, wow, we just have like this, what you were saying, kind of like this societal erosion of trust now, which is really fun. I can't wait to live the rest of my life. Sorry, that's really
no, but it's true. I think that bringing all this out in the absolute raw truth of it is necessary, because somebody is thinking this and going like, oh, good, I'm not the only person that thinks this is absolutely bonkers. Yeah, like,
wow.
Well, again, when you're being culturally, socially gaslit from the highest levels of government, saying that all of this is fine, right? Where it's all back to normal, it's fine. And again, a point I wanted to bring up too is that, like, we are so alienated from the process of death. And like you said, I don't know anybody who has seen somebody actually be terminally ill not treat this seriously, because there is that in between. Like, everybody who's like, oh, if I get COVID and I die, it'll be fine. It's like, you will all imagine a quick death. It is not.
It's not.
You should. They should have an experience where it's just like, we're gonna go. You can just go and get hooked up to all the tubes.
Here, have a vent
one day. Like, have like. But again, I want to say not just thank you for being here today, but like, thank you for doing the work, Irisanya, to give us that framework a little bit to help us deal with this, because it's not writ large in our society right now. So this was really, I'm glad that I had to clean myself up from being teary during the trance. But it's really important.
I'm going to do a lot more of it. So I will be the obnoxious, possibly to some people, person about this. Like, so to be clear, my dad, his death certificate says COVID on it. And so I've seen this. I haven't seen, he never got on an event, but I have pictures of him in the COVID ward, because I didn't want to, not that I would forget, but I want to whip those suckers out sometimes, be like, what does this look like to you?
Right.
So
yes,
I will be the biggest proponent if you need a grief super person. I don't know, like I'm here, grief priestess with a cape and all of that. It's like, I really feel like that's the work of this next phase of things. I think that we are, but the shit part is that we live also in a society that doesn't value mental health. So,
come on, you get
this should be fun.
Right? You get your 3 days. You get your 3 days. Maybe if you have health insurance, you get like 5 sessions before billing starts for mental health.
Yeah, mental health, that's if you have a decent plan.
That's another one. I mean, screaming into the void about how I like health stuff is bad enough, but your mental health, really, your teeth and your eyeballs are all aftermarket things on the meat. Like, you got your meat robot, that it's like, those were all actually, like, you don't know this, but getting this teeth, the mental part and those eyeballs are just, that's not fact.
They're nice to have.
Like, not that. Like, those are extra. Like,
they're upgrades.
Right.
Yeah, really, those are for fancy people.
Really,
I mean,
I like the cape. I saw cape's optional but strongly encouraged. I'm going to second that sentiment. We're a big fan of the cape look. I
think I might back away from that metaphor for a second. It's like, it's not about saving people. It's about showing up when people need somebody to show up. Let's say that.
I like that, because we're stepping away from this idea of this like white savior thing and stepping into, again, a relational thing, which when we talked on the podcast, that was the thing that
Yep.
I still keep thinking about, that idea of what is your relationship to the person in front of you? And are you showing up for them and being present for them, as opposed to, again, that idea of saving someone, which is an imposition about what you think they need, as opposed to being present for somebody and saying, like, what do you need? And if they don't know, because that's what happens in early grief too, you just don't know what you want anymore.
No idea.
You just sit there and you're just present for a person.
Just hang out. I just didn't want to be alone.
Right.
Yeah, just exist in the same space.
Yes.
That's so important. And I feel like we could talk about this for another 5 hours, but we do have our next presenters coming on deck.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Do the cheap plug, please. Plug yourself again.
So all of the things about me mostly are on my website. So that's irisanyamoon.com. And so books, classes, all the junk is there. I'm all over social media, and so you have 2 of my books.
I have the Iris one too. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll whip those out. So
perfect.
Aphrodite, Iris. So this is coming out in February.
So exciting.
So this is Honoring the Wild. And then I have another book coming out in July about the Norns, and another book about Gaia, but I don't know when it's coming out. I have no idea. So my website is the best place. I have a newsletter that comes out new moonish, because I know people don't like to have stuff flooding them on social media, nor do I. So newsletter is great. I try not to be it's just me rambling. It's a lot of fun. So I have a lot of fun.
You do a good ramble, Irisanya.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I really appreciate my time. Thank you so much. And
thank you so much
talk
for
about
being
grief,
a part of this.
I will catch me in the future.
Yay.
All right.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Of course. Bye. Have a great day.
Bye.
You too.
Thanks.
And hello now, folks. Thank you for sticking with us. We are being joined here by Courtney Block and Alisha Landreth. Hello.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
I'm just gonna fix my name real quick for you. Okay. Awesome. Hey, Courtney.
Hey.
Hi. We made it.
You made it. We're really glad you're here. Your presentation is called How Well Do You Know Your Ghosts?
Yes.
And I am just we're like 1 minute. We have 1 minute. So I am just gonna get out of your way, and I'm looking forward to all of these. I'm looking forward to this one a lot.
Thank you. Yes. All right. Do you want me to go ahead and share my screen right now? Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
All righty. All right. Did we already talk about questions being welcome?
I will say that right now. So, so with this presentation, I'm going to be a little more active. So I will be watching chat the whole time. If you have questions that come up while Alisha and Courtney are talking, please feel free. As you know, we did a run through this past week, and anybody who is research oriented understands that it is very much like a dopamine chase. One thing leads to some other thing, you get excited about it, you veer off in another direction. So again, especially with this presentation, that is encouraged. Please feel free to post any questions. We're willing to go down different rabbit holes, and I'm very excited to share this with all of you.
Yes, thank you so much, Vanessa. All right, can everyone see the screen just before I even
Yes.
start? Okay,
yes.
great.
People are already commenting about the ghosts, so
Awesome.
we're very good.
Yay. Okay, so thank you everyone for joining us. This is How Well Do You Know Your Ghosts? I am Alisha. A lot of people in this community know me as Allie. I am just a weirdo all around. I love talking about paranormal, and I am a historian and working on my master's in library science with a focus in archives.
I am so excited for you, Alisha, like in that program, by the way. I am Courtney Block. You might know me as the Liminal librarian, and I am so excited to be here today presenting with my friend Alisha, presenting to all of you. I am the user engagement librarian at Indiana University Southeast. I'm also the author of a couple of books, Researching the Paranormal and the Encyclopedia of Parapsychology. And I'm sorry if I'm a little echoey because I'm in the Durham County Public Library study room because I'm in Durham, North Carolina, and they got hit by the fallout from Hurricane Ian and my hotel lost power. So just another testimonial to how amazing libraries are.
Seriously, right? Just
This is a pro library stream. So
this is very pro library.
In case you see people like walking by and you're like, where the hell is she?
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad that you're safe and everything is okay though. So
Yes, thank you.
yeah. All right. So Courtney, I think this is yours.
Yes. Okay. So you might be wondering, what are we talking about today? So today we are going to be talking about the nuances of researching paranormal topics. And it doesn't have to just be in an instance of if you're like investigating something, although it certainly can be, like if you're going to do an investigation of a haunted location or somebody reaches out to you. It can also be the tools and resources we're going to show you can also be used just if you want to find really cool, really weird information and just have fun. So we're going to be talking about a bunch of freely accessible resources and some tips and tricks. And we're also going to ensconce it in a real world example before we then demonstrate a couple of these databases to you, so you actually see them and interact with them for a little bit. And Alisha is going to explain why we're doing this.
So why do we want to share these things with you? Many of us know in the paranormal world, in the community, you might have a case that you're investigating. You might be looking into somewhere that you want to investigate, or even your home, your experiences of your own life. Okay. So in order to do that, you need resources. So knowing these resources are going to help you with so many projects, investigations, even beyond the paranormal world. This is some knowledge that is really good for just researching things that you want to know more about in general. Reading about things is fun, especially if it's something that you are very interested in. These things that we're going to talk about, these resources are going to point you to primary sources. And that way you're not going to be going off of hearsay, although like folklore and stories are so wonderful in communities, and they kind of give you a basis of where to start with your research. You want to go past that. You want to keep going and know what you're talking about and get some more information behind those stories.
I really love how you put that, Alisha.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not about poo-pooing, like urban legends and folklore and like that. It's just, if you want to, like you said, if you want to take it a step further and dig into like, okay, I'm hearing these stories that are part of this community, let's dig into it.
Yeah. Like I think folklore is such an important part of community, and especially with culture and everything. But if you're going to take that into an investigation, you really need to make sure that you're looking at what is going on and like the backstory of it too.
For sure. A lot of the ways that you can use the resources that we're going to talk about to help like ferret out the real story behind some of these things that you encounter is by finding primary sources. This is one example of a primary source. It is a newspaper article from the New York Times, August 28, 1892. About the first week of Lizzie Borden's trial for murder. I found this using the historic New York Times. So this is just one example. Primary sources in general, they are firsthand accounts that are written as something is like immediately happening. It could be a newspaper article like this. It could be a diary, a letter, an interview. It could also be photographs, audios, videos, and you know, to get real nitty gritty. Also could be like text of law or original research. Alisha, do you want to add anything else to this?
I feel like you summed that up really, really well. So, you're good. Okay. So our goal today, I said tonight, it's today. I'm a night owl, so it's always tonight. Is to present a real case to show you with real investigative tools and how they are used. So, are you ready, Courtney?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, let's go. We are nerds. Just so
we were so excited. We were so excited for that part, you guys. That was all Alisha's doing, by the way, and also like designing this whole like presentation. That's all Alisha. So
oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. All right. So what might happen when you research the paranormal? We listed some things we're going to talk about before we get into talking about resources. So first off, be prepared. You might not get any clear-cut answers, and that is okay from the get-go. There's, you know, your first search of information may not give you anything like substantial at first, but you will get there, I promise.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I think Vanessa mentioned this at the beginning, research can take you down a rabbit hole.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, another thing that might happen, especially if you're digging into paranormal cases, is you might discover completely, you know, natural explanations for the origins of something. And I think we all sort of understand that.
Another thing, especially with older cases that you're investigating, be prepared to encounter some language that is offensive, unsavory, not politically correct in any way. For example, if your research includes information about hate groups, you will read it. It's not going to be pleasant, but you don't have to say those words out loud. You don't have to use them. You just may encounter them.
Yeah, I think, Alisha, your point here on that is really great. It's like it's all about how do we ethically and responsibly use these resources going forward.
Yes,
and a good example of that is like when I'm digging into really old, like from the 1800s, ghost stories or cases from the newspapers I have on Instagram, and I share them with you. I do not read them entirely verbatim because there's no point. So yeah, it's all about how to use it ethically, responsibly. But yes, another thing that can happen is you can hit a wall, and sometimes that just happens. It's part of the research process. It happens to people like me and Alisha who have been doing this for a long time. Some pieces of the puzzle take more time. That's normal. Don't get like worried when that happens. The strategies that we're sharing are just going to help you as much as possible. And by the way, these are also databases and strategies that you can use for any topic. It doesn't have to just be paranormal.
Exactly. I want to add to that real quick. Remember that you're human and that you might not have all of, you know, the knowledge yet of what you're researching, and that's okay. And sometimes that wall, you hit it and then you'll come back later with something new. So that moves us into like, research is a cyclical process. So it starts over with every new piece of the puzzle. There's no one size fits all to research. So you're going to research things and keep different parts and just hold on to them. And you're going to know maybe something is going to hit later and you're going to come back to that. But it's definitely also a rabbit hole that you will fall down sometimes and get lots of information. So just remember that part. I wanted to check, Vanessa, are there any questions yet that anyone has?
Not yet.
Okay,
no,
cool.
People are just excited.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. If I were researching the paranormal, what would I consult? So You can consult your online databases, library resources, and you can also use your own investigative style. And we are about to start talking more about these things.
Yeah, so it's all about diversifying your toolkit. So we just really want you to know that it's all about sort of combining all of these different tools and resources and strategies, such as online databases that we're going to be showing you and talking to you about, library resources that could be digital or in person. There are tons of amazing library databases that are freely and openly accessible if you just have a library card. A lot of them you can access remotely. And then there's also, of course, archives and physical collections of libraries, which the reason that I'm in Durham, by the way, is because I have been digging into the parapsychology archives on the Duke University campus, and the things that I am finding are just like blowing my mind.
If you are not following Courtney on Twitter, she's sharing all these things, and it is so fascinating right now, I swear.
Yeah, and it's just to just sort of briefly sort of talk about that. There's so much value in being able to put your hands on like the journals of Dr. Louisa Rhine, like journals that like her personal journals, and like the Zener cards that they would use in studies about ESP, like physically holding those and seeing those is just, I don't know, it's something. And like,
That's really amazing.
Yeah, and there's so I am in no way like poo-pooing, the benefits of digital resources and the way that technology has really enriched our lives. But I really encourage anybody to go to an archives if you never have, and to also write down your stories and your thoughts and your experiences, because maybe one day somebody 120 years from now will find your journal and just be absolutely gutted and grateful at reading like what a beautiful human you were. So I could just go on and on about that.
I feel you so much right now.
Okay. So let's see. Let me come back down. Let's see. Your own investigative style. Okay. This is an important one that we wanted to include, because even though we're talking about, all these databases and tools that you can use to find primary sources, we also understand that you're probably not engaging with an investigation or looking into this stuff with like the end goal of submitting something to a scholarly journal or something. You're doing this because like you're super into it, you really love the topic. So when you are researching, I think that it is important and empowering to embed the knowledge gained from your own investigative style. And what I mean by that is, if you are somebody who likes to use tarot or oracle or pendulums or trance mediumship in your investigations, consider yourself a credible resource as well.
Definitely. I love that. All right. Courtney, this is your time to shine.
I love that. Okay, so these are a few of my favorite free online databases. These are some of the ones that we're going to demonstrate and also show you how we applied them to an actual research inquiry. The first one is Chronicling America, which is historic American newspapers from the Library of Congress. By the way, these are all totally and completely free. You don't have to sign up, you don't have to create an account, you don't have to pay for anything, you don't gotta do nothing. So Chronicling America is really cool because it provides newspapers from 1777 to 1963. You guys, it's so amazing. Google Scholar is another great one. I think sometimes Google kind of gets a bad rap in terms of like talking about research, but Google Scholar is amazing at helping you find scholarly journals if you're curious about a topic. That's kind of what JSTOR will help you do as well. It'll help you find scholarly articles. Hothy Trust is another amazing one. By the way, I use Hoppy Trust so much in the creation of the 2 books that I wrote. It is a digital archive that has tons of just like books, journals. This is where you can find actually the really old historic editions of the journals of the Society for Psychical Research, both the British and the American ones. IONS is the Institute of Noetic Sciences. If you guys are familiar with Dr. Dean Radin, this is what he's the chief like research scientist, I think there. And you can go and they have certain publications available. They even have links to like studies that they're doing if you want to like take part in stuff. Edge Science is the popular magazine side of this other publication in the bottom right, the Journal of Scientific Exploration, both of which are free and open access. It's just like Edge Science kind of writes in a more like layperson friendly way than the Journal of Scientific Exploration. But they both talk about like ESP, psychokinesis, like all these really cool things. And also the Directory of Open Access Journals and the Library of Congress in general. Whew, okay, Alisha.
Just before I start this part, was there any questions in between any of that?
No, people are just frantically writing down all of the sources.
That's all right. Well,
much like I did on the run through on Wednesday.
This presentation will be up forever. As librarians, we want to share. We do not want to gatekeep. So if you miss out on writing something today, you'll be able to go back. So do not worry. All right. So there's even more as far as resources. I am currently an intern at my local archives, and I wanted to talk about some of the resources that we use the most in our research, and as a historian, what I've used in the past when researching things. So one thing that I really love is digital libraries. Most states have a digital library. I live in Georgia, so we have Georgia Digital Library. They have so many collections that have been digitized that are so priceless in research. There's going to be photos of different areas throughout history, like even the county that you live in. There may be some photos that they have there archived that you can access online for free. There's city directories, newspapers. If, like what Courtney said, Chronicling America has newspapers. If there may not be the newspaper you're looking for there, your state digital library may have it because it might be a county paper or something and not a national paper. So you may be able to find it in the digital library. Your next resources, libraries, as we can attest today, they're a great resource. So if you need to access something that has a paywall, so something like ancestry.com has a paywall, a lot of times you can access it through your local library. Get a library card. You can use it for so many things. They usually have some sort of online database resource that you can access online from home, like Galileo is here in Georgia. I know ProQuest you can get in other places. So use your library. They need you and you need them. So your local archives, you will have access to directories, census records, yearbooks, maps, etc. of your area or the area that you're trying to research. So if you are not directly in the area that you are researching, call or email the archives there or the archivist. Let them know what you're looking for. Ask them what that you can do to research these things. Do not ask them to do all the research for you, but ask them to maybe see what resources they have that maybe you can come in, or if you guys can talk about it. Okay. One note real quick on census records. I just wanted to give everyone this information. They're only put out every 72 years. So in April of this year, we just got the 1950s census records. So that's about, the brunt of where you're going to get information from census records is 1950s and before. but it gives you a lot of information where people lived, who was living in the house, what they did as a job, etc. So if somewhere does not have an archives, local historical associations a lot of times also serve as those archives. Research into the historical association. Sometimes they may have a fee to join, sometimes they may not. But the same thing as archives, contact them, ask them questions, what they might have on file that you can come research or come see that they have. And lastly, museums. Some museums may have reading rooms that have books or old documents that they keep on file there, and they'll let you make an appointment to come see them, similar to archives as well. And then a lot of times they have historians on staff to speak with. So if you have something that you're really interested in, see if there's anyone that has that knowledge that works there, and you can talk to them and get some more background on whatever you're researching. So, okay, I'm done with that. There's a lot of information here.
It's all good though. Like if everyone is very excited.
Yay!
So excited for them. Okay, so thank you, Alisha, for this page. I also just want to say, because we're sort of talking about this, we acknowledge that it's a very vulnerable thing to go up and, you know, ask somebody for help with something. Library anxiety is actually a thing that like researchers study. And so I want to reinforce to you as a librarian, and I know Alisha knows this as well, we do not judge. We love the weird questions, like the weirder the better. And honestly, it's kind of like Alisha was saying in our run through the other day, like if you give us a question, it's like a game. This is what we live for. We love it. So there is don't feel like you're going to be judged, or don't feel ashamed for having these like weird interests.
There's no judgment from the library standpoint. Also, on the same note, if you have severe library anxiety still, see if your library or has a virtual reference chat. A lot of times you don't have to put your name in. You can remain anonymous. You can ask the question. They may get back to you quickly with some sort of resource to begin your search, or they may email you back. The same with if you don't want to talk on the phone or go in, you can email the archives or the historical association and just start your questioning there. But give them time to answer you back also, because they are humans. But you know, at least you can start somewhere if you have a lot of anxiety, such as I.
And emailing and using the chat is also a great way to access resources if you are if you cannot physically go visit a library, like if you're on the other side of the country, you can just email and just be like, hey, I'm doing some research into this. I came across something on your library website. Is there anything you can scan and send me or tell me about? And just see what happens. I used to do that all the time.
Yes, exactly.
I love it. And we actually have our first question from Jen. So do you have recommendations for researching archives from other countries that is free?
I would contact the archivist there. If you can get the information of where they're located, start contacting them. Sorry, Courtney, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Hathi Trust is going to be international in scope. And then there is, I would also check the, like the online, just like there's like state digital libraries here. Check out the websites over there. Some more of the databases that we're going to show you. Like I know the Directory of Open Access Journals is also international in scope. And if anything comes up as we're thinking about that, we'll let you know.
Great.
Yeah, that's a good question though, because you're probably going to eventually have research overseas if you're looking into something like genealogy. So use those online resources and try to make contact with somebody.
Well, And another thing too is it's sort of contextual. We would almost like need to know more about what it is that you're looking into, because chronicling American newspapers can be really helpful, because even though it says American newspapers, if it was like an event or something, or prominent enough people that you are investigating, they are going to be reported about in the American newspapers.
That's
so
true.
You can still use something like chronicling American newspapers. So just a caveat, you know, to just help you get into like the way of thinking about research.
That is so true.
Fantastic. And just a quick shout out to Kai, who is dropping links for all the different resources in the chat right now. So you have a lot of excited scholars in this chat.
Yeah.
That makes us so happy.
I know, I'm so happy. Just like, we just want to spread like awareness. And, you know, I always joke too that like, if it convinces like one of you to maybe like investigate librarianship as a career, then this is just like my long con. That's all this is.
Courtney, that's so funny.
I'm trying to turn you all into librarians.
Everybody that I run into that ever is like, oh, I thought about being a librarian. I'm like, you still can. Like, let's go. What are you interested in? So,
Oh my God. Okay.
Sorry. Okay, we'll get back on track.
This is perfect. Don't apologize.
So the case that we are going to sort of exemplify and show you how we applied some of these databases before, like I said, we're going to put them on screen and show them to you, is the Seaford poltergeist case. Alisha, do you want to?
Sure. So what is this case? In 1958, a family in Seaford, New York, experienced multiple unexplained disturbances. Did you want me to keep going through this one?
I was just chatting.
Okay. I'm down for whatever.
I was encouraging people to be librarians. Yes. So what happened in the Seaford, Long Island poltergeist case? For weeks, bottles within the family's home were exploding, losing tops and spilling their contents without cause, along with furniture and household objects moving. Like in one case, there were these like little ceramic figurines that would fly off of tabletops and like crash into the walls, just all sorts of crazy things.
Lovely. So the who, what, where of this, the parapsychologist investigating these incidences attributed the cause to the family's young son, who was 12 years old at the time, and possible psychokinesis. So some of these episodes were so violent that the family stayed with friends for a total of 6 nights. So they couldn't even hang out in their home. Like, they were so scared.
So scary. Okay. So why is this case important? Remember, every case is important. Every research inquiry that you have is important. But this one just garnered lots of attention. And as such, there's a lot of resources to access it. And yeah, Alisha, did you want to take the second part of this?
So this case specifically ended up inspiring the filmmakers to create the infamous series Poltergeist, which, as we know, skewed information to create a story for the masses that would be interesting and scary. And this is where research is our best friend. So just as a side note, we did not even know that this case specifically inspired the Poltergeist film series until we were already researching it. We were just like, oh, this is a really interesting case. Let's research this one. And then we came across more information as we went down those rabbit holes. And we found this out and we were just like, wow, okay. So this is very important to us to move into our next slide. The area that this case is from is in Nassau County, Long Island, New York, and Seaford, New York. So while the well-known film Poltergeist is based on this case, they pushed the idea of the home being built on Native American burial grounds as the reason for the paranormal activity within the movie. But there's no evidence of this in this area. This brings us to another issue in research. And that is that when there's cultural background and history mixed into a case, you've got to make sure that you search that part too and understand what is happening or what has been skewed or what is correct if you can. So this area, I have a map on screen, and this has the names of these Native American tribes, but this is also called the myth of the 13 tribes. And that is because most of the history has only been recorded and shared through white historians' narrative and not indigenous peoples who live in this area or who may have lived in this area. Most specifically, the area that this case is in may have been home to the Matincox, the Rockaways, and the Merricks. Those three tribes, if you can see them on the map, that's where Nassau County is a part of. But we wanted to just kind of touch on this too, is that, you know, with cultural history, you need to really delve into it a little bit more. And that way you can get away from that skewed hearsay. Folklore is great and stories are great to go off of, but you need to also respect that history that's there. All right.
Awesome. So we're going to start to show you some primary sources that we found using a variety of different sites, databases, and then we're going to demonstrate some of them. So here's a family photo of the Hermans. This is James and Lucille, the parents who named their children both after the children are also Jimmy and Lucille, which I love. It's giving like Lorelai, Rory Gilmore vibes, but like add a poltergeist to it. This is them from about 1958 when this case was happening. And this actually came from Long Island Pulse, the website of Long Island Pulse. It's just a digital magazine from that area. So it also goes to show you that, you know, you can use just general websites that you find if you feel confident that the things that they're putting up here are credible and actual. Yeah,
definitely. This is a picture of their home at the time, which also came from the same magazine that had the photo of the family. So this is the family residence in 1958. It's still wild to me that they just put the family's house on there, probably in a newspaper. But so we're going to use this to kind of show where we can kind of go with our research, modern day, present day, to know that we are researching the right residence. If you are researching a residence or a location, having these older photographs are very, very helpful in understanding like the layout of the land, the property, etc. So in 1958, this was the residence. And then now this is present day, the same house. You can tell from the front window, the front door placements and everything, but they have added onto the house. So, but we can see there, we have generally the same house. We know the kind of the layout of the land, and we can see the houses in the background are about the same as that was in the first photo too. So it kind of makes sure that you're making sure your information is correct as you're going through your investigation. Next on that part of the research, you can verify even further by using property records to research the location that you're trying to investigate or build a case on. So I use the tax property assessors in Nassau County. I use their website, and they had archived records dating back to the original owners of the home of James and Lucille Herman. This was a very lucky find because it was not just on the front page of the search. It was up in like a little link drop down, and it actually said 2006. So you might think like, oh, that must be your archive record from somebody who bought the house in 2006. It was when it was put into the computer system. And I clicked on it, and here it was. This house, you can see their names, JM and LT Herman, up in the left corner of this record. 1953 construction. They bought the house for about $4,500 in 1953. I don't have on screen right now, but there was further information on another record card that had like the layout of the house and how big their property was and everything. But these are just very helpful to verify who was living there. You can compare them to census records and understand who was at the residence at the time, because I will say, nowadays, especially, you'll get a property ownership, but they may not live at that address. So you can compare it to census records if you're looking in past cases and see who maybe lived there. But if you need more up-to-date information, directories, your yellow pages, white pages are super helpful with that as well. And archives usually has those on kept in the archives to come look at as well. So,
and like you were saying the other day in our run through, Alisha, like some people might be wondering, like, why is this like tax? Like they might be wondering, like, how is this useful or whatever. But it shows you that they were the first, owners.
Yes.
And that's just something that you can add as like an FYI in your, like, if the Hermans or something like had reached out to you and been like, we have some weird stuff going on, can you help us? It might be helpful to know that nobody lived in the house before them. You can do with that information what you will. I'm not saying that like a haunting always has to be because of previous people, but that's just an example of how it might be helpful. And also too, I sometimes love to just gather everything that I can and decide what is useful later.
Yes. Every piece of information you can gather is important. You may not use it right away, but it might come in handy later, and you can be like, oh, okay, light bulb moment with this thing. So yes. All right. A quick did you know? You probably did not know, because we did not know until we were researching this case. The infamous Amityville house is only 5 miles away from the Seaford, Long Island home. So this is another part of keep the information that you find. As you research, it is always smart to research, maybe other cases in the area and kind of build off what's going on there, make connections. Is there coincidences within the cases? What can you deduce from other cases that help you here? And you may want to research this case later and, have that information there for you. Another point, as what Courtney said earlier, we found this out through a magazine. And then we were like, okay, let's make sure that this is correct and that this is true. And yes, it was true. I think the magazine actually said 7 miles away. No, it's 5 miles away. It was just kind of wild to find that out.
Yeah, that these like two houses are connected. Yeah.
Right.
So I love this slide mainly because Alisha put this like macabre little sort of like lollipop guy in the bottom. Like that, I don't know why, but it brings me so much joy.
I'm so happy.
I love it. Okay. So here are some ways that we started like digging into this case. I used the Chronicling America database to find this article from February 24th, 1958 from the Evening Star, which is a publication out of Washington, D.C. So again, just like a little caveat that there might be newspapers from other locations talking about certain events and so forth. Bouncing bottle mystery deepens in New York home. It just sort of goes on to tell you here, the James Herman family is back in their 6-room ranch home, and the bouncing bottle mystery deepens. Like, it's just fun reading through this, right? Come on. I wish we could still open like newspapers, just like totally reputable, like normal newspapers, like as you're eating your breakfast, and just be like, what's going on in the world today? Poltergeist. And
yeah. right?
I want to
That'd
live
be
in
so
this.
great.
No. But it tells us like some of the hallmarks of what happened in great detail. During the president's last, when a porcelain man flew off the table and struck a secretary, like a secretary is a piece of furniture. As they were investigating the incident, a low rumble was heard and then a crash. And then also the dresser in young James's room had crashed to the floor. All of these things are happening, and actually, just a little aside, the family ends up contacting so many people about this. They contact local authorities, they contacted engineers at a nearby university, they contacted people from like weather and geological societies. They end up contacting parapsychologists from Duke University, which we're going to see in a minute. I mean, nobody could figure out what was happening.
Yeah. All
right. So here's another example. I found this using the Historic New York Times. This is a database that you would probably have to access through your library. That could be your public library, or if you're a student or work at a university, your university library. But also, if it is a public, like a state university, you as a person living in an area or passing through an area can go use the resources at that academic library. I don't think a lot of people know that.
No.
But you can. So here is an article, Long Island poltergeist stumps Duke men. Experts report on Seaford incident is critical of family over lie test. And this article, which is just a tiny little snippet, talks about how a team of Duke University parapsychologists reported yesterday they were at a loss to explain. They studied 67 different disturbances that occurred between February 3rd and March 10th, attributing it to a poltergeist, but the scientists said the only explanation they found most difficult to rule out was psychokinesis, which the way that parapsychologists sometimes talk about poltergeist is by referring to it as psychokinesis. Specifically, they refer to it as this thing called RSPK, which is recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis. If you see that in the literature, they're talking about poltergeist. So yeah, this is just another example here, and I think we've got one on the next slide too. Yes, again, using the Historic New York Times. This is where we actually see, like Vanessa pointed out in our run through, they totally just dox the family. Yeah. The Herman house is a carefully kept, white trimmed green ranch model at 1648 Redwood Path. So you'll find this actually quite a lot in historic resources. I feel like it tends to stop happening about like the 70s or 80s, but especially in, resources from the 1800s, early 1900s, clearly up to the 1950s, the newspapers just put everything out there for you, which as a modern day researcher can sometimes be helpful, even if it actually caused like a ton, at the time, it caused a ton of stress for the Herman family, who eventually, by the way, the reason that they were not wanting to do like lie detectors or anything like that is because they were increasingly and very quickly concerned about the safety of their children.
Of course, yeah.
Because they, newspapers put their information out there, word was getting around, it was getting to be this really, really big case. And they were just like, look, this is getting too much for our children to handle. Unfortunately and anticlimactically, the way that this case ends is basically the parents are just like, we're drawing a boundary for the safety of our children. We don't want any more help. We'll deal with it and we'll figure it out.
Yeah. I can only imagine how that would have been to have like everybody just flocking to your house.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So this next piece of evidence or resource is just a little snippet in the Evening Star in the Washington, D.C. newspaper. So again, not even in the area. And it actually says right here that they were on a show called Person to Person, where they talked about their haunted home, and the family interviewed I forgot who is, Ed Murrow, I think, or something like that. Sorry. But they were interviewed about it. And this little snippet is just somewhere in the newspaper. It's not even on the front page or anything. So making sure that you check, side columns. One of my favorite spaces to get information is gossip columns from old newspapers. Everybody was in your business. They knew what you were doing. They wrote about it in the newspaper. As I mentioned the other night, one of my favorite ones was watching this series of gossip columns once that I was reading. This woman was sick. She was sick. Oh, she passed away. And it was just, she's not coming to church this week. Oh, she's still sick. Her friends are visiting her. They knew what was going on. And they wrote it in the paper. If you were visiting town with friends, they said where you were staying, who you were visiting, all about your life, especially if you were highly social, in the town social crowd kind of thing. So definitely use your little snippets of information in newspapers. They are just as important as your front page headlines.
Absolutely. And if on a little more to add on this slide too, we think about gossip columns and stuff like that today, we would be horrified. It's that's not respectful of people's privacy, but as you're being a researcher, it's such rich information to be able to dig into. And also you'll notice that on this page, the words Herman and Seaford are highlighted in red. And that's because the database Chronicling America's Newspapers is identifying the keywords that I typed in the prompt. So this was not just you literally reading page to page of this edition. That's why those things are highlighted, and we're going to talk about keywords in just a minute.
Yes.
And before we start this next slide, we have another question from chat, again from Jen. Is there one best way you have found to rule out inaccurate information?
I love that question. Okay. I will tell you a little secret. Okay. So I like to tell people that basically as long as you trust that something is credible, then go with it. And that might not seem like a clear-cut answer, but the thing is, research is not black and white. Okay, there are gray areas, but I'm going to tell you something that is sort of cheeky and fun and that I use in my library instruction sessions. You can just remember there's an acronym for you. At the end of the day, it's all crap. C-R-A-A-P. Okay, yes. So currency, when was it created? Is it a primary source, secondary source, whatever? Relevancy, is it actually talking about the thing that you're looking for? Accuracy, is it showing you maybe citations? Is it quoting people? Is it a primary source? If it's not a primary source, are they giving you citations of where they found their information? Authority, who wrote it? And then the last and probably the most important is purpose. Was it created to inform you about something? Was it created to sell you something? Was it created to get you to persuade you a certain way or stuff like that? So apply that crap test to whatever document it is that you are reading, and that is my best course of action to allow you as the informed researcher to determine if something sitting in front of you is credible or not.
Yeah,
I love it.
Sum that out so perfectly.
And chat's going wild about crap, so well done.
Crap is the most favorite thing in librarianship.
Crap happens, yeah.
If you think librarians are serious people, throw that out the window.
Do you know how easy it is to get freshmen to remember that? If you just tell them to remember it's all crap.
Yeah.
And it's so easy. Okay. The classes that I teach at the university, that is, right? It gets a good chuckle out of people, especially freshmen who've never been into the library before, and they're just sort of what's going on? But also too, honestly, if you get stuck and you're just not sure, reach out to somebody. You could reach out to like me, Alisha. You could reach out to your local library. You could,
Definitely.
Hopefully that helps. And Alisha, did you have any thoughts on how to help determine if something's credible?
I think it all depends, like you said, like where your source is, like what is it, what kind of information is it spouting otherwise from what you're looking at? Does it feel credible, or do you feel kind of like iffy about it? One thing I like to do is with Wikipedia, we all know it's, crowdsourced information, but if there's information with resources, I go to the bottom of the page, look for what resources are posted, go to those. Sometimes they are very credible resources, and you can go there and start your own research from that too. But the CRAFT acronym is the best possible way to really make sure that you're getting good information.
Yeah. And if you're ever not sure about a piece of information, see if you can find it duplicated elsewhere in resources that you are a little more comfortable about. I think like blogs are really great in terms of like, if somebody's outlining a personal paranormal experience that they had, that's one thing. You kind of just have to trust that like they're telling you something that happened to them. But also, if it's anything beyond that, and they're not giving you citations or anything like that, or telling you where to find stuff, or you can't duplicate it anywhere else, like that's a good example of when I might just be like, I don't think
you're really gatekeeping that information and where they got it, then you can be like, oh, this is kind of, sus a little bit. So
there's no way to sort of verify. Yeah. So yeah. But that's a great question. And it seems like a simple question, but it's not. It is at the crux of all research that you'll do.
Yes.
Like ever. Like how can I feel confident that this is credible?
For example, during my history seminar paper, I was doing research on tribes in Africa and their historical information. And I was asked the question of, how do I know that that is valid information? I have to trust that the historians before me wrote some valid information for me to go off of. So you kind of have to trust some of the information that you're getting in, like the authority of who was writing it and why were they writing it. So you just have to kind of like look at what you're reading about and
I think that some sources of information are easier to trust than others.
Definitely.
So like a scholarly journal is one that, as long as it's relevant to like your topic, and it's published, I feel like you can feel pretty confident that it is treating that topic accurately and responsibly, because there is a series of measures that people have to go through, that I've gone through in a few articles that I've put in journals, where they are peer reviewed by other people who are also knowledgeable on that topic, who basically rip your paper apart and tell you the few things that they like and a whole bunch of things that they don't like. And then you go through this fact checking thing. And at the end of the process, when you're just about at your wit's end, they tell you, great, we like it. And then they publish it. So scholarly journals go through this peer review process in order to catch problems with anything being like misconstrued or missing information, in order to help make that end product as accurate and as solid as it possibly can be. So like scholarly journal articles are like the ones that you might find indexed in IONS, the Institute of Noetic Science, or in the Journal of Scientific Exploration. You usually don't have to apply as much crap to that as everything else.
I'm so sorry. One last thing that you will appreciate here is if you find something about something, look at the bibliography. That is a great place to also get information, is check your bibliography. That's huge in the history world of, you know, a historian's best friend is the bibliography of any book that they're reading. So
yeah. Oh my gosh, this reminds me of how like sometimes like if I go to like parties or like events, like, and somebody like starts asking about libraries, like whoever I'm with will just be like, Jesus Christ, like did you really have to ask her about libraries, because now she's never gonna shut up about it.
Oh my gosh.
This is thankfully a safe space for any and all library talk.
Party, we would have like the coolest party ever.
I just like keep drinking. I'll get another beer and I'll be like, let me tell you another thing.
Right?
Yeah. Oh my God. And then people are just like, what? Okay. So what's happening? Okay, where are we? Keywords. So remember how I talked about in one of the previous slides, those there were certain words that were highlighted in red. That's because when you are engaging with a database, you want to use keywords. That's just because databases talk differently than what we are all used to typing in Google, which is like, where is the nearest place I can buy wine? Which might have been something that I Googled recently. So you type in like entire questions, right? In databases, you want to lower your searches to your like lowest common denominators, if you will, which is your keywords. So what I think is helpful is to do a keyword cloud activity. You can do a cloud kind of like what I'm doing here. You can make a list, basically just whatever way, if you want to write it on your computer, write it on paper, so you can get the keywords and affiliations out of your head onto a piece of paper, so that when you go to a database, you can look and see which combinations of words you want to make. And so this is just an example about the Herman family. I sort of put them in the middle. Herman obviously is a keyword. I'm also going to put poltergeist. I'm going to put the location Seaford, but I can also put Long Island. One thing I didn't put in here is New York. I could put all three of those as possible locations, right? Roll and Pratt, those are the last names of the Duke parapsychologists who studied them. So I put their names as keywords. I put psychokinesis. I put the acronym for RSPK and the spelled out version of that, because when you write down keywords, you always want to think of what is another way that I can say this thing, because the database might not be tagging it as RSPK, so it's not going to give you results because it's tagging it as recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis.
Yes. Okay. I think we are ready to share some actual real life investigations and showing how we actually use them in our search tools. So I'm going to stop share for a second, and then I'm going to share a different screen real quick.
Woohoo!
Ooh, okay. Let me go. This one.
I mean, that's research in action. It's just having open like 100 tabs at any given moment. Yeah.
There's always a lot of tabs open. So, okay, can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
So I'm going to just use, I'm already on Google Chrome, but I just want to go to the search. So first I'm going to show how I use the tax assessor's property record search to find the information of the home in Seaford. And so I'm going to go to the county, Nassau County tax, assessor, and I need to make sure that I am in New York. So here we go. There's Nassau County ny.gov at the first one. I'm just going to make sure there's property assessment and land record lookup. That one's for Florida, I think. So I'm going to go to property assessment. And here I am, and it did not take me to there's lookup property assessment right here on this page. Sometimes it's called property record search. Sometimes it's just record search. Each county is different. Each state is different. So you want to at least get to where you can look up record search or property record search. So, of course.
Oh, government websites. What?
Oh my gosh, right?
That never happened.
Land record search.
That's okay. This is what's going to happen to you when you research. So like,
right?
It's all, you know, it's messy.
Here we go. Land records viewer. Yay. Okay. So we have lookup by address. Sometimes they also have lookup by name or owner. So if you are not lucky enough, like what we have is the information of the address shared in a newspaper, you can look up the name of the owner, like it's usually last name, or you can just look up the street that you believe it was on. So house number is 1648, Redwood Path. And I am going to put in Seaford and see what happens. And search. And it brought me right to the house. If you were to just put in the street name or the owner name, it's going to bring you up a record, like a page of records, and you can go through and see who owned it or what the address number is. So here is the house, here is the fair market value, all of the information like school districts, etc. So what I found, how I found their card was going up here to Property Cards Archive. There's only one there. I clicked on that. It's a PDF. And lo and behold, here is our information. The same card I showed you earlier. And then if I scroll down, you can see here is the square footage, the layout of the house generally, and somewhere in here is how much land that they had. And then beyond that, you can also go to your area maps or your tax maps. Here we go. It'll usually zone you in. It's called a parcel. One thing to note about land and record searches is that your lot numbers are not going to change, but your house numbers might change. Very rarely your roads change names, but it can happen. But here's the house, the layout now, and you can kind of deduce from the photo before, oh, here's a house that was in that back corner of the original photo, and here was another house that was in the original photo, and that kind of thing. So you can kind of get a feel of what the neighborhood looks like, what the property looks like, etc. So that is one of my favorite things to use is tax assessors, just to have the information. You can look this up on the house that you live in now or anything and kind of find the information there too. So next I'm going to look at digital public libraries, and I'm going to use the one from New York. So New York Public Library digital collections. I love digital public libraries so much. They have so many collections of things. You can see that there's photographs, different works, women of distinction, remarkable in works and invincible in, and you can go look at those. What we looked at the other day was directories. So here's James Madison papers, Thomas Jefferson papers. Like this is a lot of history to take in.
There's the city directories.
Yeah. So city directories, let's go. I think we were on this green one.
City directories are so fun. Like they can help you like verify where like businesses used to be, where people used to live, yes. Especially for really old, like in, you know, places that may or may not exist anymore. You can at least see where they used to be. And
so here's one from 1791. Let's look at it. Yeah, city directories help you know who had a business, where they lived, if they were married. We talked about the misogyny the other day. Women were put in parentheses if they were married to a man, and so, you know, Mrs. Dr. Clark or something like that. But you could tell also if people own businesses in their house, it would be like a laundry lady or apartment B or something like that. But there's a lot of information in these. This is how lucky that these are digitized. I don't know if it's my internet is going to respond right now, but these are digitized. You see, you can go through and look at the information that they have. This is so helpful if you're looking, you know, at old buildings, how long they've been around, who was there, etc. So New York Directory and Register for the year 1791. It tells you who wrote it. Let me see. There's the names. It goes in alphabetical order. Here is some of the, you know, unsavory parts. They were segregated, some, you know, up to a certain point, city directories. So you may have to look in different parts of the directory for different people and where they may have lived. So I also talked about the other night about something I misspoke. It's actually in city planners, not city directories, but city planners are going to have fee schedules. One that I was looking up recently was the history of epidemics and pandemics, and like during smallpox and Spanish flu and stuff, they would have said how much you had to pay if you were sick and you did not tell your doctor, if you did not post in front of your house that you were sick and this house had the virus or whatever was going on at the time. It would have had vaccination schedules, and you can find those in archives and I think somewhat on these digital public libraries. So these are one of my favorite resources for sure, especially newspaper research. You can do that here too. So the last thing I'm going to share before I hand it to Courtney is going to be Google Scholar. And this is where we were talking earlier. Sometimes Google gets put down for like what, you know, as a search engine or database, but Google Scholar is such a best friend, especially if you can't access it, something through like JSTOR. Most of JSTOR I think is accessible, but sometimes there's a paywall through, you have to have a university or something, but go to Google Scholar and look for it there. So what I'm going to do is use the keywords that Courtney talked about earlier to look for information about the Herman case. So if we did Herman, I'm going to use Boolean terms this time. This is and or not just kind of narrows down your search terms for you. So I'm going to do Herman and poltergeist and Seaford. So that's, I'm just using 3 keywords here. So we're going to see what we get. So right away we have information. You can see up here where you read my participation with Pratt in the Seaford poltergeist. So that means it looks like this is an article by J.B. Ryan right there. So you have information right there, and that's through Google Books. You can access it. The Seaford disturbances is next on the list of information. Sorry, my browser is going behind the controls up here.
This is an amazing article, but it's wild, you guys. It just, don't mean to interrupt, but
no, you're fine.
I've read this article. It is wild.
Awesome. So yeah, see, this article you can access in your research right here. You can get some sort of information from Google Scholar. So don't put it out as like, oh, it's not verifiable, or there's some, you know, you want to use like these fancy databases. You don't have to. You can use Google Scholar to your advantage. It's something that is free and available, and I feel like very, very trustworthy in research. So, all right, I'm going to stop my screen sharing and hand it to Courtney for her to share some of these.
Thanks. And just a note on Google Scholar, it's sort of like an indexer. Like it helps you find that book about poltergeist disturbances. It helped us find a scholarly article. And also, if you are affiliated with a university, like if you're a student or you work there, you can link your credentials, your university credentials, in Google Scholar, so that it will automatically give you the full text of things that you might have access to through your library. And like, also, it's kind of creeping me out that like they turn the lights off, like, oh. But like, I saw them go off a second ago, and I was like, the library's open for like 3 more hours. Like,
I told you you're gonna be trapped there for.
Again, Mercury in retrograde's going hard. this time.
Seriously, this week I know everybody has felt some sort of chaos, and it's just been a lot.
Yeah, like that's what Alisha, I was like messaging Alisha, I was like, don't panic. Last night I was like, don't panic, don't worry. But my whole hotel just lost power. And she was like, North Carolina, it just doesn't want to let you go.
No.
It's true.
Duke is gonna trap her there. And
You have to do work in the parapsychology archives. Like that's just
her, right.
I need to I'll just walk in there to the library and I'll just be like, look, this thing happened. These people, they don't want to let me go. Okay. Yeah. I need a job. I had this exceptional human experience in my hotel the other day. And anyways, yeah.
Seriously. I think you found your other calling.
How great would that be? Okay. So I am going to share my screen. And the first thing that I'm going to show you guys, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm going to show you chronicling America newspapers. So just go to Google, just Google it. And it's the first thing that comes up here, Chronicling America from the Library of Congress. This is what it looks like. I mean, just right away, it's just already, I love everything about it. But you can see here that we have a very basic search up here. It defaults to searching all states from 1777 to 1963. And then you can go in here and enter your search words. So let's see what happens if we do Lizzie Borden, to take it away from the Hermans for just a second.
Yeah.
You'll notice that I typed Lizzie Borden in quotations. That's just a little strategy, a little librarian's tip and trick. If you have a keyword, a person's name, a phrase that's more than one word, if you embed it in quotations, you're telling the database to keep these words together. Like, give me the phrase Lizzie Borden. Don't give me Lizzie at the top of the article and Borden somewhere far away.
Yes. Yes.
So
that drives me crazy when that happens.
I know. And some databases are better than others, but it's a good rule of thumb to put them in quotations if you can. Okay. So then you just hit go, and I didn't do anything other than just type in Lizzie Borden. I didn't play around with the dates or anything. And right away we see, remember how that one slide we had showed the words highlighted in red? This is what it's going to look like. It's going to show you literally where on the pages these come up. And so I'm just going to click on this first one, and we can see here that it is from the Delaware City Press, April 25th, 1913. So it's quite a few years, after the event, but we have this article here that's talking about Lizzie Borden. Let me scroll up a little bit. Condemned by public opinion, woman once accused of crime is shunned by her neighbors, subtitled Lizzie Borden's Lonely Life. With a little illustration, a hand-drawn illustration here, the porch of Lizzie Borden's house and her auto. So it's just, I mean, the things that you can find in here are just, I don't know, they're just.
I gotta say, doxing without photographs too. Like doxing through drawings, just fantastic.
Another thing that you can do is let's get rid of that one. Let's do something a little different. Let's play around with our dates. We know that happened like around 1890 something. 1890 something, I don't know. Let's just do 1891 and we're gonna limit it to 1896. You don't have to be exact. This just helps us limit it from 200 some odd years to 5 years. And so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna do Borden, and I'm gonna do this. This might look a little crazy, but I just want to give you guys some little tips and tricks. And since this is going to be saved, you can come back to this. I'm going to connect the keyword Borden. I'm going to say, and I want you to connect it with murder or trial. But because I've embedded murder or trial into parentheses like that, essentially what I'm doing is just, I'm doing two searches in one. So the database chronicling American newspapers is going to do two searches at once. It's going to give me everything that has Borden and murder, and it's going to give me everything that has Borden and trial. And all that does is saves me time from having to do this, hit enter, go through everything, do this, hit enter, and go through everything. So you can combine things, just embed the things in parentheses. Okay, so let's hit go. And now we've got different 167 some odd results about oh, look, here's one from Asheville. That's kind of cool. Chapel Hill, 10 minutes,
Right.
10 minutes or so down the road there. Borden murder trial, 2 days, sensational testimony. Lizzie Borden's contradictory answers to women acquaintances, very little blood found on her clothing nor on the axes. Ooh, okay, so this is a primary source, like written at the time. And you can see here, I mean, look, this was publicized. This sort of gets at the question somebody asked earlier about like international scope. I know this is still, you know, related to here in the US, but this was written about everywhere. Like this was written about in North Carolina. Okay, this happened in Massachusetts and they're writing about it in North Carolina. So another thing that you can do is you can limit it to the state if you just want to, you know, do it that way. You can go into advanced search if you get, once you get a little more comfortable with the database. So what do we want to go to next? Let's go to, oh, I love Hathi Trust.
Yeah.
So we're just going to go there. Hathi Trust is so freaking fun. Okay, you do not have to log in. There's a big red login button. You don't have to, but you can if you are affiliated with a university or a college, because it might find even more results for you, but you don't have to. So let's do the Society for Psychical Research. And let's go ahead and put it in quotations, just in case. The Society for Psychical Research was founded in the United Kingdom in 1882 by a group of folks who were interested in digging into this notion of survival after death. Anyways, this Hathi Trust is where you can find literally, look at this first one, Journal of the Society for Psychical Research. So you can find their journal entries. This is from 1906. And we can see here, it tries to take you to like the beginning pages here, like the title content pages. But yeah, we get information about like who's on the society, notes about their meetings and so forth. Let's just kind of scroll down and see what we get. There's just all sorts of case records that you can find in here about things that they investigated. Lots of administrative notes and so forth. Oh, here we go. Cases. You just kind of have to scroll through. Over here on the left-hand side where it says search in this text, if there's a particular word or person you're interested in, you can type that in there. But you can just find stuff like this, like the following case was received from Professor Alexander, who sent us the depositions of the witnesses in the original Portuguese. So here's like where I'm talking about Hathi Trust can also be good for international stuff. Yeah, 3 different recipients who had impressions relating to the illness and death of Edgardo Japert. Oh, I already just want to like sit here and like read this.
I know this looks like really interesting already. I want to go.
And like, look, this was, you know, sent like 1902. I mean, like you can just go so far back. I just like more than 100 years ago and just reading. By this mail I send on the evidence for a case of double telepathy. Oh my gosh, just like you guys, just like a rainy night, get you a glass of wine, like some sparkling water, like tea, and just sit down and just go to Hathi Trust and just you know, just go to town. It's so fun. What else do I want to show you? The last one that I'm going to show you is I'm going to show you the DOAJ, which is the Directory of Open Access Journals. So this could be another one that could help you find information on an international perspective, because there's 130 countries represented in here. Switch it over here to articles. That's one thing. It doesn't default to the articles, which is kind of weird. But anyways, let's just do psychokinesis. Just keep it simple. Keep it, just hit search. And we've got 42 different articles of somehow relating to psychokinesis. So here's one from the Journal of Scientific Exploration, the methodology for conducting macro psychokinesis. Okay. Examining implicit beliefs. This is a very sort of statistical, clinical sort of one. That's okay. How smokers change their world and how the world responds, testing the oscillatory nature of micropsychonetic observer effect. This is just wild. The stuff that you find in here. Here's a cool one from the Journal of Scientific Exploration. Again, the Stargate Archives, reports of the U.S. government-sponsored PSI program.
Hey, yeah.
Transpersonal experiences, that sounds amazing. Development and phenomena of a circle for physical mediumship. That's seances. They're talking about seances in a scientific way here. The other great thing that I will say about journal articles is that you do not have to have advanced degrees to read these articles and understand them. You might not, even I do not understand like every single word that's going to be in some of these technical jargon-filled articles, but you'll understand enough. You can read the abstract, you can read the summaries that they have at the end. You will understand what's going on. I'm so sorry. That's like so annoying, like to sneeze. But another thing that I really love about scholarly articles is that they often include a section, if they're doing some sort of study, some sort of experiment, they're going to lay out a very detailed methodology section. So you can get inspiration on how to maybe take this weird, like, scientific experiment about something, paranormal, and do it yourself. So you can get inspiration from these articles.
Yes. I think that's so amazing that they share all of that information.
All right. So we have a question in chat from CJ. Do you know of any good sources for researching Native American ancestry?
Okay. So if you don't mind if I can talk about this one. Please. Definitely wherever you're whatever Native American tribe that you're searching for, reach out to their nation if you can, if they still have my husband is Chickasaw, they have Chickasaw Nation, and we can reach out to them to start some sort of information research, or they have resources on their website. If there is not a resource information like that, then go to or reach out to the archives that the tribe originally came from. So a lot of times, like especially I'm in Georgia, North Georgia is where Cherokee Nation is, and they have a lot of resources up there, but also our state archives has a lot of information too. They have booklets, they have maps, so much information. Archives is definitely somewhere that you want to reach out to first, or even a library in the area. They might have books related to that Native American tribe, or anything that happened historically in the area, and they can start you on like a good path of researching it. So I really think reaching out to the tribe first, if you can, is the first thing I would do. So do you have anything to add, Courtney?
No, that was great. I was just going to say, remember to check out the archives and the libraries, public libraries, and also the university libraries that are in that geographic area.
That's true. Yeah, that too. So sorry, just last screen I'm sharing is where to find us at. So I forgot to mention earlier, I'm the co-creator of Tidy Tarot Co. and Tidy Tarot Tarot Journals. You can find me on Instagram at tidytarot.com or Tidy Tarot Co. or I'm on Twitter always talking about weird stuff at Historic Alley.
I have one of Alisha's journals that she made. They're amazing. They've helped me like learn more about tarot. I've also gifted them to people. And just a plug, they're amazing. I'm also gonna, you can find me, I'm mostly active on Instagram, but I'm also, you know, on Twitter. It's just sometimes Twitter kind of scares me and I don't know why, but anyways, you can find me at those handles on those places. These are the 2 books that I've written. You can ask your libraries to get them for you. They will basically, the rule of thumb pretty much for all the libraries that I've worked at, all the libraries that like I use just as a patron, is if you want something and they don't have it, they have request links like on their website, or you can just tell them in person or an email like, hey, I want to get this book, and they'll get it for you. And then you can save your money. But I'm also going to put a link, maybe one of the moderators can help put that in the chat for folks. And basically, you can also get my books. Sorry, I put the wrong code here. Let me switch that in the chat here. You can get my books from my publisher, Roman, ROWMAN.com. And I have a discount code of 30% off. Insider tip here, get the ebooks, because I think it takes both of these books down to like $35, $38. And save you quite a bit of money. But also, like I said, ask your library to get you a copy, because they will. And then you save your money. And especially like in this inflated time, anything you can do to save money. But that's just a little plug for my books and for libraries.
I wanted to mention too, if you like us talking about this stuff, we are going to start doing more Instagram lives, talking about cases and researching them together. We have a lot of projects that we're working on together that are coming up in the next year or so, but definitely follow us on Instagram if you want to see kind of more of this kind of talk, and paranormal definitely integrated into that talk. So.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. And also, if you have a copy of the book, ask for it at your library too, because that means that other people can read it. At least for my local library, there was just there's a link where you can recommend books that you want to see for their collection. You write a little, you write information about the book. I wrote a little paragraph about why it was important and why Evanston needed it, and they approved it right away. And they put it on my my watch list essentially when it came in, so I could take it out of the library right away. So yeah, and then it's in the collection for other people to share, and you still get credit for having sold a copy. It's in a library. It's so libraries are a good resource. I also have these journals. They are decked out with my stickers, but that's my sticker magic process. So I recommend those too.
Oh my god.
Shameless plug, I just released the Rune journal version of, so Tidy Tarot has tarot daily journals. So like if anyone in the chat or watching this is ADHD and you're like, you don't remember everything that you of tarot, especially I created it for myself because I just couldn't remember everything, and I need to write it down or I will not remember. So that's why I created these in the first place, was for myself, and then I decided to put them out there. But there's tarot, there's crystals if you use it in your divination at all. There's also a spell journal or grimoire where you can keep any spells that you do or any rituals that you do. And then I just released the Rune journal. I did some research with Pagan from Pagan's Witchy Corner, and she helped me out so much. and I read a lot of books, and I put it into a journal stance of, if you use runes or you have never used it, it's something that you can at least journal your, interpretations of the runes, and then your spreads, basically. So that's something really fun that I had never used before, and now I'm gonna start incorporating it into my practices too. So
I love that. That's so cool.
Is there any questions that people have? I would love to answer anything. I know Courtney would too.
I mean, right now it's just a lot of thank yous and a lot of love for this presentation and for your work.
We threw a lot at you. Another reason that we both are just like, just keep it up. Just keep it up.
Keep it up forever.
Yeah. Go back
I'm
to
gonna
it.
stop sharing my screen right now, but I guess too, is there anybody that has like a question they need help learning where to start researching? I know that can open a can of worms, but if we can like give some information,
Right.
Well,
I want to throw this out for Alisha real quick, though, not to make more work for you, but the people in the chat want a Let's Ghost graphic. They love the little ghost. They need we're not saying ghost hunting.
I will do that.
But you need to, the people want it. So
Yeah, I can do that. I
Give
make
the people
stickers,
what they
and
want.
so I'm sorry, Mara, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I was saying we have to give the people what they want.
Oh, definitely.
Exactly. Jess has probably the most important question of the day. How are you both so cute?
Oh my God.
No, you are. Oh, thank you.
I am not this dressed up.
I have sneakers on because all of my other, like, my fancy shoes that I was gonna wear, like, are totally soaked because the hurricane, like the winds and the rain. But oh my gosh, it is
this week. I swear. I want to put this week.
So I have a question. Do you have a research project that I don't want to spoil anything for your future series, so it could just be a little personal rabbit hole you went down, but is there something that got you really excited recently?
Oh my, I'm like researching so many things at one time.
I mean, that's the ADHD too, right?
Yes. Oh my goodness. I don't have one that's popping up off the top of my head. I mean, I work in archives, so like every day is different. There's always something different that we're researching every day. And then you get really excited when you find like a census record. It's like, yeah, this is, this is something, I can talk from personal experience, I guess, of something that I'm constantly researching is, I know I mention on Twitter all the time, as I live right next to a cemetery. And I've been researching it for years, and I finally got to go over into it because they cleared a lot of stuff out. And so these families that I've been researching for so long, I got to see their headstones and, that kind of stuff, and really connect to them a little bit more. But I have names, and I have, I've been able to look up death certificates and stuff like that based off of these names that I have from headstones, and I have the list of names from the archives, and kind of connect it to the some things that we have happen around my house. Weird stuff happens here, and I'm not saying that all cemeteries are haunted at all. So, but living next to one, you get some activity. So sometimes I try to use that as information of like, maybe I should, maybe that's their name and I should reach out to them if that's who I'm seeing.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
That's something I always am working on, is trying to give them a voice and remembering that they are human, or they were human, and that I want to bring as much respect as possible to them, even if they're scaring me sometimes. But yeah,
of course.
I love how you put that, Alisha, is like you're humanizing like that experience, right? And like recognizing that these like were people, and it kind of, it makes it, it's the same way that I feel the stuff that I am sort of digging into at the moment to answer that question, which is such a fun question. The reason that I came to the Duke University Parapsychology Labs is because I wanted to find out more about the life of this librarian and parapsychological researcher, Rhea White, who was prominent from like the 50s through the 70s primarily. And I wanted to learn more about her. And I found like all of these letters, like these personal letters that she had written, and they were just like beautiful and just like gut-wrenching, and tells you so much more about a person than just like being familiar with the work that they do. And then I wanted to also learn more about Louisa Rhine, because I was really interested in the history of like these women in the field of parapsychology, especially these sort of earlier years. And so being able to like hold Louisa Rhine's journals from like the 1910s and 20s and 30s and 40s, and it's just, I don't know. I just am struck at to me, sort of like philosophically, everything is kind of like a ghostly experience, but like in that moment, like connecting with the words of this person who has been dead for some time from like the 1930s is like just an echo, sort of, you know, going forward in time. And what is that if it's not a ghost, you know, and however you want to dress that up. But it's also just like made me sort of think, like I said at the very beginning of this, like how I just think, like, I just want to urge everybody, like, if you're so inclined to like physically write, you know, things or documents, and if you're also so inclined, you know, to leave them with, you know, family after you're gone, or even in archives or something, because it's just being able to connect and empathize and sympathize and feel very similar to both of these women and the things that they were writing in their journals is just not even something I can like put into words.
Archives, like, it gives you such a different feeling being able to connect to those things when you're holding it in your hand and you're seeing this thing that somebody did 100 years ago, say, and now you're the one holding it and you're reading it and you're seeing what they saw, and it gives it such a different connection, because you think those things, what's it going to be like, what will they have left of me, what will I leave behind that somebody else will read and see what our life was like. You know, I can go down this rabbit hole to talk on this, but it's so important, I feel like, to like what Courtney is doing, go see those things safely if you can. I know we're still going through COVID and everything, but if you can safely go see those things, it's worth the trip to go hold those items, to see them, to read them, and experience them in a way that is, you definitely feel more connected, for sure.
I love that. I love that. So we have a question from CJ again. What about the secret romance hidden among the Duke archives?
Courtney.
Oh gosh. Okay.
This is so fascinating.
I know. I'm gonna try to. Oh my gosh. Okay. I feel like so like protective of this like story, so I'm gonna try to be cognizant of like that. But yeah, when I was digging through the letters of Rhea White, I discovered, you know, and these things are in the archives. I mean, it's not a closed collection. You know, if they approve you as a researcher, then you know, make an appointment and go in and look at these things. I found these letters that she had written to another parapsychological researcher that she worked very closely with, this other woman, and they were these beautiful love letters. And I was like, what am I reading? And just to see like to read that and to read like this, like the connection that, I mean, it was just one-sided because I didn't see the responses. I didn't see like the other letters or whatever, but to see like and read and sort of experience like Rhea going through all of these emotions and like the trajectory with this other person, I was just like trying not to just like weep like abjectly at the archives table. I was just like, oh my God. Like I just wanted to stand up and just be like, you guys have to hear, like the other researchers do. You guys have to hear what I'm reading, because I mean, it was the 1950s. I mean, and to read like these love letters between, you know, these two women, like that felt a certain way, but then it also felt a certain way because they were both like, you know, sort of pioneering parapsychological research, you know, in a very male dominated field. And so that felt a certain way. And I was just like, I don't even know what to do with myself after like just the act of being able to read those. I think that's what I mean when I say like I feel very protective of those, because it's such a privilege to be. That's another thing that like archives kind of makes you feel like it's such a privilege to be able to peek into someone's personal life that way. Yeah, so that is a little bit about the sort of the romance that I had uncovered in the and then of course when I was digging into the journals and the letters of Louisa Rhine, I got to read about the trajectory of her romance with her husband, Joseph Banks Rhine, who she just called Banks, which I think is so cute. So I got to read about the trajectory of her life. And this was in the 1920s. They got married, I believe, in 1920, I think. And her letters were also poignant in a way because she was very independent. And she wrote very often about how she doesn't, you know, need a husband, and just all of the, like, feeling a great sort of love for her independence and an appreciation for that, but also sort of falling madly in love with Banks. And I don't know, it was just beautiful.
I love it.
I love it too. I want to read these.
Yeah.
And that too, like in undergrad, I took an archaeology class, and the professor had actually gotten some artifacts from a university, I want to say in Australia, that went belly up, and they were auctioning off their pieces to apparently to other museums, and also just like itinerant archaeologists. And so he had some ancient Mesopotamian pieces, and one that I remember is just this little clay figure, a seated, you know, abstract woman, like a hands under her breasts, and like this tiny little piece. And to look at it and you think somebody actually made this with their hands 6,000 plus years ago, and I get to hold this now, wearing gloves, obviously. But that there's something about that archival, the actual pieces that connects you with a real person was behind that.
Yeah, it's definitely a very specific feeling that you get when you get to hold these things or read them.
Yes.
That makes me think of the Rhea did some studies with children and school children and extrasensory perception. That was a big sort of part of her research portfolio. And she did that with this, you know, other researcher that she writes about. And before I had discovered the letters, and even like, I didn't really know much of anything about Rhea before I went down. I knew about her work, and I knew that she was a librarian, and I just wanted to know more about her, and I definitely got what I came for. But in the stack of information about her, there were also the cards themselves, the ESP cards, the Zener cards that they used, her and her fellow researcher used in the studies with children. And I handled those before I found Rhea's letters. And I think I might have texted this to you, Alisha, that they had such warm energy.
Yeah.
Like when I held them, they were just so warm. Like I just remember a sense of just like it was just so cozy and warm. And then I find these letters and I'm just like, oh my God.
It kind of almost feels like you were meant to find the letters, meant to find the information, because how many other people have been through these things, researching, a lot of times people put off like letters and stuff to decide like, oh, it's just, transference kind of like stuff. They're just talking about, whatever, but really it's like these really deep connected things in their personal lives. And I think it's wonderful that you were the one that was able to read these and, kind of get a story out of all of this beyond what you went for.
Yeah, it's just another reason that like archives are so important and can be really meaningful. And I mean, obviously they ended up there because somebody who was in ownership of the letters, okayed them to be sent into this collection.
True. Yeah.
But I mean, there's a process for things ending up in archives.
There is.
Sometimes things get stolen too, and that's a whole nother issue.
Yeah.
In archives, but yeah, it's just really cool. I just encourage anybody who's curious to go visit in archives, because also too they're so advanced like nowadays. Like they have these amazing high-tech scanners that you can scan, to get like digital images of all sorts of things, like these journals and just,
Also, same point as archives and libraries, they need your usership, you to go use them in order to continue existing. They count on people coming in and showing that people came in and that they used their services, because they're not usually revenue centers. So they need you to come visit. They need you to use them so that they can show, the next year, hey, we're still here. Like we exist and people like us, and that kind of thing. So use your libraries. They're there. Your archives are usually a entity of your government or city or county government or state government. So definitely use them.
I love that. Great. I'm waiting for more questions from chat. So I'm curious too, is there, because I know I have them, do you have like a research project or a couple where you just can't crack it? Like you've tried multiple avenues and you still can't get the thing that you're really looking for?
Oh man. I mean, there's been some that I've done that took so long to research. It's mostly of like names. The name changed. They're not the same name as what was on the census record, as what was recorded in the newspaper. So and so they moved states, so now you're chasing them state to state or even a different country. There's here's one thing too, as much as people were reported in gossip columns, people could go start new lives very simply. Just have a brand new name, and then you kind of have to like track of like, okay, well, they said they came from here, so what happened to them? Like, were they actually here? Is anybody by that name here? So you run into those a lot with archives and just researching different things, because we have people come in all the time asking information about their families and their genealogy mostly, and so sometimes it's really hard to track people down. Sometimes people are in prison, you have to look there too, and
sure.
Cold hard truth.
Yeah.
One of those things. So Courtney, what about you?
Yeah, your question, Vanessa, made me think about some like personal genealogy stuff that I've been doing. There were these sisters on my mom's side of the family. I think they would technically be like some sort of cousin to me, who lived not too far away from where I live. And I think only one of them actually married. The others all remained unmarried and independent. I think two of them actually went and became nuns, and the others just, you know, lived together or lived independently. And this would have been in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And so that just fascinates me. Like, who were these women? And I have some of their personal artifacts, their photos, and their reading glasses. And I have been trying to just dig out more and more information about them, but I think I have ferreted out as much as I can, unfortunately, because I don't think there are any, because of the time period, I don't think there are any sisters at the convent who remember them.
Of course,
I think the last one who would have actually like recently died. So I think I've gotten everything that I'm going to get on them, but that's okay. And that's one of those things that we talked about earlier. Like, sometimes you just get where you're going to get, and
Yep.
you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah. Anytime you're dealing with a historical record, it's always going to be incomplete. Like, you can hope for the best, but you have to make do sometimes with what you can find, what's available, what wasn't destroyed in a fire or a flood or something like that.
That too. Yeah, you lose a lot of information sometimes if natural tragedies happen and there's no backups. Then you just lose stuff, and there's not always stuff that can be done.
Right.
So that's the hard part.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, especially when you love information and you just want more of it, and you're like, but where is it? I know it was somewhere at some point.
That's how we end up being awake at 4 a.m. down multiple rabbit holes of 60 tabs open, and being like, it was here and here and here.
Of course.
Like, imagine the red string on the bulletin board.
It's like that meme of like Charlie Day.
Yeah.
Really good.
Okay, and like
That is what it feels like.
Oh my god. Basically, researching is like you're solving a mystery all the time. You start with a little information, and then it just keeps getting bigger. So
yeah,
it's a lot of fun. I love it, at least.
That's why, I mean, it's important to, like we talked about on that slide, diversify your toolkit and the resources that you go to and the places that you consult and the people that you consult, because information is just all over the place.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, it's morally neutral, but it can be like frustrating, right?
Yes.
Of course. Well, again, when you have an ADHD brain that's dopamine seeking, you're like, but I need the answer.
So true. And then also, oh, that looks interesting. I'm gonna
yeah, that's shiny. This is where I'm going now.
You're like, oh, what was I doing? And then go back.
Oh yes.
And 2 hours later, you're like, wait, where did I start? It was somewhere else.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Is there any other questions that anybody has for us? Or
I'm not seeing anything.
Okay.
I mean,
it has been so fun.
Anybody cheat with us while they can.
Of course.
You can always reach out to, like, I see people on Twitter all the time talking about, you know, I'm researching my family history. So I'll be like, I'll look at some stuff for you. Like, why not? You know?
Yeah, Alisha's really good at like the genealogy side of stuff.
Thank you. So I love it. I'll go down a rabbit hole. See what's up.
That's the thing too, and especially when you're dealing with people who are passionate about something, it's like, oh yeah, I'll drop everything and do this.
Like, I'm not gonna watch TV tonight. I will go on a database hunt and like, you know.
I do, because that sounds fun and exciting for me, because that's also the type of person I am.
Yes.
And then even more if it's paranormal and you're like having a rough time finding stuff, like, let's do it. Definitely.
I'm going to pop in here to say I'm excited that I think you gave me the tools to answer a question I had up for my presentation last year. I was trying to figure out who was the first person or group to try to measure ghost activity with the electromagnetic meters. And I have been kind of futilely Googling that because I'm just basically in the like Stone Age period of research before this before this talk. It's just like I'm not sure I can Google this any harder, but
this is definitely a level up now for all of us.
it is. It's a huge level up. And
that was our goal. Yes.
Really exciting to try to actually use some of the stuff I've learned here during this talk.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I hope that like the Library of Congress is going to be like, we just got an uptick on Saturday.
Common forum, and I think everybody else is in the chat too. Everybody's really.
It's all weird stuff, like.
Right.
Yeah. Got a lot of people. I love that this is the group here that we have in chat that are like really excited. They're like fired up for research.
That is so great. I am so excited that we got to share this. I feel like I'm pinching myself right now, like 14-year-old, me, would be like, oh my gosh, this is happening. Because first of all, being able to share information sources with people is one thing, but doing it in a community where information gets skewed pretty quickly. We see that happen a lot. And we get to do that for people. It's just like, here's some things you can do. And it's not actually that scary anymore. Well, I think it can be scary sometimes.
I'm glad that you were here to help us like get over our research anxiety and all of that. And everybody's excited. We're gonna head on to our next thing real quick, but I want to just remind you folks, cheap plug, please go follow our speakers on Twitter, buy their stuff, buy those books. We've got those discount coupons in the chat for you. I might go bonkers and buy the hardcovers just because I'm, yeah, Vanessa, you know.
I do.
And please support them in all the stuff they're doing now and doing in the future. And thank you again, both.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both so much.
Thank you so much.
Wall.
Of course. Thank you so much.
We're gonna get ready. Psychic Friendz is coming up. Oh my gosh.
We have a really awesome picture of thread of pet pictures going.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh,
good.
people are sharing their pet pictures. That's awesome.
Good.
Here they come. Here come the Psychic Friendz.
Psychic Friendz.
Hello.
Oh,
We have psychic friends.
it's my all right, yeah.
Yay!
Oh,
Hello.
hey.
Welcome.
Hi.
Kind of like
Wow.
Dash, you like this enough to come back for another day.
I'm back. You can't get rid of me.
Good.
Consider yourself a hunted.
Oh,
Hooray.
gosh.
I've also got the chat. I've got the chat popped out so I can see what people on YouTube are saying. Also, Rosa's here. Rosa, hi.
Hello.
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 Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm ready to rock. I'm ready for psychic advice. I'm excited for this, and I'm gonna dip out and let you take it away.
All right. This is wild because we've already said something. So normally the way the podcasts go is I start and I say, hi, I'm Dash.
And I'm Rosa.
And you're listening to or watching, I guess, Psychic Friendz. And it used to make sense because we were in the same room recording it. And now we live in different states and we aren't in the same room, but we still, when we do the podcast, we try to close our eyes and say it at the same time. And we never, relying on like intrinsic psychic ability, we never get it right is the trick that you got to know.
I have to say, this is an exciting one because I don't think we've done live shows. We've done like our podcast that you can stream every week on Thursday. They come out on Thursdays at 12:30, I believe.
Oh, plugging it early.
Ooh, plugging.
Right.
But I don't think we've ever done one like live streamed. Like our live shows have all been all IRL.
We did the live streamed one for one of the Witches Fest ones. Remember, but we were in the same room.
Oh yeah, I guess we do that. That one's always weird because we also then do it live the next day whenever we do Witches Fest. So, yeah, okay, well, that's true.
And so we do normally. If you don't know, Witches Fest is a pagan fair that happens in New York. That is a lot happens on it, and it's
don't throw shade to other witch fairs at the paranormal convention we're doing.
Listen,
drama.
Listen, number one,
okay.
I'll do shade all the time. You can't stop me. Good luck. Number two, okay. I will talk mess, but I'll still do it every year because it's fun. Because it's a where else am I gonna see the DJ that dresses head to toe in white and blasts Born This Way? And also, where else am I going to see Ashley Draven, the witch who rocks.
For newer listeners, obviously this isn't our usual base. If you haven't experienced Ashley Draven, she's a witch who is also the front woman of like a cover band, and also they also do original songs. And
she shows up to Witches Fest every year, and her music is super fun, but her band doesn't come with her.
Singer.
So she brings a CD of the karaoke tracks of her band. So it's basically like the singer of a band doing karaoke to their own band, which is just more of it. You know what I mean? More of it. That's what I want.
My favorite though is during the end of her set. Sometimes she'll announce it, sometimes she won't, with the phrase witches aren't supposed to play this song. And then she sings New York. Okay, but I wanted the listeners to think of what song would come after witches aren't allowed
what
to
song
sing.
Do you think that witches aren't allowed to sing?
I'm allowed to sing. Whatever you're thinking, you're wrong. Anyway, Dash, please.
It's New York, New York. She do New York, New York. She did, and a whole kick line starts. I can't recommend it highly. I feel like we've spent too much time just plugging a different event.
Yeah, no. Anyway,
it started, and we've covered all bases here because we did start with me making fun of the event, and then I think we both
and then
highly
like that's a bad.
And then we got
almost immediately after. Okay,
this is a psychic advice show called Psychic Friendz. It's the only show where two idiots go on Psychic Advice Facebook, part of Facebook you probably didn't know existed,
or maybe honestly, this crowd seems like it might.
All right, maybe.
People? I don't know. Go on.
We try to find the people who need the most help, and they're demanding the help, and they're asking for the help, and we try to help them. And do they listen to the show? I don't think so, but we help them for the enjoyment of you.
And hey, maybe you have some similar psychic questions as yourself. No, I'm already butchering this one.
No, you're doing great. I did a podcast, and someone wanted to talk about this show. And the person was like, so you and Rosa are psychics. And I was like, Rosa has psychic dreams.
Yeah.
And because it's hard. You don't want to say like, I'm not a psychic. You know what I mean? That feels like a weird one to say just about yourself, that you're not a psychic, you know?
Yeah. I think the hardest thing with people are like, are you psychics? I'm like, maybe. How big's your mind? How big? Maybe.
Because I get very intuitive reads on people. I'm very good at like is this person harmful, or is this person a threat? Now, is that psychic or is that childhood trauma? Is it both? Who knows? You know what I mean?
I think that's every witch at some point needs to ask themselves, is it witchcraft or is it childhood trauma? Or you get to also choose both, actually. A lot of it is both. You'd be surprised.
A lot of it is and also like I was reading a bunch of Ingo Swann, queer elder in the strange Ingo Swann. I was reading a bunch of Ingo Swann books, and I was doing remote viewing for a minute, and I was sending you some of them, and I was getting some pretty good. Yeah, and then Rosa has psychic dreams. Do you want to tell them about your dreams?
Yeah, I grew up having a lot of psychic dreams, and I asked my mother about it, and she's like, well, it makes sense. Your grandmother was your great-grandmother was a psychic who lived in West Covina and wore a caftan and beguiled the neighbors with their fates. And I was like, that can't be true. Imagine just being like, yeah, of course. That's
Yeah.
crazy. Hey, listen, I love when you ask a parent something and they're like, oh, it makes sense that you have psychic dreams. Like, you're like scared. You're like, oh my God, like, is anyone going to get me? And it's like, Mom, I think I'm having psychic dreams. And she's just like, well, your great grandmother was a fortune teller down in Southern California. It's like, okay.
Yeah, cool.
Cool. All right. No, I feel like we've we're longtime collaborators. We've pushed myself. We've gotten oils. We've pushed. We've done some like ghost hunting. We've definitely pushed.
Paranormal
How
message.
psychic can we get?
Can I just? I'm sorry to interrupt you. No, I'm not. Can I say how wild it is? This is so people who tuned in. I don't know how many people were watching on the panel yesterday. I don't know who are still here today, not still here as if you didn't leave, but who've come back. Anyway,
maybe there's one person just waited all night.
Just waited in the chat room like it's gonna pop off. Can I say Rosa is one of my favorite people in the whole world, and we do this podcast together. We shot a whole paranormal investigation pilot together. That was, and that's not even like all of this stuff. So to say we've done some ghost hunting is so crazy to me.
Here's my thing. I didn't know if you wanted to bring up, like, here's my thing. I don't know where this pilot's going. I don't know who it's being pitched to. I want to create an air of mystery.
Oh, you're trying to make a mystery. Okay. So you want to really underplay what we've this is
just in case we're not ready to like release all the details yet,
right. I'm gonna say any of the details. So if this is your first time consuming a Psychic Friendz media, and it's not usually I say if this is your first time listening, and then usually I'm like, if this is your first time listening
like you're
to
getting
a Psychic
closer
Friendz,
and closer to the
camera. It's because of the way I have a
at
webcam.
The end we're gonna kiss. We're both gonna just get too close. Go on.
This is probably your first Psychic Friendz. That's all I'm saying. This is probably your first Psychic Friendz. And a lot of times what we do is we just do bullshit the first 15 to 20 minutes and kind of just talk about whatever. And what's good is sometimes on accident, instead of the first 15 minutes, we'll do the whole episode on like Baz Luhrmann's Elvis or Batman or whatever. We're not going to do that. That would be, we talk about this a lot, about how wild it would be to do a live show where we do one of the ones where we just talk about like a movie.
This one, I know you're here for the paranormal. However, this one, we're going to get really deep into Moulin Rouge. Hopefully you've seen it. You didn't prepare for this.
Yeah. Moulin, the Moulin Rouge one. No, this is Psychic Advice Podcast, and a lot of times we'll start with a psychic meme. And so when we say
you
psychic,
have one?
I do. Do you have one?
Oh, I don't. So I'm glad that you.
Yeah, I usually bring one. Now when we say meme, that is generous. That's a generous.
It's nice to say meme.
Yeah.
However, often the good people of Psychic Facebook qualify meme as kind of just any text that you've put on a picture. So I'm assuming that's where we're going on this one.
Yeah. Kind of.
Okay.
It's kind of that. And this one's nice because someone found a picture that already had text on it.
Okay, good.
So Rosa, I've gone and sent this to you.
Wonderful.
Do you want to describe what you've received?
Yeah, okay.
Maybe the caption first.
Yeah. Okay. Follow where you're being guided and trust the process. That's star emoji, or the like twinkly one, like the more stylized star,
like a twinkling star emoji,
I guess. Yeah. And then we have rainbow, twinkling star, butterfly, twinkling star, a bunch of overlapping hearts, twinkling star, feather, twinkling star.
And you say that makes sense. That sounds kind of psychic. That sounds like a little bit.
Follow where you're guided and trust that process. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Do you want to say
a lot of this?
Do you want to say the image on there?
Yeah, it's the cover of the album by Korn.
It's Korn's Follow the Leader.
And someone has screenshotted it while they're playing Sakura remix by Demon Gummies.
Yeah. So Rosa, do you feel guided by Korn, and specifically their album Follow the Leader?
Well, You know, I guess by corn, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I guess by corn, I do feel like not the band, the vegetable.
Oh, the vegetable. Yeah, okay.
That's what I do see that.
I was gonna ask if there's a specific lyric that maybe you felt.
Oh, because I'm such a big fan of Korn that I definitely know multiple songs and or lyrics. You know, because one of them goes, you know what, the easiest way to be led on a path is when you're on a leash. Okay. Some would even call it a freak on a
leash. Yeah. Well, so I was gonna say from the same song, I like when he did the I like that.
That's
you know what I mean?
The best way to follow you on a path.
That's for me. That's the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, when he just kind of when he just does like an angry metal scat is my favorite. Yeah. So normally we for the recording we send each other images. In the cases when it's possible to show you all the images without doxing anybody, we will do that. We have a very strong no doxing policy on Psychic Friendz. So we're not going to show pictures, but we do have a lot of screen caps from Psychic Facebook. Rosa, would you like to start us off with one?
Yeah, I would. I would like to do that. This one's good because it kind of I mostly want to talk about the image that accompanies this one.
Yeah.
So I think part of it is that I do think we can really help them. But I also want you to explain this image.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So this is a relationship question. You get a lot of this on Psychic Facebook. Yeah. I've brought a couple of these. And this one is good because it's two people who have been sort of, when you use the select image shape tool on, I was going to say Photoshop. I always use Pixlr because I don't have Photoshop. Because
I don't think this was done on Photoshop. I think this was done on a free software.
I think this was done on a free. This one I think is done on a free software because the top of the person with long hair's head is just a hard horizontal line.
Yeah,
so I think that this, big cutoff. So the background is a bunch of like fun candy hearts, very sweet, pink and purple, pink and red, and light pink candy hearts. And then the two people have been sort of photo collaged together on it.
You say that these are candy hearts, but they're actually drawings of balloons, of heart-shaped balloons.
They are. If you look, I'm so just accountability. I am so sorry. I said a candy heart and they are balloons.
Yeah, they are completely drawn balloons.
What's doing it a lot for me in this is that I think if you're gonna collage, this is a quick audience poll. If you're gonna collage, and there's two answers, and neither of them is right, it's just a matter of personal preference. If you are gonna collage two people together for like a sweet couples photo, do you think it's more important do you think it's better for them to be the same size, or do you think it's better to make it look like one of them is
giant
is like a giant from Legend and the other a real small one? Do you think?
I think it's probably I think it's probably good to make them two different sizes.
Do you think that the vertical space that one of their heads occupies could be filled with two of the other person's head?
Yeah,
I think that's better, and it really because it lets you know the relationship dynamic.
I like that they're from greatly different angles and also different lighting. I think what I like about it is
they take up the same just based on perspective. Nick says absolutely two different sizes. Nick, you're right. Absolutely.
Two different sizes. Right. Yeah, you gotta show that, that these two photos were truly collaged together. If you make it too similar, then how will people know it's a collage? You could have been standing next to each other when this photo was taken.
Too similar. How are people gonna know it's two different people? The question is, hi, please, may I have a reading about my current relationship? The communication between us is slow, and I'm not sure what's going on. I'm in desperate need to really know what's going on as I'm falling ill. Oh no, I'm falling ill thinking about it. You can't. No, you can't. That is not. You can't say that.
You can't be like, I'm absolutely going to die without a sandwich in the next hour.
But you can say that because that's a thing. That is a version of hyperbole that people actually say. This is like if you were like,
I've fallen ill with emotion. The emotion, happiness.
I hope that my favorite sports team wins. I'm catching the flu over it. You can't. No one says I'm falling ill thinking about our relationship. Thanks, love and light. Please, anyone who's drawn to us, thanks. Prayer hands emoji, prayer hands emoji, prayer hands emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think this relationship doing good. I think this person is overthinking it. I think this person thinking too much. And the reason I think this person's doing good is like there is a real there is such an earnestness in this collaged photo that I'm like, that touches my heart. You know what I mean? Like the person who made this really wanted, like, there's an earnestness that comes from Googling heart balloons and then finding the first photo you could find of either of them and then taking the trace tool and just going along. Yeah, no, I think the relationship doing good. What about you, Rosa?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be okay. I think this relationship's gonna work out. I think you just need to like not put quite as much pressure on it as you are. Yeah. I think sometimes you need to take a step back and like realize that if you put too much pressure on it, it's not gonna work out. You know, sometimes like it's too high stakes, and I think you need to bring the stakes down a little bit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Start photoshopping over some more neutral backgrounds, maybe some trees.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna send you one, and this is one of our favorite genres of psychic advice questions that people ask all the time.
Yeah. Okay. This is a photo of a monarch butterfly on a dirt path, like possibly in a nature preserve or, you know, on a walking area. I keep seeing these butterflies probably for the last few weeks. What could this mean? And I will, you know, I can do this without doxing anyone.
Yeah, you can do that without doxing anyone.
I'll show the YouTubers.
Yeah.
So
what do you think it mean you keep seeing a butterfly?
I think it's butterflies. The problem with me on this is I keep seeing a very normal looking butterfly is a hard sell for me, right? It's you know, if I'm here to look at butterflies, then and I keep seeing butterfly, you know what I'm saying? Like if I'm walking around outside and I see a butterfly, I'm gonna be like, butterfly. But I know a lot of our listeners, you know, the psychic Facebook overall is like, hey, you see a butterfly? That's an angel, and be careful. So
oh yeah, well,
either way,
it's a danger angel. It's a danger. So this is what our favorite genre of question that this is I've seen an animal. What does it mean? And I think what's funny to me about it is a lot of times it means that there was an animal there where you were, because sometimes for sure there's sometimes an animal, and I've specifically had crazy animal things. I was having a series of synchronicities with snakes, specifically 2 snakes, and then I saw 2 snakes fucking on a branch, and I was like, that's crazy. That feels meaningful.
Yeah.
One time I saw 2 birds of prey carrying the same snake between them, and I was like, damn, that's got to mean something, right? And I think sometimes it's really like, how wild is it that the animal showed up? Not, I keep seeing a butterfly, because what that means is that's the season. And if you keep seeing a monarch butterfly, hey, that's great, because lawns have basically really fucked that animal over. So like that's good. That's a good omen. Someone's
planting some native plant species in a nearby yard, and you should help them.
People doing milkweed, and that's probably for the best. But no, oftentimes if you see a butterfly, what that does mean is that there was a butterfly there, and congratulations on my favorite one. I think there was one where someone was like, I saw a snail climbing up my door frame, and later on in the day it was way higher up. What does that mean? That's like, well, that means the snail did climb it, and congrats to you and to the snail.
And to our favorite snails. Yeah, no, I don't know if this one I think might just be a butterfly. I'm sorry, but cool butterfly you got there.
It's just, hey, sick butterfly.
Yeah. I have,
Okay.
and I'll tell you this, a segment.
All right.
Wow.
We do, yeah. So that's important. We do segments on the show, and I, as a person who makes digital music, sometimes will make a digital theme song. So when I've got the audio of this has been sent to me, I'm gonna put in the little digital intro for the segment that Rosa's about to unveil to the listeners and viewers. But Rosa always does like a little singing version of it that I do keep in the show.
Yeah.
So Rosa, do you want to do that?
So this is everyone's favorite segment, social medium.
Hold on, stop before you do the song. You think this is everyone's favorite?
No, it's absolutely not. Actually, this is probably one of our least anything segments. A lot of our segments have a lot more like props and a lot more. This is just when I see something spooky or like psychic on a different platform and want to talk about it like it's on Psychic Facebook and it's not from Psychic Facebook.
I have to commend you on telling the viewers at home that this is our most whatever segment. What a wonderful and beautiful way to just really like, hey, guess what? This about a suck.
Yeah, well, this one,
no, this is.
I like it. I like
okay,
it.
Sure.
I like all of our segments. Every segment is a baby to me. I think I'm the only one who does segments too. I don't know if you've ever brought a segment.
I've done a segment or two.
You've done a segment? Okay. Well, never mind. You've done a segment. So this is a TikTok on Witch Talk, which is often where my favorite social mediums come from. Okay. And this one is one of those good night. Have you seen the meme where it's like good night to everyone except, fake bitches, people who sleep with blankets, Maroon 5 fans, right? It's like good night to everyone except for some things that I've chosen to be like, no, get out. So this is one that's Witch Talk specific, and it's a little long. I am going to play it into the microphone and hopefully we can all hear it. It is a little long, but I can also say where it is if people want to like go and find it, because this is public facing. We're not.
Yeah. This is not doxing.
But I want. I'm gonna play it. I'll hopefully we can hear it together because it's an important one. So it's called Good Night Witch Talk Edition.
Okay.
Good night to every witch on this platform except for the following, because I do have a list. Yes, I do.
Can we hear that?
Yeah, I can hear that.
Okay.
Good night to all the witches except for the ones who burn white sage and they're not native.
Yeah, we agree.
I think that was obvious.
Sign off, yeah.
Obvious.
Good night to everyone except for people who buy Five Below crystals. Yeah, I see you in the back buying that glass. And not plastic. Yeah.
Judgmental.
Good night to everyone.
What?
Judgmental.
I don't think the crystals from Five Below are probably real, but if you're using them just for like decoration and your own stuff,
just don't.
Probably fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, I thought we would pause this and give our thoughts. I thought that would be kind of obviously. Okay, let's keep going. And I should say this is from Josiah Cornelius on TikTok. We'll shout them out. Okay.
Except for people who claim to hex deities. How are you going to hex the goddess of witchcraft?
No, did you see that happening on Witch Talk? There was a minute where this person was not only claiming to hex deities, this person was like, I took them down. I took down Athena, moving on next. And it was one person who was like, got him, one got in the bag, moving on to the next one. And it's hard to tell the earnest. It felt very earnest.
I'm sure that was earnest. I'm sure someone really thought that they were hexing the Greek gods. Okay. Okay, I didn't know what that was coming from. I did not see that. So when this poster jumps into good night to everyone except for those who think they're hexing the gods, I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, no, someone did think that. And
okay,
and you know what? If that's if that's what you want to spend your life doing, good luck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good night to everyone except for the people who curse for no reason. Amateur. What? Why are you cursing people for stepping on the back of your shoe and not saying sorry? Amateur.
I originally was like people who say fuck too much.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. That's what I thought too. You can't call it that. You can't call cursing. You got to put another verb in there.
You
got to say like
people.
doing. You got to say doing curses or cursing
curses.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Amateur.
Good night to all the witches except for the toxic love and light ones.
No, that's true.
Why are you getting mad at me because I'm feeling a negative emotion and I'm human? I'm sorry. Do you not understand how the brain works? It's chemicals in your brain, bitch.
That's no, and okay, that is true.
The love and light people don't understand that brains have chemicals is an amazing assertion.
Yeah, that's true, but it's also there's something so funny to me about being like, good night to witches, except the ones who don't understand brain chemistry, because
what are you even doing if your coven doesn't have a neurologist as part of it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm here for it. Whatever. I'm here to drag some witches. This is what we're doing for this segment.
That is why I came here.
Everyone except for the practitioners who record their hexes and post them online. Great. Now they know how to undo it.
Now they know how to undo it. Stop posting your religious content on the internet because it's like a closed practice. No. It's because they'll learn if you post what you do online, they can undo your hex easier. Do you agree?
I think that I just feel like that's not the reason. I thought what I love about this content, Nick, I agree. I love this so much too. What I love about this post is that I feel like the person keeps getting like zagging on me at the end of it, where I'm like, okay, yeah, like I understand why you're gonna say that. And they're like, because now you can undo it. Yeah, because you can control Z for the hex, and I agree with that. So I love
the idea of like a person who is like reacting to videos like on like TikTok and YouTube and being like, oh, so they use mugwort here. What you're going to need to do to undo this hex is you are going to have to throw salt over your shoulder 3 times to undo this part of the curse. Like, I'm like, yeah, here.
Okay.
Good night to everyone except for the tarot readers that claim your ex is coming back. It's always, oh my God, the devil. This is probably someone who's from your past and they're coming back. Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
Okay, yeah.
Except for people who claim
yeah, so okay. It's so specific.
It's so specific, and also it's like that's true at least one of the times.
Yeah, like that might be what's happening in the cards, but I like to be like, you see the devil, you think it's your ex. Basic. It's
real shit. No good night for you. Also, yeah, okay, go on. All right. Rosa, how fucking long is this TikTok?
Pretty long.
Okay.
Move stuff with their minds and they call it witchcraft. This is not how it's done.
Hold on.
No, it's
hold on. So is this an anti-telekinesis one?
Yeah. So if you're telekinesis, you're avatar, baby, and if you're a witch, you manipulate energies. There's a big difference.
Okay.
I know the avatar that they're talking about is like the last airbender, like it's like an airbending thing is I think what they're talking about. However, I immediately went to the blue guys. I was like, yeah, that's not me.
But also like, and like maybe this is me not being tapped in as much as I can be to current trends in our community. But is there an epidemic of telekinetics who are pretending to be witches? Do you know that? Like, is that how big is that problem?
That you had to call them out. My also big question is this kind of like a biphobia thing, right? Where it's like,
okay,
like it's like, oh, so you choose instead of manipulating energy to be so heteronormative and move things with your mind. Are you even a part of this community? Like, is it one of those things where we're infighting about this?
Yeah, because this is sort of set up.
Telekinesis people and witches can't overlap.
Well, this is sort of seems like it seems like a. So this is what I struggle with. My first instinct to make this listenable for people who aren't just me and Rosa is this is like a underworld vampires versus werewolves thing. But the reference that I actually want to make is to one of my favorite films and Rosa's favorite films, is this like an I, Frankenstein demons versus gargoyles?
Yeah, in the movie starring Aaron Eckhart, I, Frankenstein, for those uninitiated.
This
there
makes,
is a
can I have to stop you. This is, I think, the fourth, maybe the fifth time that we have explained I, Frankenstein conceptually.
We keep having to do it because the people forget.
People don't know.
Don't remember I, Frankenstein.
About I, Frankenstein.
This All Hallows Eve. Okay, I can keep going.
I Frankenstein is a movie about Aaron Eckhart, and he plays a sexy Frankenstein, but he doesn't have the neck bolts. Fucked up, and he gets stuck in the decades-long war between gargoyles and demons, and it's
those two who hate each other.
The story is by the same guy who wrote the story for Underworld, who plays the big buff werewolf in Underworld. He also plays a big buff demon in I, Frankenstein, and also the villain of Underworld, Bill Nighy, also is the villain of I, Frankenstein. They were going to cross over in a post-credit sequence, and then they didn't. Anyway, I got a lot of thoughts about I, Frankenstein.
We'll keep going.
Yeah. Otis Fields, that's true. A gallon of Baja Blast does undo it.
That eating fast food and taking medicine is going to lower your vibration.
That's true, though. And I will say, synchronous, the whole chat talking about Taco Bell right now. And so this one, the whole chat talking about Taco Bell, and this was good night to everyone except for the people who say eating fast food is bad for your vibration
and taking medicine, which seems like they're the same. Yeah, we're very pro-vaccine, and we've been talking about
pro-vaccine.
I'll
say pro Taco Bell.
I'm pro-vaccine, pro Taco Bell. Put it on my grave. All right, I think there's only like one more of these.
Thank you. Finally.
Shut up. And last but not least in the slightest. Good night to everyone except for
it just cuts off. It cuts off. What do you think that last one was gonna be, though?
Oh, I wish I knew. I think it was gonna be good night to everyone except Dash and Rosa from Psychic Friends, who are making fun of this TikTok. And I think this person was new. You know what I mean? Like I think they knew that we were coming for them.
If we were gonna do our own like final and last, who would we not say good night to? This is
good night.
I would say good night to everyone except for physical Bigfooters.
That's good. Good night to everyone except for the physical Bigfooters.
There's no one I trust more than a person who thinks that they can kill a Bigfoot like it's a bison.
Good night to good night to everyone except for a different paranormal convention that does have cryptid in the name and description of it, that when I reached out and was like, do you want to have our psychic advice podcast? They were like, oh no, we don't do metaphysical stuff. And I was like, what?
Yeah, we don't do metaphysical stuff.
Good night to
okay, I don't know what the segment is, but arguably the segment that our entire podcast could be, because Facebook now is meta. It could, our entire one could just be metaphysical stuff.
Yeah, that's not as good a name as Psychic Friends with, is it?
No, I'm glad we did that.
Good night to everybody except for exorcists who dress like professional bowlers and go on every TV show.
Oh, I do feel like we have beef with we have a lot of beefs, but I think one of our best beefs are with people who claim they're priests to do exorcisms on TV. Yes. I feel like that's a long-standing beef.
Television exorcists who dress like Guy Fieri and
but with a collar.
Yeah. Who dressed like little Guy Fieri with the collar and but the same flames, like, and have the same tattoos that you can only get if you're a bad tattoo artist, B, a professional bowler, or a television exorcist.
Or and I would say one more, if you're in a Red Hot Chili Peppers cover band.
If you are in, good night to everyone except for people who are in Red Hot Chili Peppers cover bands, and also everyone who's in the Red Hot Chili Peppers, my least favorite band of all time. Good.
On a bridge. That's how I ended it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sending you one. This is more relationship advice question stuff. I sent this one because I just think you're gonna enjoy. Yeah, you like that one, Rosa?
Okay.
You like was okay, yeah.
Here's the thing. So most people, when they're asking for relationship readings, will post a photo of them. A lot of psychics on Psychic Facebook ask for you to post a clear photo of yourself or anyone who's like a part of the reading to better read you, right? Better connect with you.
A lot of times you get one that's sort of like, I'm just gonna like do it. I'm gonna like, this is like this is.
Oh, I'll do it too. Yeah, kind of one of those. It's like poorly, you got to get at a bad angle. I should really make the light terrible in here somehow.
Here, wait, let me see if I can just kind of
kind of like that. Oh yeah, that very much gives that, or like they're almost like too sexy where they're like and there's like a filter behind them and you're like
no filter. That's a rule on all
that's
of them.
Every rule. Don't do them. We can tell when you Snapchat beauty filtered yourself. Don't.
That is an explicit rule on basically every Psychic Advice Facebook group is like no filters.
No filters.
Do not use filters.
You have to, people still do them. So the person who's writing this, and I think it's myself.
Yeah,
okay.
No, you're right. Yep.
The person who's writing this is doing one of these where it's like barely in the frame, like I'm trying to sneak out of the frame kind of pictures. And then the other person, obviously, this poster stole it from social media. I feel like I don't think this was like I don't think they took this photo, and it's a guy holding a fish.
Yeah, but not like the normal way.
Not like this. Not like
there's a version of showing a fish. And this guy's holding it like if this pencil's the fish, just
and it's small enough that it's in the palm of his hand, which is crazy. All right, so this man's holding a fish and also not wearing a shirt,
right? Which
I don't know. Like if someone was posting me on Psychic Facebook, even if I had posted a shirtless photo of myself, I would hope they would use one with me in a shirt. You know what I'm saying?
With shirt or without a fish. You can't have both.
Yeah, it's a lot going on. Okay, so here's the caption. Hoping someone can get a read on what's to come with my relationship. Please break it to me or reassure me if blank and myself blank will continue to improve and evolve our relationship. This is for a free monthly reading. Thank you so much. I don't think you get to choose if it's for a monthly reading or not on most of these groups.
That's in this group that I'm in. Normally we don't say the names of the groups. This one's really good, so I will say it. It is 1111 Twin Flames and Soul Flames 1111 is the group.
Soul Flames. Okay.
Sorry, soulmates, Twin Flames.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's crazy if we were making up new things now.
We didn't throw a new one in there. What do you think, Rosa? What do you think about this relationship?
I don't think it's gonna work out. This is not one that I see working out. Sorry, I'm also drinking a water.
Why are you hiding that? Why?
I don't know. I didn't want to drink on camera. I don't know. It was so much worse what I did. I know, but you're really bad. In a can.
I've been drinking a grapefruit Spindrift this whole time.
Wow. Use code Psychic for Psychic Friends, brought to you by
Sponsor us, Spindrift.
Yeah, sponsor us, you cowards. They don't sponsor us. Yeah, I don't see.
Sarah Preston in the chat wants to know if the relationship is between the man and the fish, and I hope not, because he's holding it like if you told me that the next photo was of this man being like, "Watch me squeeze the shit out of this fish," I would be.
I think he's gonna bite your head off. Yeah, just take that.
I hope not.
It looks like he didn't wear a shirt so he wouldn't get blood all over him when he bit that fish's head. Yeah, so here's the thing. I don't think this is working out.
Okay. Yeah, tell me why.
And I think I'm gonna break it to you. I don't think this is working out because I don't think you're very compatible, and like you're already working so hard to improve your relationship and evolve it. Like I think you're already putting in a lot of work for that. Yeah. And I think at some point he's not going to have the energy to keep improving. And I think that's going to I think if you wait it out at some point, that's going to happen and it's going to hurt you more.
I think that there's a very cliche, and I will say that you could say Psychic Friends, the tagline of our show is throw the man away. And that's often our advice in relationship things. I don't think that this is I don't think this guy sucks. This guy doesn't seem like he sucks. I just think that he's doing he's got a whole idea that his life is sort of framed around. I think he has this idea of what his life is and what he wants it to be. Adler, yeah, all of his energy is going into holding that fish. He's still holding it. They say
he
that even to this day,
that fish more than he holds on to your love. And that, for this reason.
Oh, sharks. No, I think that I don't think this is a bad guy, but I don't think that this is a bad guy, but I do think that he's just got he's got a chill thing that he wants, and I think you want more than that. And I think it's okay to acknowledge that, and it's okay to acknowledge that the energy that you've put into this and the energy that you've tried to sort of build and maintain has not been wasted, because you've done growth and you've done thinking. I think sometimes we get into relationships where we're like, I've put so much thought into this, I've put so much energy into this, and if it were to end, that would be disastrous and it would be a waste of time. And it's like, no, because you've been growing this whole time on your own too. Even if you felt like you've been growing together, you've also been growing, and it's okay to say that two people want different things. And ultimately, I do feel like this is two people who just sort of want different things, and it doesn't make someone the villain or the bad guy or whatever. I don't see a match. I agree with you, Rosa.
Yeah. I have how much time do we have more on this one?
Probably another like 20, and then Vanessa's gonna ask us some questions, I guess.
Okay, if I have time for 2 more, I'm gonna send this one to you, which I think we probably will get. Yeah, I think we'll get 2 down. Because I want to do one of the other ones, but I'll send this one to you because it's short.
Rosa, we're doing a time-honored Psychic Friends tradition is talking about all of the logistics of the show that we're currently doing.
We're really hitting every single box to make this a classic app. It's a classic one.
Our show episodes are usually around 45 to an hour, so that's why I said we got the 20. We have as much time. If we want to do the whole 2 hours, we can do that. I don't really want to do a full 2 hours of just us doing the episode. I would rather do it and then talk to Vanessa about whatever Vanessa wants to
I feel like 2 hours is a lot of time for Psychic Friends. That's a lot of Psychic Friends.
That's too much Psychic Friends, I think.
These friends,
but only in one. If you want to go home and listen, go home. If you want to stay in your home where you are now,
get in your car, drive to the border.
Yeah, but if you want to listen to 2 episodes at once, what a great idea for you to listen to multiple episodes of the show that we have. This is gonna be, depending on, we just put out our 140th episode, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of episodes. This
done
is
a lot of
running. Wow.
The only thing we haven't done on this live show that is, again, classic Psychic Friends stuff is one of us say something fun and the other one be like, we should make that into merch, and then never do it. That's we have the other big Psychic Friends thing.
Well, I feel like we do that. That's a rare case. Like, that's a rare treat when it happens.
Sure. I'm just saying if we want to get the full Psychic Friends experience.
Yeah, is we should figure out some merch and then not drop it.
Okay, Rosa, you've sent me a good one.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and read it. Hi, could you be kind enough to please explain what is yellow energy? Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you do it?
Explain yellow energy?
Yeah. They've asked.
Okay. I don't actually know what yellow energy. I can tell you what it is in the DC universe, in its fear. It's the opposite of green energy, which is the energy of willpower. I don't think that's what this person means, though.
I did try to look it up. I got yellow auras. What do
yellow auras mean?
That they have a sunny disposition. Is what
that can't no, get the fuck out. That can't be what it.
That's what it started with.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I would be so fucking angry if I went to an aura photographer and I sat down and they took the picture and they were like developing it, and they came to me after and they were like, oh, you've got to see how you're surrounded by yellow, and I'd be like, wow, what does that mean? And they'd be like, well, it means you got a sunny disposition. All right.
So I'm at aura.net right now.
Oh, okay. The leading website.
Yeah, because I thought they could maybe help us. With this.
Yeah. What do you got there?
There's a reason yellow is the color of sunshine. Often associated with joy, freedom, yellow auras are considered to be indicators of lightheartedness and a fun-loving nature.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. I think Adler Cooper in the comments is right because Adler has said P.
Oh, you got kind of a P aura, kind of a big piss baby.
Yeah, that would. Okay. Yeah. So if the aura photographer was like, I'm looking, do you see the yellow aura? And I'm like, wow, what does that mean? And like, piss. Actually, this is the yellow is the P. You know, like how piss is. That's how this one is. Congratulations.
So that might be a specific. So there's a couple different types of yellow energy, and they have the light yellow aura, which is associated with new beginnings.
Okay.
The bright yellow aura, which is optimism.
Hold on.
The golden yellow aura, which is the P one, probably, if we're being honest.
I don't think that you can. If someone was like, describe to me the difference between bright yellow and light yellow. What? And you're like, please, this is important. I need to know if I got new beginnings or optimism.
Well, or your golden yellow aura, which I'm gonna read this one specifically because it's gonna be, you're gonna hate it.
Okay, I can't wait.
People with a golden yellow aura are considered some to be as good as gold.
You can't.
You know, like you're as good as gold.
This sucks. Rosa, this sucks.
There are several strategies for connecting with your own golden yellow aura. Would you like to try to guess any of them?
Wake up early, do bunch of exercise. Is that on there? Okay.
It's so much stupider. There's 4 of them.
Yeah, please tell me what they are.
Drink herbal tea or ginger ale. I can't imagine drinking ginger ale.
Wait. You can't have both of those on the list.
Well, it's herbal-ish. Like
does it matter what herbal tea? Or
any herbal tea or also ginger ale?
Ginger ale. What about ginger beer?
No, just like a Schweppes.
Gotta be the ale. Gotta be that sweet Canada Dry.
Dry, yeah. Okay. Wear yellow.
Fuck off. That can't be.
Wear gold jewelry, which feels kind of the same as wearing yellow, if I'm being honest.
I can't.
You'll notice I am wearing some gold
Kai
jewelry
in the comments. Kai in the comments does point out that ginger ale is the tea of soda pop. That's true, and I hadn't considered it.
Yeah, we had not looked into.
Okay,
root beer should be. No, you're right. It's ginger ale. Never mind. It's ginger ale. And then the last one: surround yourself with yellow flowers, like buttercups.
This feels I can't. Okay, here's what I'm struggling with. I'm not an aura expert. I don't know auras and what they mean, but I feel like they can't mean this, right?
We have some more tips for opening your solar plexus chakra, which is the one that is associated with the yellow aura.
That's your yellow one, okay?
Yep. But I mean, maybe it is. This website says it is, and they are aura.net. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Similar to the presence of bright yellow energy, a blocked manipula or manipura could indicate a person is feeling depressed, anxious, bitter, or conflicted. Here are some ways to unblock this chakra and soothe their yellow energy with the following methods. So you might not have enough yellow energy. These things are probably going to help you. Okay.
Yeah.
Eat yellow foods like bananas or pineapples.
No. That's not even yellow. They're all the chakra yellow.
If your chakra is blocked, then try to eat a banana. See how you feel.
But the inside of the banana is white, off-white, eggshell colored. You gotta eat the banana. Do you have to eat the banana peel?
I do like that. Like fixing your aura is the same advice my mom used to say when I had stomach aches. Like drink a ginger ale, eat a banana.
I'm trying to fix my aura, so I ate a banana, but it was a green one, so My aura
Yeah,
is
well, that's a
worse now.
plantain, so that's a whole different energy.
Now I ate a green one, and so it's green. So now I'm the Grinch.
All right. Try physical activity like a bow pose or cobra pose during yoga. All right, so that was yours, like get up exercise.
All right, yeah,
Sure.
get up, yeah, exercise.
Meditate outside in the sun. So just go sit in the sun because it's the sun one.
Just go sit in the sun, I guess.
Yeah. Surround yourself with yellow gemstones, like citrine. Kind of the same as the flowers. I know flowers and gemstones.
But not from that one store.
But not from Five Below.
Okay.
We hate them. Yeah. So do you think that could maybe answer this poster's question by?
I think that if any of that's true,
is anyone kind enough to explain this yellow energy? Thanks.
If any of that's true, all that means is that I have such a fundamental misunderstanding of what auras are.
Because I just feel like a banana and change your whole like you're a mood ring, like you eat too much.
I feel like you can't. I feel like
you're a flamingo in this. You know how like flamingos are only pink because they eat a lot of shrimp? It's like, your aura is only pink if you eat enough shrimp.
Right. You gotta eat. Ginger. If you're going for the pink aura, the rarest aura, you gotta eat so much shrimp, and you
just have to eat like just a giant pile of shrimp.
You're gonna feel gross because those are so rich. Are there other colors? What do the other colors mean?
I don't know. I mean, I could look further into aura.net. I'm sure there's other.
This feels like it can't be, right? Chat, do we agree that this can't be?
Maybe they know a lot about auras.
Is there an aura expert? Do we have an aura expert? Yeah, Adler Cooper, if you eat beets, your aura is gonna turn red. And if your aura is red, oh boy, watch out, you know?
Yeah, this website also will take a photo of your aura, it looks like. So
Kai, yes, I do know the song Flamingo by Cara Bonito. I love Cara Bonito, and I love that song. Shrimps are very rich, and if you eat too much, you might get sick. We've talked about, we've done so much on aura. I hope that this is wrong, but what if it's? Can you imagine if you're like, I've spent the last decade becoming really connecting to the metaphysical and spiritual abilities, and like, wow, what's your focus of study? And you're like, auras. And you're like, oh, that's great. What does it mean? And like, it's mostly just really simple color. It's really just simple color association. If you want a blue aura, wow, you eat a blueberry, you know? If you want a blue aura, you should listen to the Blue Man Group and eat a blueberry. And congratulations, your aura is blue now. Rosa, I'm gonna send you one. And I'm sending you a handful of them. And
okay.
The main thing I want you to notice is the frequency that these posts. I want you to describe the posts. Okay. And describe the frequency in which they're made. And then if you go to the last image that I sent you, I'd like you to tell me the date of it.
Okay. So who can read? And then it is a like a tea or coffee reading. So it's like the ends of it. I think it's a tea reading. But it's not tea leaves where it's usually leaves. This is like ground processed tea. So it looks kind of like coffee.
It looks like coffee.
We see a bunch of different photos, different cups, different photos.
You get a decent amount of this in Psychic Advice Facebook, where someone's like, "Oh, I did an egg reading. Can someone help me read this? I did a coffee or a tea reading. Can someone help me read this?" Now, Rosa, go ahead and scroll through those 9 photos that I sent you.
Okay, so the first one says, "Who can read?" 14 hours ago. What do you see? 2 days ago. What do you see? September 9th. Who can read, please? September 7th. These are all different cups, I should say. These are all different cups. What do you think coffee is saying? Oh, it was coffee, and it is on September 1st. What do you see? August 29th. Let's read August 22nd. What do you see? August 21st. What do you see? August 18th. What do you see? August 18th.
Every couple of days is one of these.
What do you see? August 13th.
Yeah. Sometimes multiple in one day. None of these have any comments.
Yeah. So the first one is in May 7th, 2020.
Yeah, this person for the past 2 years has been posting every 3 days. And I know here's what I did this morning. I was scrolling up to see.
You just scrolled for hours to find where this ended?
It didn't take hours, but it did take a longer time than I would. Because the whole time when you are scrolling through somebody who's posted the same coffee cup with different coffees in it for 2 years, the whole time you're like, can't be this long. Surely I'm almost to the end of it. This has got to be. We've definitely approached, but no one has helped this person. No one has done any read. Who can read? No one, apparently. No comments on any of these.
So we do have to read it now.
I think we should. What I'm saying is I think we should read it.
Okay. I'm going to do the most recent one, right? Because I think the older ones are probably like less.
I'm actually I think everyone can sort of play along at home with us if they want to try to read these.
Yeah, it's hard to
So
I'm seeing a heart.
Okay.
I'm kind of seeing a heart. And I think that means that someone new is going to come into your life, and it might not be necessarily romantic, but it is going to be it's going to be like someone that you care for immensely.
Okay.
Like a new relationship. It might be friendship, it might be like a guardianship, it might be like it could be a lot of different types of relationship, but it's going to be important to you and it's going to come into your life soon. That's what I see with that one.
I think as I'm looking at this, what I notice is that there's a lot of empty space. Like there's a lot of like unfilled lines in between. And I think that I'm so close to my microphone, I'm probably clipping. I think that there's a lot of like, you've done a few things a lot, but I think that there's a lot of elements of your life that are probably need more filling in. Like I think you've really hyper focused on a couple of things while not focusing as much on some other stuff that maybe you should be focusing on. Kai sees sea coral, so maybe you have a future in something with the ocean or the sea. And Vanessa sees the logo for an obscure metal band, which is correct. That is in there. For sure. So, okay. And maybe it's time to start your aquatic themed metal band.
Yeah. No one's doing it yet. It's your time.
I guarantee you someone has done it. Probably. I absolutely guarantee you. Mostly I just wanted to share this person been posting basically every 2 to 3 days for 2 years.
Wow, Psychic Facebook is so special.
Begging people to read this coffee, and no one has done it.
Yeah.
You got one more for us, Rosa?
I do. It's one that I really like doing, and we haven't done it in a really long time. This type of one. I'd love you to read it, and we're gonna do some rapid fires.
Oh yeah, all right. This is great. This is a person. One of the best genres. I'm actually just gonna show it because you haven't included the name on here. So I am just going to show people, because one of the best parts about Psychic Facebook is the frequent use of Bitmoji. Lot of Bitmoji. So here's a Bitmoji, and it says, "I will open up to answer any yes or no questions for only today."
Yeah, respond to it. However, this person did respond to most of them. If not all of them. I didn't go all the way to the bottom.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to read them to you. I want you to give a yes or no answer, and we're going to see if you agree with this psychic.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Am I going into the right direction with work?
No.
Psychic said yes. So now you do have to fight on this one.
I'll fight every psychic in the world.
Yeah, no, I also see no, though. So I am on your side.
Okay.
Is the guy I've been talking to for a while, is there going to be more than just friends?
Yes, but it's bad and you shouldn't do it.
Ooh, yes, but it's bad is a good one. The psychic also says yes. So, all right. Does my ex and father of my son still love me?
No.
No, I also say no. The psychic says yes. I do think this is the same person, but it's funnier to read if you think these are two different people.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying my ex and then also the father. These are got it. Yeah. Still the answer is no.
Yeah, no. Will I get employment in October?
Yes.
You said yes. Psychic says no on this one. At first, I thought the psychic was just saying anything that the person wanted to hear. But then when it's like, no, you won't get work, I was like, no, they're going with their gut. Okay.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to stay with my husband?
No.
No. The psychic says yes, but I'm very much no.
Here's what you have to understand about psychic Facebook psychics is they are always going to be like, keep it together, stay together, make it work.
They have bad choices.
Never. Listen, I as a child of divorce, I'm here to tell you, divorce probably the right. If you're thinking about it, probably the way to go. That's what I'm. You know what I mean? I even as a kid, I would watch movies where a kid would be like, "Oh, my parents are getting divorced. How do I keep them together?" And I'd be like, "No, you fool! It's better. Let it happen. Let it happen."
My parents split up when I was so young that I didn't even like. I saw those movies later, and I was like, "Oh, is that something people do?"
Yeah. What?
Okay. Will the contractor and I catch up outside of work? Ooh.
I love how specific that is. Yes.
I think yes as well. The psychic says no, which I think is wrong. I think you will.
Yeah.
You and that contractor are gonna be at the same bar. He's gonna order you a drink. You'll say like, "Hey, we should catch up."
I gotta say, I'm getting a real charlatan vibes from this psychic.
Yeah, I'm getting some bad vibes from the psychic too. Okay, I like this one. Will I go to South Carolina with my husband this winter, please? And thank you, heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you will.
Yeah, that's
weird that you'd have to ask me.
Yeah, I don't know why you're okay. Yeah. Yes.
Now we usually don't read names, but I want to read this name, and I don't think I'm doxing anyone because like even finding this would be insane,
Okay.
right? Whom do I end up with, Jeff or Caesar? Thank you.
I want it to be Caesar, but I think it's going to be Jeff.
I don't think it's either of them.
Oh,
but good try.
All right.
But also, yeah, Jeff and Caesar, like, whom do I end up with, Jeff or Caesar, is such a good question.
You want it to be Caesar.
It gets, maybe it's Cesar, possibly. I don't, but either way, it is a way, that is such a good, that's such a good mouthfeel question. I've never had quite a, anyway.
Okay.
Will me and Ashley get to meet in person?
No,
I think Ashley's a catfish. I think it's not going to happen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
I don't think Ashley exists. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Fair.
Yeah. And I have one, I have one more. Okay. Will I ever find love again?
Yes.
Yes. You will.
Absolutely. Zero question.
Yeah.
I was gonna say let's call it. I do want to send you one last one.
Okay.
For this episode, and then we can talk.
We'll call it. Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk to Vanessa. We can answer some audience questions or however we want to do it.
Yeah.
Hey. I sent this for one very specific reason. Let's see if you find it.
Okay, so there's a really awkward taken selfie of a person like with, I believe, Seattle maybe in the background. And then there's one intensely blurry photo of a person, like so blurry.
Yeah,
that
this is like
a
screenshot
of a FaceTime.
This is a Bigfoot level blur.
Yeah, okay. And here's the crazy thing. By like now looking at the poster, I think it's the poster who's the blurry.
The poster posted the blurry selfie and posted a very clear picture
of the other person, which is like, why can't you take a better photo of yourself? I kind of understand if you need to like steal a photo of someone else, like maybe don't post that if they're not okay just giving you a photo, but like yourself. Okay, anyway. Hi, I'm looking for a reading on me, my name, and
I think you could say it. And Caesar. We've got the return of Caesar, and that's why I wanted to end on this one because it's too much. You can't. You got Caesar in both of them. Caesar.
Now I have to look if it's this person.
Oh fuck! I hope so. Is it?
No, it's not.
Damn. Why? But I do hope it is the same Caesar.
Yeah, I do hope it is the same Caesar. All right.
Yeah.
He has been in and out of my life for 3.5 years. He's married, but separated for many years. I don't know how separated this guy is. Okay. I think he might be, but for many years, why don't you just get divorced at them? All right. Mm-hmm. V, which I assume is supposed to be we, or I've walked away many times because of his constant not knowing what he wants, but he comes back to me. You've always been open, and I've always been an open book about what I wanted from him, but every time he came back, he gave me less and less every time. Finally, I confronted him and he told me he didn't want to be part of my life anymore. And I told him, okay, and blocked him and tried to end the cycle as it's hurting me. My heart aches. Did he go back to someone else, or once again, was his pride and ego consuming him due to his family issues? Thank you so much for anything you can tell me. And then these person's names again, as if they wrote it.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Okay. Yeah. I think that
this is from the Twin Flames and Soulmates group again, by the way.
Yeah, this is not your twin flame nor your soulmate. This is neither. This is kind of an ass. Yeah, and if this guy keeps giving you less and less, like, yeah, block him. Here's the thing. When you block him, though, block him. Right? Like, here's the thing. If you're like, hey, I broke the cycle because it's hurting me, I blocked him. Great. That's the end of this story. Don't be like, so did he go back to someone else? It's like, all right, so you're not over him. So you're not. You blocked him, but you're still in the cycle. So I think sometimes it's not only about the breakup. It's about really getting off of the person's radar and energy and all of that. And it seems like you're still on his energy because, like, if he's now with someone else, good. Right? It's not you. I mean, probably bad for that person. Maybe you like care about that person, but like, but he's not in your orbit anymore. And that's the most important part. Like, cleanse him from your orbit. And then if he pops up somewhere else, it happens, but you know, try not to freak out about it.
I think that it's, I get it. Because I've blocked and muted people on Twitter, and then I still go and look at what they're tweeting because I'm curious, and I understand the curiosity. I understand the like, oh, what's going on there. I get it. But you can't in this case. You can't with this one. This a real mediocre dude who's got the butt crack here. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, butt crack forehead. Yeah,
I know. The butt crack forehead, and you gotta fixate on something else and get your shit together. You know what I mean? Because this is a psychic friends throw the man away.
Yeah,
this is psychic friends throw the man away.
And if you're in a really good place in a couple of years and you think it's fun to like go and like look if he's, you know, like doing something out of interest, that's totally fine. I'm not,
of course.
But like, if you're so worried about it that like you're posting on psychic Facebook, no.
After you throw the man away, you don't fish him out of the toilet. You leave him in the toilet where you threw him. You go. Yeah, there's no need to do not fish the man out of the toilet or the dumpster or wherever. You got to leave him in there and go find another dumpster man. Go find another dumpster man. I know that's I have a very like this is a very like this person.
Go find another dumpster man.
You gotta find a dumpster man who's not hurting your life. Dumpster. Yeah. You know what I mean? There's dumpster men out there that are fine. And then you do that and see how that feels to be with a dumpster man who's not secretly still with his wife. Absolutely is what's happening, by the way.
Yeah. By the way, if anyone's like, hey, they're separated, but they're not for many years, but he just kind of waltzes in and out of my life. I'm like, yeah, because he's married.
That's for sure. Yeah, because he's
married. 100% married.
And I gotta say, tying it into the last one, maybe go find Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's
Have you tried to find a Jeff?
Have you tried going to Kai? You're right. Don't fish the man out of the dumpster is a good t-shirt for psychic friends. So I do think we hit the hat. I do think we hit all the bases. I do think we hit a grand. Can I just say this was a grand slam psychic friends because we did hit all the bases. We did hit all the ones, all the bases, and go find a dumpster man named Jeff is my advice to this poster because he's out there.
Yeah,
he's very easy to find. Yeah, I think that's probably it for the podcast portion. I think that's probably going to do it for us on this here.
On this here Psychic Friends.
I mean, what a high note to end that on, right? Like
on the Triple Crown. Sorry, I had to plug in my phone.
No, but you hit all the high notes. I think that's very important. We've also made it clear not to fish men out of the dumpster or the toilet. I wrote that down.
Don't fish the man out the toilet.
Don't fish the man out the toilet. We're always saying that.
That's sage advice, really.
Had to just come hang out for this one.
Yeah,
hang out.
Friends, right? Psychic friends will all be friends.
Yeah, with a Z.
With a Z.
As long as you spelled it with a Z. Yeah, that's important.
Always.
Wherever you find podcasts.
You always do. You do every time you do the
It's just that I'm never usually on camera, so our listeners don't know that every time I'm like being hack about promoting the podcast, I do one of these. That's usually just for Dash.
It's just for me.
I love that we all have this insight into your process.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, the next thing you need to do is a little like Psychic Friends video promo for the podcast. Do that, have like a star wipe and like just some.
The other thing that I'm really bad about doing, I think, is
constantly doxing people.
No. We do have to bleep me. We do have to bleep me more than they bleep.
Constantly doxing people.
By accident, not on purpose.
Because sometimes Rosa, like, I know that editing this podcast and composing all the music for the podcast and doing all the sound design is like, like a good, let's like sneak in some extra work for Dash is a lot of times what Rosa's trying to do.
What if I name a friend like live on the podcast and then I'm like, I shouldn't have named this person. Dash, will you just bleep it? I do make them go back and cover up all my little mistakes.
A lot of times Rosa's like, I'm gonna dox someone, or I'm gonna
say some inflammatory stuff about Ireland.
Encourage the Irish to set police cars on fire, and I'm like, I should probably edit at least part of that out just for Rosa's sake.
We're not
edit yourself out on some of the stuff you said about the president. You're not better than me.
I have edited some of my own stuff I've said about various presidents off of the podcast.
You should do it live.
I like that the theme of today is just like how to dox and undox people in the paranormal world.
I've learned so much today just about undoing hexes and my aura color, and in addition to all the research material, just really incredible.
The aura thing can't be right though. Can we all? It can't just be the flavor of Gushers you ate,
What if it is though?
No, but I love that. It's like, what is your favorite food? And then that is your aura, right?
When I was a kid, I was a really picky eater, and one of the very few things I would eat was broccoli with lemon, like steamed broccoli with like a squeezed lemon on it. And I ate it so much because my mother was so worried I didn't have any like iron in my blood because I was such a picky eater. That I like that if like you saw my aura as a child, it would be like half green and half yellow, like a big broccoli.
I feel as an adult,
that, like as a tree around you.
Well, like I've ruined my aura because like today I had like a pink vitamin water Doritos.
Oh, no.
So my aura is just like just chaos right now.
Well, because if it is just the color of the thing, then theoretically you could be like, all right, well, what I'm really craving is mac and cheese, but my aura has been too yellow, so I'm just gonna squirt some food coloring into this one because I'm trying to outsmart Big Aura.
This suggests that we never have to take an aura photo ever again.
Right, yeah.
Like a BuzzFeed quiz, and it will determine our aura for us. It's just like, oh, you're this My Little Pony, and therefore your aura today is.
Just imagine climbing like getting a guide to help you to the top of a ancient mountain with like a goat carrying all your belongings, and you get to the top and there's like a building and you go in and you're like, Aura Master, tell me about my aura. And the Aura Master is like, I don't know, what'd you eat today?
I actually just had the worst thought, but at the same time, this is going to help you pay for your pilot. So
okay, all right.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do, because this sounds in a way like one of those fads that tech bros get into, like Jack Dorsey's only sleeping like 2 hours a day and is exposing it, like he's like, cryogenically stimulating himself by keeping like the room temperature at like 40 degrees. You need to get into like some kind of executive level or a diet consulting. Just big for those the tech, like bring it out there and have those guys, like dudes in hoodies in cafes in San Francisco fighting about like how their diet, like, well, I'm like shifting my spectrum to orange by really following the Psychic Friendz diet plan. We do need to release an official diet plan.
I like it too, because it seems to suggest, if it is about what you eat, that if you ate the wrong combination of colors, you would get like a brown or like a murky aura. So it's less about eating healthy and more about eating like the same right color spec, like the same side of it. So like you can eat anything that's red, right? Like you can have an apple, you can have hot Cheetos, right? You can have a marinara sauce, right? Like you can have a lot of different things, but it does kind of need to be, you can eat a big juicy tomato,
Right.
I again am seeing somebody paying $10,000 to be served that with like the hot Cheetos, the apple, and just like red licorice, and be like, here, like this is gonna get your power aura for the venture capital meeting tomorrow.
I do think that the person who's only eaten like apples, kimchi, Takis, and like red Gatorade for like 24 hours though has no bit like that. Gonna have a crazy aura that day.
You're gonna crazy aura, crazy shits. Also,
just like really not.
I was gonna say they're not even making it to the aura reading if that's what they're.
No, but that's the detox diet, right? That's how you get all the impurities out of your aura.
There's so many of those. I saw there was a TikTok going around where someone was like, listen, it's all about getting to the source code, and the thing that gets you to the source code is Lyme disease. And I was like, no, that's not. That can't.
No, that's 100%.
I'm sorry, that can't.
That's dangerous.
It is dangerous.
It was so dangerous.
It's terrifying.
There's like a full interview where someone's like, anyway, it's not for the faint of heart. And I was like, no, Lyme disease is not for the faint of heart, or anyone actually probably shouldn't.
This is the like toxic positivity.
That's exactly
a dangerous degree, with this idea that like any, again, debilitating chronic illness is somehow like spirit trying to work through you so that you can offer some gift to the world or ascend to some higher consciousness. It is dangerous and terrifying.
Yeah, I don't Lyme disease. That's the one I'm the most scared of.
Yeah.
Too. And I don't know why I'm most scared of it. Mostly, partially bugs, but also me and Dash were both Californians, we have very low rates of Lyme disease.
Hey, Rosa. Rosa just really casually mentioned a fear of bugs. Do you want to explain your fear of bugs to everyone? Because I think it's pretty good.
I will. This is Dash makes me do this so often, like in public spaces, whenever I say anything about bugs.
And it's only because it's really good.
Okay, so I have a fear of bugs. Most bugs, mainly like cockroaches and like beetle shaped.
And you might say, why, Rosa, are you afraid of cockroaches because you live in New York and you've had some bad experience with cockroaches? And that's not why. Rosa, why is it?
It's because when I was a kid, I watched the film The Mummy, and I don't know if you remember the film The Mummy, but there's a scene where a bunch of scarab beetles go into a man's skin. Now you're probably thinking, Rosa, that's not a thing scarab beetles do, and you'd be right. However, also you might be saying like, oh, well, scarab beetles, even if you were afraid of that, don't actually look that much like cockroaches. But again, I grew up in California and in Northern California where we don't really have cockroaches. So the closest thing that I could understand to scarab beetles is like really small cockroaches and like beetles you find in parks, and this grew somehow into a distrust more generally of adjacent to scarab shaped bugs.
A cool thing about shooting our paranormal investigation podcast was being in the woods at night and watching Rosa just be like, no, fuck, no, fuck, no, fuck, no, fuck.
Bugs. It's almost like you shouldn't take a person out into the woods of Tennessee we went in August in like peak warm weather, and then be like, okay, just like stand in the woods, and then it's just like I have like a flashlight, right, too, because it's night in the woods of Tennessee, and so when you turn on a very powerful light, though, like in the backwoods of a southern state,
all the bugs are like, fuck yeah, hell yeah, here we go.
And I'll tell you, I hate it. I am such a hater of. We filmed like several things, and two of them were in like an old spooky museum, like a rural spooky museum, and then like two of them were just like in the woods by the Natchez Trace, which is like, you know, where like have had like some historical witch sightings. And so we're out there in nowhere, and there were I don't know how much I should go into this. We saw like a bunch of like snakes. I saw a giant owl, that like actual like dangerous things in the woods. And
wait, why did you put owl on that list?
An owl could do more harm to me than literally any type.
Yeah, but it's not gonna.
I don't know. I mean, like, here's the thing. A cockroach, what is a cockroach going to do to me? An owl could do far more to me than a cockroach. If I had to fight.
It could, but like, that's not.
No. Unless you're a crow, it probably won't do anything to you.
Yeah. Cockroaches can crawl into your ears and other orifices.
Dude, this is the kind of, hey, listen, thank you for backing me up. Thank you for backing me up.
I don't know. Once somebody says orifices, I'm like, whoa, because that's...
The other really important thing is that when Rosa visits me a decent amount and crashes, I've got a pretty cool fold-out couch. And my partner has a leopard gecko, very cute, really cute little leopard gecko. And so one of the things to sustain the leopard gecko is that we do have a breeding colony of dubia cockroaches.
I have to sleep in a little cockroach room. I have to sleep in
there's a plastic container. There's a plastic container with dubia cockroaches, a sweet, non-infesting, very cute, very friendly little cockroach that cannot climb vertical walls, so it's stuck in its little plastic container.
It's an open container of cockroaches.
It's not an open container. It's not. It straight up is not. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, however, it's a kind of a because we are psychics, we were also friends, which I hope you got from this episode and the title of our podcast. But Dash also comes here, and to be fair, like those cockroaches won't do anything to me. I have a small cat, which Dash is very allergic.
Severely allergic to.
So if anyone's like trying to like, you know, having the worst environment, it is me, but it's easier to blame them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not afraid of your little racist cat.
Wow. You would malign my racist cat
publicly. Yes.
Is she near you? You should show everybody. Is she
no,
around?
I think she's with her father.
Okay.
My partner is home, so she cares far more for him than for me. But
she's a great cat. She's 3 years old and she's like tiny. She's a tiny little cat with a dump truck, huge ass.
I now feel like I should steal her. I don't know where she.
Okay,
you
cool.
tell. Yeah. Here's the thing, Dash. Will you explain why you called my cat a racist? One sec.
So Rosa's cat is from I think Tennessee. I think so. It's one of those, you know, you can get a lot of cats, like people adopt them
Yeah.
And so Rosa adopted this cat. The cat's name now is Saratoga. Very cute. It started Saratoga and then it became Togepi. It's just nicknames. It became Togepi and then Togersby. And now I think it's just Bear. All very good. The cat's original name was Rebel. And when you have a cat named
South.
Rebel from a very specific part of the South, it's like, oh no, that cat's a racist.
It's true.
Look at this little. Look at that.
Aww. Say hello. Oh yeah, this is a very special guest spot.
Hi, kitty.
Aww.
Because someone's sleepy.
Nugget.
Did you get through the story?
The cat has been on the podcast one explicit time. Wait, show them the butt. No tail. Dumpy little tail. No tail, dumpy, huge dump truck ass. And because she doesn't have a tail,
felt like a Pixar
walks around like she's drunk all the time. Really good.
Thank you, Toga.
Thank you, Toga. The cat's been on the podcast one other time, and it is one time when we just heard a little like from off the mic because she.
It was actually worse. It was like wow, almost. It was not a noise I've ever. Yours almost sounds like something that I would hear a cat making. This was something that I had never this was a cryptid sound. This was not the sound of a cat. This was not the sound that a cat should make.
Because she opened up and consumed a sweet tarts and was very upset about the flavor.
It was actually around this time of year because it was Halloween and I had a big bowl of candy out I have like a seasonal corner of the apartment where I put like seasonal decorations, and I had a big bowl of like mixed candy you get from a Walgreens ad, and she had bit into like one of those little like tubes of sweet tarts and her tongue touched it through the wrapper, and that's what she was mad about.
That's a fair response to sweet tarts, though.
I don't know I don't know what episode exactly it is, but I think it's like kind of like the one where a cat eats a sweet tart. If you do want to hear it yourself,
I made it very clear in the title of the episode.
Yeah, it's like the one where Rosa's cat eats a sweet tart, or like the sound of a cat eating a sweet tart. It's like in the title. I forget exactly what it's titled.
I mean, that's just good search engine optimization. You
gotta know the one where Togepi eats a sweet tart and then screams about it. She's mad because I woke her up to be on a podcast, but that's sometimes what it means to use your daughter for content.
Exactly.
It's about time our cats started doing a little bit to earn their keep, we
were talking about this yesterday of booking the cat panel for next year, 2023. It's just one of these segments. It's going to be all cats. We might give them a tarot deck or an oracle deck or something and just see what they come up with.
Yeah,
there's gotta be a way. Kai, you gotta tell the Liminal Earth folks to figure out a way to do like cat scrying or something, you know what I mean, where you like get the cats to do the work.
Have you seen that have you seen that like TikTok trend that Gen Z does all the time where they put pronouns and let the cat choose its own pronouns?
I like that. That's pretty good.
They put like pronouns and sexualities and it's whatever one like the cat bats around because you ball them up. It's like that's the one the cat picked. We haven't done that with Togepi, but I feel like you could do something similar with fortune telling.
That's what I'm saying.
Blind Mancy is what.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I have a cat. I've been wasting my cat this whole time.
Yeah, I could be doing more work.
Tool that is.
It's like that. Waste. It's like that octopus that predicts who wins the Super Bowl or whatever. You know what I mean?
No, they've got that. They got the old thing at the county fair. They have the chicken that poops on the square with the number.
Yes. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
They also at the reptile museum or the reptile zoo in South Dakota, they have a chicken that plays tic-tac-toe and it wins a lot.
Pretty good.
My question is, why is the chicken at a reptile zoo? It seems like they should do some research into what a chicken is.
There is a strong argument. There's a strong argument that birds is reptiles.
I mean, chickens are dinosaurs.
That's right. What I'm saying. Basically,
that's what I'm saying. It is the same argument that we're all fish, and you know, how much at what point, if you want to, we're all fish and trees don't exist, is a tough one to cope with in terms of the what things mean and are.
I only found out about trees don't exist like 3 months ago,
that one gets you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one do get
that.
you though. I like it. No, birds are kind of reptiles.
Yeah, all right, fine. Bring all your birds down to the reptiles. Let them hang.
TikTok figured out that mostly I do want to see content of people with like pet pigeons, because I don't know if you knew this, but pigeons are all domesticated and they're feral now, but it was one of the first domesticated animals, and it is an animal that loved to cuddle. And you shouldn't just take one in off the street because it is full of disease. But there's a lot of pigeon rescues and places where you can get pigeons. They're like a really good pet.
Dash, you could have taken Ringo.
I didn't want to take Ringo. I can't. The people who own this property are so cool about the sheer number of bugs we've brought into their building that they own. And I can't be like, oh, also a pigeon now. You know what I mean? Like, I can't. That's a hard sell. Also, the pigeon is probably gonna. There's a certain age where it's like they do need the parent there.
Yeah. Well, for just some backstory, a pigeon knocked over the spikes off my office my office's air conditioner and had a baby on top of it. That baby's name is Ringo.
Did fill that air conditioner with pigeon shit. So
broke the air
that's what they do.
Knock the spikes that are supposed to keep the birds off. Knocked the bird spikes off.
Yeah.
The bird just knocked the bird spikes off so that they could make a nest on my air conditioner, which again
I do gotta pause you, because the pigeon did not make a nest on the air conditioner. The pigeon put a twig down and then just laid an egg near it and sat on that egg on the air conditioner.
Yeah, Ringo Starr's mom is not a home builder. She's a woman who does the bare minimum, and for that I do respect her more than moms.
Well, she's focused. She's focused on being ungovernable, right.
And Ringo grew up and flew away, which, you know, that's beautiful. But he was born on an air conditioner, which
he was born on a not functioning air conditioner.
Yeah,
just like his namesake.
It sounds like he's the next Jonathan Siegel to me. Like,
there you go. It could very well be the next.
What needs to happen?
Well, he's Jonathan Pigeon.
Yes.
Yeah, Jonathan Pigeon. It's a good pigeons fucking rip. They're very cool pets. They love to cuddle. They love to just sit on your lap and take naps. It's a great pet. And they scream less than parrots. Parrots scream so much
and loudly. Yes.
Stinky little cat.
That is a stinky little. The stinky little cat don't scream that much. She do smell, because Rosa's cat. Another fun thing is that she's a real foot pervert.
Drag Togepi more.
I know, racist.
Yeah.
Did you finish that story about how
I did, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thank God, because if you were just slipped in my cat's racist and then didn't touch it again and was like, Rosa raised a racist cat, I'd be like, no, I got a racist cat.
and fixed her.
Yeah.
But no, every time if you come into Rosa's apartment, at some point, if you look down the hall where all the shoes are, that little cat
You're
is
a no
just
shoes
like
house.
Head full in the shoe.
If you wearing Doc Martens, you take off your Doc Martens at my house. Guess what is gonna be in your Doc Martens in about 10 minutes? A cat's face.
If you're curious what the face on Rosa's cat smell like, it is an assortment of feet.
That's how you trade information. You gotta find out where you been, where you going.
She is staring at me with an intensity that she knows that I'm talking about her, and she's like in the kitchen just looking at me like, really, bitch? And she's my familiar, but she's sometimes too familiar, and these are the moments that girl, calm down. Some siblings.
I don't know. You've said a lot of stuff though. I mean, you're going to you said that she's like a racist foot pervert. You're about to say the next thing is that she's going to like seek elected office in the Libertarian Party ticket. I mean, there's just a lot of.
Did you know that the guy who did that, the last one, it was the vice president. The vice president, yeah, because the person running for president on the Libertarian Party ticket last time around did get bit by a rabid bat. The funniest possible thing. And then the vice president on the Libertarian Party ticket
also got bit by the same bat, and now the president. No.
Now the bat is running.
What the fuck is the person's
name?
I
want to live. That's the world I want to live in.
The person has a name, and the person has a nickname, and the nickname is one of those nicknames. You know how when you can tell a person's nickname, they came up with themselves, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, and they just sold it on people,
and they're like,
hard that they relented.
People call me this, and it's like, no one calls you that.
No one calls you Buck Lightning. There's no way.
It was it's that character. It was that, and also it was people call me this, like the dragon from My Little Pony. That was the part that really sold it. Was that there's
a dragon in My Little Pony?
Yeah, there's like a little dragon.
Okay, sure.
These are not the ponies of my childhood.
Yeah, I don't think when I was growing up there was a dragon in this one. But okay.
Yeah, but the Libertarian vice presidential candidate did take his nickname from the My Little Pony dragon, and I think that's great. And you know, I just think that that's so important. What American politics looks like in this day and age was good.
It's terrifying.
But the bat was funny.
That is funny. I feel bad that that's funny.
No, you don't have to. It's libertarian.
Thank you, Dash. Yes.
Yeah, Dash knows I have a specific interest in small towns where the mayor is an animal. So honestly, to truly round out that interest, I could try to submit Togepi for office. Unfortunately, we do live in Brooklyn, which I think is too large of a place to have a cat mayor.
Well, you'd have to start. You'd have to start small.
It's too large of a place to have a cat mayor with that kind of attitude.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, maybe Togers could be like a comptroller first.
Yes, that's so much worse because that's a real job. The mayor is kind of a fake job, if we're being honest. The comptroller has like duties. You think she could do that?
The first rung of the political ladder is school board.
Okay, yeah.
That's it.
Cat
principal. Rosa, put Toga on the school board. Cat principal. Yeah.
Principal's a cat. Don't worry about it.
That's a Disney original picture.
I was going to say that's the story you sell to fund the series.
Joko West or Jocko West. Yeah, Joe Jorgensen did get bit by a rabid bat, and I think that's the only thing that I think is funnier than Joe Jorgensen getting bit by a rabid bat is the fact that the original singer of the first Pokemon anime English dub, that I Want to Be the Very Best song, that guy loves Ron Paul so much that when Ron Paul was running for president, he re-recorded the Pokemon theme song but changed the words to be about Ron Paul, kind of. Like he changed some of the words, like didn't change a lot of them.
A senator.
Well, no, it was he's gonna be the very best, and then catching delegate. There was like he's teach delegates to So, but then the best part is it's
Did I do a better parody than the actual artist?
Well, it wasn't better because it said senator instead of president. So that's number one.
Oh,
that's
he was running for president. Okay.
He was running for president.
Okay. He's gonna be the president.
Yeah. He's gonna be the very best. Your courage will pull us through is a funny one to sing to Ron Paul.
You teach me. And
I'll teach you, implying that the man who sang it literally is just Ron Paul. Like he just stretched it out. It's the wrong number of syllables for the song. That's true. That is what it sounds like.
Good. I'm glad I could do it for you.
Oh, the funniest part is that ooh, you're my best friend in a world we must defend. So saying that Ron Paul is your best friend is so funny. if you are the man who sang the Pokemon anime song.
But what have we looked into it? Do they like go to brunch together? Like what if they are
sick if they hang out?
Like what if they like you see them on the links? They play golf every Thursday. After they go to Tommy Bahamas, they have
they never get to that level. Like the Pokemon theme song guy just gets his picture next to Ron Paul with like a thumbs up. It's like an awkward selfie. That's it.
That's what I want. That is what I want. No, but it is on YouTube if you look for it. If you look for Ron Paul Pokemon song, it's fully there. You can listen to the Pokemon song. It can be yours
for free.
You can listen to
pause
it.
This video.
If you don't pause, it's live.
Pause this video. Go watch the theme song.
Pause this stream. Pause this stream so that you're on a 3.5 minute delay for the rest of it. While watch it after, save it, bookmark the tab.
We'll just all be quiet for 3 minutes. So you have time. You won't miss anything.
You go to ytdownloader.com and download an MP3 of the Pokemon Ron Paul theme song and save it to your Zune so you can listen to it in the car. You can burn it. You could use your disk drive, your optical drive that your computer definitely has, and burn it on a CD. So you can listen to it when you're driving around. You can burn it on a DVD, so it's the DVD menu song that plays on your home movies.
It's weird that they didn't put that one in any of the games. Put it in the game. Let me unlock it.
There's a new Ed Sheeran. We're not talking about any. Just so you all know, we're not talking about anything.
You could ask us a psychic question.
Paranormal conference. Now we're talking about Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran wrote music for the new Pokemon game, and I've lost my mind on that.
I don't like that.
He's got a whole. And here's the thing. I'm on and that's you can. I'm on it. I've been in it. This is a whole part of my life. This is going to be the best Pokemon game of all time. I'm calling it right now, based on everything that we know about it. This is going to be the best one of all time. But Ed Sheeran is in it, and I don't know how to make peace with those facts.
I mean, I'm excited for you telling me all about the Pokemon game, and then me playing it when my partner's done with it, like 3 months later, and being like, "Wow, they had so many Pokemon in this one." I love how many Pokemon they.
I almost got them all.
I only play with the ones that I think are cute too, and Dash I think is against this because
that's correct. That's right. That's the way to do it.
Only be the cute ones. So I feel like I'm probably not doing it right, but you know what?
But here's the thing. There's no wrong way to do it because it's a game, and it's a game that little babies can play and have a good time, and they just play through the story. It's not a slam. It's a game that little babies can play, and it's great. And it's a game that. If you want to be a completionist and you're like, I got to catch all the Pokemon, great, have a good time. It's a game that if you want to go online and do competitive and experience a really rich and cool and weird competitive meta, it's great. It's got, for whatever level you want to do, you can do it. Perfect video game. Every video game should have like a babies mode and a adult you don't want to talk to who keeps talking to you mode, and every space in between.
I like
100%.
I think that we actually are talking about something psychic because they got ghost Pokemon. They got psychic Pokemon. They got fairy Pokemons.
They got grass Pokemon.
Aren't there some cryptids in there?
There's a couple. So one of my favorite Pokemon.
Aren't they all really?
Well, but explicitly, Sableye is based on the Hopkinsville Goblins. One of my favorite ones.
Yes.
Because I follow the not the Hopkinsville Goblin, but the this guy. Hold on, my brain is dying. This cryptid.
Yeah, the Flatwoods monster.
Flatwood monster. There is a game that individual that runs the museum is always touting on their
cool.
Some kind of cryptid-ish Pokemon.
That's a card game that has cryptids and they're like Pokemon. I think there's a card game because I remember I went to a paranormal museum when we were driving down. I will just acknowledge in the comments, Mortellus Murkrow, absolutely. Shiny Murkrow is a bright pink. You can't do better than that. Pink Murkrow, perfect. Psyduck all day, absolutely. CJ, perfect Pokemon. Shiny Psyduck, light blue, very good. Oh, a new cat.
Cat.
Incredible.
It's Emmy.
Mara, how racist is your cat?
Not at all.
See?
Wow.
I hope Toga's listening.
I don't know where she is. I don't know where she is, but she doesn't care.
I went to a paranormal museum when we were headed to film our show. We stopped at one. Rosa and I went to it.
Yeah.
And it was by paranormal museum, I do mean someone's house. And it was someone's house.
Bottom level of a house, of a very
bottom
large
level of a person's house. And there was a lot of stuff where there was like, here's a haunted doll in a locked box. And I was like, I don't know if okay, that's fine.
The moment that I knew not to trust that any of these things were actually haunted was they did have a Dybbuk box, which as a Jewish person, I can't agree. They were made up in the 90s. We're a 5,000-year-old culture. That's crazy.
The moment that I knew not to trust it was the Nazi magazine that was prominently displayed, and I was like,
I mean, that was also not great for me for a separate reason.
That was the big. That was the big red flag for me specifically. I was like, oh yeah, okay. Well, that's because I was looking at it and I was like, I wonder how this is going to be paranormal or supernatural. And you're not going to believe this, but it wasn't.
We did read it. It was not connected.
I looked. We were
like, oh, is this one about like the occult? Because Hitler liked the occult and maybe that's why it's in this spooky museum. No, it wasn't.
No, it turns out just this person was just like, check it out. The Nazi magazine.
I also collected
just so you've seen a Nazi magazine. You should know.
That's not a great icebreaker.
No.
Certainly not to us. We weren't the target demographic of
I think the funniest thing about it is not about the Nazi part, but about the museum itself was they put like the creepiest looking doll they could find in a box that looks like the fictional Warrens box from those movies that they got the Annabelle doll in. And I just think the Annabelle doll in the movies is so funny because like that was a Raggedy Ann. That was a Raggedy Ann doll. And everyone's like, it has, because if you look at a Raggedy Ann doll and you're like, wow, that's got demons in it or whatever, that's scary, I guess, but it is surprising. But if you look at the doll in the movie, if someone made that doll, I'd be like, oh, what's that for? Demons? Because like
is this the one that you made to put demons in?
Yeah, did you make this to put demons in it? Because why does it look like that? And I think that they're
I kind of feel that way with any like paranormal show. Like at some point they'll go into just like the creepiest place on earth. We had this in actually our show, and I don't know if it's making the final cut, but we talked to a guy who owned a museum, and he was like, there's like an old there's an old set of dentures in the museum, and like someone who was also doing a ghost show wanted to touch it, and I think Dash said, "Oh, it's like a teeth pervert." I don't know if that'll make it in. I feel like it won't.
No, it is. That's in there. I insisted.
So we see the teeth later in the museum, like they are.
It comes up
in a box.
It comes up and actually teeth comes through. We're spoiling shit. It comes through in an Estes session too. Like it gets mentioned. It's a whole thing.
This teeth pervert, noted teeth pervert. So we go there and we're like looking at something obviously weird and like kind of upsetting, right? Because it's like fake, like old, like these are like 1800s dentures, like out of a mouth in a spooky glass box. And I was like, oh yeah, well if we're putting this kind of stuff in museums, like maybe it does get haunted sometimes, right? Like if you're putting people's like dentures in a spooky glass case, I understand why your museum might be haunted. That's all I'm saying. If your museum's like paintings, it's probably not gonna get haunted.
I have just realized though in this conversation that apparently there is no like governing body that says what is and what isn't a museum. Like you just have a room full of stuff and you decide that it's a museum now.
Yeah. Rosa, you can stay in my cockroach museum.
Yeah. I want to say I am all for democratizing museums. Yeah. Why do you have to have a bunch of fancy, expensive degrees? We can all have museums. Bring back the like Wunder cabinet, except for like steal it from the bourgeoisie and like, you know, like
I certainly have enough random crap in my house to furnish. Especially me, as some Dash, you've been in my house.
Rosa and I are both very on the side of kitsch.
Yeah, you can see just from what's behind me, you can probably guess somewhere around here that I could have a cabinet of curiosities somehow. Pretty easily,
I
right?
would go on a tour of America and just visit like people's houses in this community and be like, show me your mini museum.
Yeah,
I'm all for that. Just like the front room of the house.
It's a great way to monetize hoarding.
Yeah.
The only thing
make it work for you, right?
I just need you to have a magnet I can buy. Every time I go to an attraction, I have to buy like the magnet and put it on the refrigerator.
Rosa's
Psychic Friendz Museum. We'll make some merch.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the main thing, Rosa's version of the gotta get a magnet is
squished pennies.
Those are great too.
You also are squished pennies.
Yes.
I'm getting married.
I'm a big squished pennies person.
And my husband has like talked to every person who operates squish pennies in this nation to try to get a squish penny machine at our wedding.
Is that like something you can hook up?
Hundreds of squish penny people.
So expensive. As it turns out, it's so expensive.
They are not cheap. I thought about building one.
Rosa, you didn't tell me that before, and now I don't think that there's anything in the world that I want more than to see you try to build a squished penny machine.
You'd almost be better off getting
all I want now.
How hard can it be?
Get one from like a defunct museum or something, and then repurpose it so that you could like make your own little plates, but you wouldn't have to make the whole mechanism.
It's around $3,000 to buy an old one, which is like a decommissioned one. There is somewhat of a like secondary resale market, I guess, for these. So it's around $3,000. To get one new can range between $3,000 and $5,000. So pretty much once these things are built, people just like swap out the pieces. And so there's a collection market of like just the machine. So you can just like swap out the pieces and resell them to whatever the next museum that needs it. I'm getting too much into the lore probably.
No, I've watched enough movies where a man builds a robot. I think you just need to start going to junkyards, and I think that you're going to find.
Just start welding.
Kind of a short circuit of my own.
If 2004's Real Steel, starring Hugh Jackman, is to be believed, all you got to do is, have you seen that movie? It's good. It's not good, but you should see it.
No, I'll see it. I haven't even heard of this movie.
It's the spiritual successor to Robot Jocks.
It's a movie where Hugh Jackman gets a robot to fight robots, and it has replaced Hell yeah, Kai. It has
my most recent.
What is that from?
It's from the Simpla bar in Budapest.
Wait. Rosa Mortellus says to message them about the penny press thing, and if there is a single person I know who can who can do this for you, it is Mortellus. Like fully
thinking that, like
it is
Mortellus. They have the hookup for that.
Yep.
Okay, wait. I just want us to take a poll the room right now. Do we think that Mortellus has a connection to buying squish penny machines, or do we think that Mortellus is going to help me make a squish penny machine?
I think the second one.
Which is more likely? I just want to poll the room, see what we think. I'm fine with either. I'm happy for either.
Yeah,
I'll just keep it if I have to buy one, I'll just keep it in my house.
I think Mortellus knows a guy, but I think you're going to end up in like a warehouse somewhere where it's like, here it is. It's
Sam, my husband Sam. Hi.
In the chat, Mortellus says, in all caps, take your pick. So.
There you go.
Sam did find someone who will make us squish pennies, like just make the pennies, right? Not the machine.
That's not as fun.
Not as fun, and give us the pennies, and like we can give them to people, and like a customized squish penny. And
Mortellus
Sam
also has a connect if you want to borrow one. They said.
From where? Okay, no, I'll message. I must know. So here's the thing. So Sam talked to this very nice lady on the phone, and she was like, if you were in South Carolina, I would drive you a machine myself. But like, we don't have a person in New York. Like, I don't know how I'd get one to New York. And she was like, it's the dream if people could just rent these for events. And I was like, the dream is that people could rent squish penny machines for events. Yeah.
It is the dream.
That's my
dream
specific
dream. It's spreading like a contagion, the best kind.
Now, yeah, sorry. Everyone should own their own squish penny machine and use it as they see fit. I believe in that.
Yeah.
Something
Mortellus is going to help you put that dream together, I guess.
I also like the
vacuum
form machines. The vacuum form machines, those are good too.
Oh, the Moldoramas?
Yes.
The plastic things at the zoo.
Where they inject. Yes. Those ones are good. They don't have as many. I am going to Chicago this weekend. If I go to the Field Museum, and I'm bringing back one for Dash's partner, because I've talked up the mold machines too.
Yeah,
too
they got very excited.
They have them at the Field Museum in Chicago, and I think like 3 places in Vegas, and like some other, like I think Orlando has like 2. There are like 10 left in.
I used to get them from the Field Museum like every time I went, but I remember when they'd come out, they'd be so hot, they'd like scald your fingers and you have to like hot potato them, which is why I'm like, do they still exist?
So when I say that Rosa and I love kitsch from like just having stuff up. Rosa loves kitsch in that Rosa has like the backstory and details on every conceivable kitsch, just like stored in the brain, just like in there. Yeah, no, it's all there. So if you got if you got kitsch questions, hit up Rosa for kitsch answers.
Yeah, my house is truly filled with like postcards from like now defunct like amusement attractions. I have a bunch of like bottles of whiskey shaped like different casinos from the 70s. Like I have a truly like an interesting lot of like old teacups and things that say the World's Fair on them both.
One time Rosa got me a deck of cards from a casino that she thought was the first casino I ever gambled at, because I have a little story that I tell about that, and it wasn't, and it was from a different casino, and Rosa was like, oh, I'll get it from the other one, and I was like, I fully believe you, like you're absolute, I know that's true, like I'm not even, I have zero doubt at some point Rosa's gonna be like, here's the right one. I'll be like, sick, cool, now I've got multiple
Harris casinos different parts. Sometimes you need it.
Sometimes you need it. I think it's a good part of Rosa and I always joke about being twin flames for the psychic friends, and that has become less of a joke and more of just like a thing that is true in a very Rosa and Dash way, in that we found out we met in New York
we met in either like 2018 or 2019 at a comedy, like a open mic night in New York.
Open mic night. And then we figured out later, because
like
of the
I can't tell you how long of time passed between I meet Dash and then this revelation happens, because I know where they're going. It's like 3.5 years later.
One time at a party Rosa had, everyone was putting on like funny YouTube things, and I was like, I know a funny YouTube one that no one else knows, because it's from a TV commercial from my hometown, Wet Pet San Pablo, which is a rap about a pet store called Wet Pet San
Pablo.
And Rosa's like, oh yeah, Wet Pets. And then we found out that we're both from like the very same part of the Bay. We both lived as children at the same time in the same fucking apartment complex.
They're a couple years older than me, but we overlapped at this childhood apartment complex for like a year and a half, if we have the dates right. Same hangover Denny's, same apartment complex we used to live in as children at the same time. The ways in which Rosa and I have had like the same shit is fucking crazy. Also, look up Wet Pet when you go look up the Ron Paul Pokemon one. Also look up Wet Pet San Pablo, because perfect. It's perfect. I don't want to ruin it for you, the uninitiated on Wet Pet San Pablo. But they do one of the best slant rhymes. Think of all the things that you think might rhyme with scorpion, and to be ready for it to be wrong.
Yeah. write it down on a paper now so that when you watch it, you can test your.
I don't want to do it because you need to hear.
No, I'm not going to ruin
for
it
the
for
first
you.
time. But just they're going to say scorpions at one point, and just get ready for it.
Get ready for it, and do tweet at us Psychic Friends what you think it's gonna be, and
how you were effing wrong.
And how you were fucking wrong.
We're just goddamn wrong about the scorpions thing.
Mortellus has Pez in the chat. One of the first ever Pez dispensers. That feels very.
Yeah, that's a good
also.
one.
Incredible.
I have some Pez dispensers in here, but almost all of them are Star Trek themed.
That's good. That's good, I think.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I'm gonna do a segue now. Okay. Speaking of Mortellus, it is 6 o'clock, and I think they will be coming on here shortly to talk about
just in time
identifying incorporeal entities. We carried it right up to the end here. Good job.
Yeah. Oh my God, 2 whole hours of Psychic Friends for you.
That was everybody feels good though.
Oh yeah, my face hurts from
laughing.
Same.
Well, thank you all, PanParacon, for having us. We had a great time.
Of course, you're always welcome at this paranormal conference.
Just,
no matter what anyone else says.
Metaphysical.
Do metaphysical. Remember the little people when you were advising tech CEOs on their auras, though.
I'm just gonna say you can have that one if you want to do it. You can that one, because I'm from San Francisco originally. I had to work with tech people for a long time, and I don't ever want to talk to them again. So you can have that one.
That's for you. That's for
you. Hey, guess what? Psychic Friend says you do it, and
Tell us how it goes. How many bananas do they have to eat?
You remember us when you're getting paid by the one time I watched a boss of mine pay a man thousands and thousands of dollars to be like, what we're going to do is we're going to sit everyone around a table, and then you're going to build a tower as tall as you can with marshmallows and uncooked spaghetti. And that's team building. And I was like, yeah, this is worth thousands of dollars. This for sure. This for sure is a good use of that money. It's good that these people have this much money to spend on marshmallow towers. That's probably for the best, I think. That's probably a good one for capitalism is cool.
Oh, it works for everyone, right?
We have now gone on too long, but find more musings of ours on our podcast. It's called Psychic Friends with a Z. You can also find us on social media.
It's called Psychic Friends, but it's spelled with a Z. It's not called Psychic Friends with a Z. It's called you spell the friends with a Z at the end at Psychic Friends, and we put out new episodes Thursdays at 12:30 Eastern time.
Amazing.
You. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for having us.
Have fun with Mortellus. I'm excited to tune into that.
Yeah.
Going to. Here they come.
Leaving.
Yay.
I'm gonna. Oh yeah, I got it. Okay, have fun. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
What? Hang on. So I showed up with. I've got my haunch pro. I've got my spooky teeth. Am I saying?
Oh.
Perfect segue.
I love a theme.
I'm really excited to read the Pokemon paper you mentioned in chat. So that's going to be more to look forward to.
Amazing.
What is happening?
So I just tweeted out because Mortellus provided a handout for this.
Yes.
And please
I'm going to put
play
that
along
in the
at home.
chat. I'm going to put this in the chat. There is a handout.
Yes. You want to check
And
that
I need
out?
like 2 seconds.
There you go.
You take your time. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
I was having fun listening and like borked up my slides in the background.
Oh.
That's
It's fine. Do you want to share shinies for Pokemon Go? Because like I said in the chat, and I'm actually just going to say out loud now, I used to be a mod for a Pokemon Go Discord server, and we would organize raids with each other in Chicago and all sorts of other dorkery. I used to play a lot.
I feel like I'm an eighth of a second too old for Pokemon. Like, people were really into Magic, the Gathering. That was like, and then Pokemon came after, and that was sort of after I was like, realized that CCGs were like the Cold War.
Who has the shiny fortress?
Oh, apparently just you.
Can you remotely share Pokemon now, or do you still have to be like in the same like geo?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good point. I think it's still you have to be within. You can send each other eggs, and then people can hatch that. You can send them through gifts, but to trade, you have to be nearby each other. But all of my Pokemon information is a couple years out of date, because as soon as the pandemic hit, I was just like, yeah, I'm not seeing any of you or risking my life for Pokemon, for digital animals, that when Niantic is done with this, like, guess what? The servers go down, all of that is gone. So yeah.
My last Pokemon Go quest was, how can I turn my actual house into a Pokemon stop? So I don't have to leave. Which I did successfully do. So
of course you did. And, you know, that's the dream people would talk about, like, to figure out how to make either their home or something across the street into a stop or a gym, so they wouldn't have to leave.
I have a little free library, so it's
oh, genius.
When I lived in Brighton in the UK, I not my flat, but my bestie's flat that I would often just like crash at was right next to 2 Pokemon stops and a gym. So I could just lay in bed on like Sunday morning.
That's the way to do it. Yeah.
It's terrible.
I am in a very rural area, so there's like, 2 Pokemon stops, and they're both at the Walmart or whatever. Actually, one of them is Transmission Man, which is this sculpture made of transmissions outside of this garage.
Oh, I kind of love that.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, so that's it's not easy to Pokemons here. It's like, do you want to do a tour of every church parking lot? You have to stay in your car the whole time, because there's no walking in an area like this. It's like,
of course,
there's no sidewalk, and it's just a parade of Confederate flags and Trump signs. So it's drive somewhere to play Pokemon.
Oh boy.
We had this person for a while on the street that had this humongous banner, and by humongous, I mean it was fucking huge. Like 20 feet by 10 feet, and it was a Photoshop of Donald Trump's head on Rambo's body with like a gun and eagles and stuff. And it was the most extra thing I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
Spectacular living in a small town.
Of course.
Oh gosh.
I do have slides now that function.
Okay. That's exciting.
Great.
I built slides because I'm an adult with dignity who likes making things harder than they have to be.
ADHD, it's the best for you and me.
I just gotta have slides though. All right, you've got your slides, so I'm gonna dip out, and I'm excited about this one as well. So
and this is another one where I'm going to be hanging around. If people have questions in chat, please feel free to reach out, and when I find a moment, I will ask them to Mortellus.
I don't have a psychic friend, so if y'all want to stay in here and banter with me, feel free. For anyone new, here's what I'm about: stuff and things. I do stuff. As yesterday, I say hey to my kiddos. They're watching right now. So hi, Soren and Luna and Joe, who felt exceptionally left out. You're a grown up. Kid me being you, or whatever the shape is. So we're going to talk about identifying incorporeal beings, and we're applying it to paranormal and presumably paranormal investigation and those kinds of things. We cannot do so without talking about the nature of the soul. Get into heavy stuff. You you kind of have to talk about what it means to be alive and what comes next and the soul and the nature of being if you're going to talk about paranormal investigation. We sort of ignore that stuff. It's like, I'm going to go find something spooky, but I'm not going to think too hard about what happens when I die. We kind of need to deal with that shit though. So here we go. So
I love that it's spicy already. I'm very excited.
The entire topic I'll be talking about will comprise the last 5 minutes. If you'd like to tune out until then, I'm going to be talking a bit about the soul and independent aspects thereof. For most of history, humanity has had a culture of veneration of the dead in some form or another, coupled with ideas of where the dead might or might not reside, what tasks they might perform, and so on. And these ideas don't always play nice together, particularly when you're in families with sort of mixed cultural or religious backgrounds. How do you sort of resolve the idea of a loved one being in an afterlife like heaven or duat or Valhalla or whatever, and also reincarnated and also haunting you, and this cousin is calling them a spirit guide, and like, how do you deal with that? I think the very simple explanation is the soul is not a singular thing. It's a really, really modern idea that, you know, you die and your corpse falls over and you keep standing there because there's just this one ghost of you. That's kind of ridiculous and newfangled, but it's not what I'm about. We'll talk about that some more. But also on the table, things that aren't dead human beings or animals. How do you reconcile seeing yourself? We don't really deal with that when people talk about seeing themselves. It's usually kind of this assumption of, am I going to die? Is something wrong with me? Is this like a portent of bad tidings or whatever? But I think that it's a much more complicated and therefore probably very simple answer, in that you can be haunting yourself. There was this meme going around recently about Keith Richards getting tired of waiting to die, so he's like haunting himself. Totally possible, in my opinion. So before this sort of Christianized idea of the singular soul overtook public perception, there were a variety of ideas about what constituted that part of a person, and all of them were very multifaceted. For example, you have the Norse three-part soul, which is kind of reductive. There are other bits, but the main bits are the Bilge, the Haugr, and the Hammer. You have Plato is a dick. I don't like Plato. I blame Plato for everything. At me about it on Twitter. I'll rant. Plato hypothesized the soul exists in multiple parts, the logos, the thymus, and the eros. And lots of cultures, I take Gardnerian Wicca, like my own, different religious groups, faith groups, etc., have practices of both reincarnation and magical ancestors, like the mighty dead that you see in traditional Wicca or witchcraft. So how do they all coexist? And what does that mean? How do we deal with it? I also would like to pause to interject, but I highly encourage anybody to interrupt with questions or comments, and Vanessa will tell me all about them, and I'm all about talking about whatever we need to be talking about. But within the framework of a multi-part soul, it's not just possible, but likely that the deceased can exist in many places at once, in many forms, and that even the living can be, in essence, haunting places. The question then sort of becomes, what part of the individual deceased are you interacting with? Or what parts of you are haunting a space that you're occupying or contaminating your investigation, as it were? How do you reintegrate those parts with yourself? Should you? Is it a good thing? What does that mean for broader haunting phenomena? it's definitely a reasonable question to ask what working with the dead means for those of us coming from a belief system that expresses a singular soul's journey or the soul is a singular entity. It's important to kind of confront those existential and ontological questions and paradoxes that might arise for you. And that allows you to kind of walk into those spaces, be they an investigation or a ritual space, with a clear understanding of how you feel. Because knowing where you're coming from and knowing what feels right for you, I think is really crucial. Because if you walk into a space like that with questions in your own mind about what those things mean or what you're interacting with, you're not going to get solid answers to the simpler questions. Who are you? How did you wind up here? I do think that afterlives, hauntings, summonings, etc., are kind of mutually exclusive. That viewpoint is not unique to me. My own ideas are sort of born in part from ancient Kemetic concepts of the soul, though I diverge a bit kind of here and there. I do try and be really clear about what is UPG or unverified personal notices from my personal experience or practice. And when I talk about things like the soul or the underworld, I can't help but sort of sprinkle my own experience in there. We all do that, right? And it seems to be kind of frowned upon to share your personal experience in that way. But I think, like we were saying in last night's panel, that traditions and experiences are living, breathing things. And if we're not talking about those experiences, we're not adding anything new to the conversation. But we do have an ethical responsibility to be clear about what is ours and what is someone else's. So I always say that as any good fan of tabletop role-playing games, I kind of take a homebrew approach to my magic, which gamers would tell you is following a pre-established set of rules, but using your own names, places, and designations for them. It was really the only way I could wrap all my personal beliefs and practices up with kind of a tidy bow. Not always easy to find, like there's no box that you fit in, right? Like you pull out the Wicca box and you're like, well, this is trash. So, actually, most of this is trash. I'll keep this one thing. I like this bit. And let's see, we've got like Norse Heathen. I don't like the fascists. We'll throw those out. And the binary, and you assemble who you are from all of these things in the world. And I think that's something we should all be talking about more. That's kind of how we all work. We use words like chaos magic to describe that, but in a lot of ways, I think that's kind of derisive because it's more honest to say that's what we all do. So in Kemetic practice, you see 9 parts of the soul. Each sort of interacts with life and the afterlife in a unique way. Those parts, you have the parenthetical with the Kemetic term, if you want to go all ancient Coptic on me. But I use nice modern words to tidy it up for my own brain. So the ethereal form is kind of that ghost haunting yourself. Verger is your breath of unlife. It's not something the living possess, only the dead. The ceaseless part of your soul is something that can only be formed through various parts, through funerary rituals. Character is what makes you uniquely you. The carnal form is your body. Vitality is your breath of life. The sober cat is your name. The witness is your heart. And the umbra is the shadow of your soul. And don't think immediately like Gnostic Jung and shadow work, psychology stuff. It's not that at all. It's something completely different. Just separate those. The ethereal form. This is part of you that might go on to an afterlife, to be reincarnated. It could be conjoined with other parts of your soul through funerary rites and ritual to create more intelligent spirits. This part of your soul is pretty likely to seek out opportunities in death to assist the living, working as a control spirit, functioning as the mighty dead, or seeking to right wrongs. This is a part of you that we might encounter as a spirit medium, for example. This is the kind of spirit that's going to help you communicate with other spirits. They like having a job. It is kind of a funny little anecdote I like, but it was pretty common in ancient Egypt to write letters to the dead. I like doing that even now, but they write letters to the dead and put them in little clay pots or bottles or whatever, and shove them out into the Valley of the Kings or whatever. It's interesting because we get this idea of what their lives were like, in that they obviously thought the dead could intercede on their behalf with the gods, but they spoke to the dead like telling them happy things about their lives or complaining about stuff or even getting mad at them. And I sort of love that idea that they're such a personal part of their day-to-day life. There's this one letter, it's from Middle Kingdom Egypt, and this person is writing to their deceased wife, whom we can reasonably assume is haunting them based on context. But they write, "What wicked thing have I done to thee that I should have this evil come to pass? What hast thou done to me is to have laid hands on me, although I did nothing wicked. When thou didst sicken of the illness which thou hadst, I caused a master physician to be fetched. I spent 8 months without eating and drinking properly. I wept exceedingly, together with my household, and in front of the street quarter. I gave linen clothes to wrap you, and left no benefit undone that had to be performed. I have spent 3 years alone without entering into a house, although it is not right that one like me should have to do it. And this I have done for your sake. But behold, thou dost clearly not know good from bad." This is a disgruntled husband. I didn't even hang out with my friends, okay? I let them see me cry. I cried in the street. What is your problem? A few correspondences for the ethereal part of the soul. The West, Hallows. It's oppositional to your physical body. Interacts with the incorporeal and liminal, and in death interacts with the living. They're sort of reverse necromancers. They're like, oh, you deal with living people? Correspondences. I'll send you a PDF if you want them. Come on, next. Slides. The verger, of course, that's your breath of unlife. It's something you can lose in death when you are giving things like offerings. They're taking the breath of life from them. If you've ever eaten something you left as an offering or gone back and observed it, you notice they don't really spoil the same. They sort of dehydrate. They lose flavor. That life quality is taken from them. It is converted to Sakem, which is this breath of unlife. And it is something that, of course, they need. And if they don't have, they can't manifest or may cease existing. I don't use manifest in the spicy witchcraft way. I mean appearing. Translations of words. This is something, of course, you can feed. When you think about this as a kind of currency that the dead need, of course, you can find the things that fill that need to assist in your investigations or your ritual work. Correspondences, winter solstice, northwest, it's opposed by the breath of life, which is something they don't have. We don't have this. So on and so forth. The ceaseless one sounds very superhero. When you receive proper funerary rites, and by proper, I mean whatever a deity contract you signed. If you signed the Jesus contract, you're going to put your feet in the east and bury you in a cemetery, and you get like, I don't know, a preacher will come out and give a sermon about how all your friends are going to go to hell if they don't get saved right there or something. Whatever that looks like. I've been to that funeral. It's not fun. When you receive proper funerary rites for you, whatever that means for you, it combines the character as well as the having a stroke. What is wrong with my mouth? combines the ba and the ka to create the ak, which is represented by something like our ankh here. It's sort of that immortal joining of life, reincarnation, and it creates this powerful, intelligent part of you that we might think of from texts and mythology as a shade. This is something that occupies the underworld as a resident, is powerful, is intelligent, is going to be grouchy if you summon them up, unless you have a clear purpose. Something kind of interesting about this particular part of your soul is they are very tied to any kind of magical practice you have. So whatever your magical practice is, as you learn things and gain skills, you are enhancing this part of you. It's sort of like grinding in a video game to get the thing you want. Like as you learn these things, you are making this part of your soul better for when you're dead. They can do more for others if called upon, based on the skills you have in life. Character, of course, is what makes you uniquely you. In this way, even objects can have a character if they are truly one of a kind. So famous artworks or sculptures, photographs, anything like that can have this piece of soul, which is very interesting, I think. So like, we might use words like thought form or egregore to describe this. So what is that little sliver of a soul as associated with something like the Mona Lisa? What does that feel like? How could you interact with it as an investigator? Ancient Egyptians would say it's just as real a part of a soul as any ghost you might speak to. So it is definitely something fun to think about if you are investigating. Correspondences, again with the PDFs if you email me. The carnal form, of course, is your physical form. I don't think about that much, the physical body being part of your soul, but it really is the only thing holding you to this place. You are a ghost kind of tied to this body, navigating it through this world and being given the opportunity to live and breathe and exist. And without it, you don't have that. There are lots of cultures that believe for you to have certain existences after you die, your body must remain whole. Particularly Lucato in Return of the Dead states that the soul remained connected to the body as long as the body had not been destroyed. So it is a link back to the living so long as it exists somewhere on this plane. In a lot of ways, that's why things like working with human remains or visiting cemeteries where people's bones are kept or anything like that can be useful when doing investigations or ritual, because that is their link to this place. Interestingly, Lucato goes on to say that it was considered sufficient for a little of the body's ash to be ingested by an animal for the soul to move into another body, which itself brings to mind lots of uses for human or animal remains in terms of channeling or shapeshifting or that sort of thing. Correspondences. This is, of course, your bridge between the incorporeal and the corporeal. I feel like I'm being so dry and dusty after a super fun presentation. Pokemon Go slideshow. Look at it, gaze. Vitality, of course, is your breath of life. It's the first breath you take. It's the last breath you exhale when you die. It's what distinguishes the dead from the living. It can be generated by lots of things. It is always sort of a manifestation of not just, I guess we could go with creation, but please don't think like mother goddess babies things about it. I'm talking cooking, exercise, dancing, writing, anything that creates and builds can have this vitality, and any of those things make good energetic offerings for the dead, which is very useful if you are attempting to communicate or summon someone into a ritual space. I would never investigate a haunted location without first giving a gift of vitality. Good, cheap, quick vitality is always blood. That sounded so spooky scary, right? I don't know why in TV shows it's always like Dean Winchester with a Tommy, like that would never heal. Like, why would you can't do that. It doesn't work out. But get yourself some alcohol swabs and a diabetic lancing kit, little sharps container. You just need 2 drops from the side of your left ring finger. You want to use the side of the finger because you have less nerve endings there. It'll bleed well if you rub the finger, but it won't hurt as much as most places. After you've done that, clean up well afterward. Put your little lancing device in your sharps container so nobody steps on it. That's all you need. It's all the blood you ever need ever for any ritual. Anything else you saw anywhere was stupid. It's enough, promise. Anytime I mention blood as a gift or an offering, someone will always inevitably bring up, does it have to be any certain kind of blood? Do I need X blood for whatever ritual, or do I need menstrual blood, or do I need this, that, or the other thing? No. Blood is blood, and what matters is that it's alive. It's part of you. You're giving a bit of your own energy and your own existence. That's what makes it valuable. Taking that from something else doesn't have the same value. It's not a sacrifice to take it from someone else. If you're killing something helpless like an animal, if you're taking it from another person, you didn't give anything. Correspondences for vitality. Again, this is what distinguishes dead from living. Southeast, midsummer, it's all those flushed cheeks and heartbeaty times of year, right? Can it become separated from the living? Only through offerings, I suppose. The witness is your heart, the ib. Lore states that your heart is formed from a single drop of your parents' blood at the moment of your conception, which I find ridiculous, but also kind of romantic. It depends on how you feel about your parents, I guess, if you like that bit of lore. It's not for me, but it's very interesting and distinct as compared to the other parts of your soul, in that the ib is independent of you. It can have its own opinions. It can be antagonistic toward you. If you make bad choices in your life, your heart can be like, fuck you. You're kind of a dick. You're messing our shit up for later. And it's always your heart's job to bear witness for or against you when you die. We all kind of have this idea that greeting death with a heavy heart is a bad thing, or you fail the weighing, or any number of things at death. That's because your heart is going to be a big old tattletale. We know how that goes. Many of the amulets that ancient Egyptians were buried with were wrapped into their bindings. Their sole purpose was to keep your heart from speaking. Many of them were like, don't tell my business, please. I've done some stuff. I've done some stuff. We don't need to tell Anubis about it. Be cool here, please. Okay, thanks. Not about it. The heart is, of course, opposed by that ceaseless magical part of yourself. Why? Because it could go on to do awesome stuff if your heart wasn't being such a dick, Maybe don't be a rat. Be telling my stuff. The umbra, of course, that is the shut or the shadow. I think this is a really interesting part of the soul as well, because lore states that the shut, it has a job even while you're alive. It works independently from you whenever called upon as a psychopomp. The gods of death can at any time call on that part of your soul, and it has to go do that job. And I think that's real neat. I hear lots of people talk about dreams in which they're doing psychopomp work. And I always think that they're dreaming about their shadow traveling. The Umbra is kind of a tough one because it's the most likely thing to show up if you are picking up a spirit board for the first time. It's most likely to be antagonistic toward you. It's the most likely thing to seem like that scary poltergeisty thing that we see in movies, because what it does is sort of absorb all your life's bad experience. Think of every trauma, every ounce of pain, every bad thing you've been through. It was their job to jump up and take that so that you could remain whole at the end of it. So it has to be a picture of everything you put down. I always think that, you know, when people sit down to a spirit board for the first time, they're like, something showed up and it knew all this stuff about me, and it was clearly a demon. So, maybe it was you saying some stuff you don't want to hear. Maybe just maybe. Next is the sobriquet, the Wren, your name. This is definitely a favorite bit of mine. See if I have, where are my props? What is wrong with me? I usually have dice like right here. Oh well. Imagine like a D20. Every face of it could represent a nickname or name you've had in your life. Let's say you have a dead name, you've changed your legal name, or there's a name your parents called you when you were a kid and don't anymore, or there's that whole name your parents blurted out when they were mad at you, or maybe some nickname your lover calls you in the dark, or all those little things. They always belong to the people that made them. Each of those is uniquely a part of us. I always joke, like if your friends called you pork chop in college or something, like think of every moment in which that was the name you were being called. Now imagine that all those slivers of memory became the ghost of that person, because when that name is spoken for the last time, that name dies. So when there's no one left to remember it, no one left to speak it, that little piece of you is going to sort of sheave off and become something else. And I think for investigations in particular, that's interesting because we tend to go into spaces, and if we know someone that died there, we're going to call out probably their whole legal name. At what moments were they ever called that? And imagine that that is the breadth of what that piece of them knows. They're not going to be able to give you very clear answers, and they might not seem like the person you expect. Let's say you're calling up your grandmother, you know, they died here, and you call out their name, but the person that shows up seems unfamiliar to you. It might be because you didn't speak to them in the way you always spoke to them. Calling to someone by a nickname or what they were known by their whole life or what they preferred, these things can make a really measurable difference in the information you can receive from the individual you're calling upon. I always kind of encourage people after interacting with this material to take a notepad and write down all the names you've had and consider whether or not any of them are still in use. It can be sort of a fun or not so fun kind of test investigation in your own space to call on that part of you and sit and interact with them. You might learn a lot of things about yourself. You might also find that there are some that you mourn or you feel like they deserve a funeral or a memorial of some kind. Say some words for them, or, you know, paint their name on a rock and stick it in your garden. Whatever you need to do to make peace with that. I just don't think we take a lot of time for those bits of ourselves. So if you're in an investigation and you want to figure out who you're talking to, it's that tiny bit I told you would be a fun. How can you figure out what part of a person you're talking to, if at all. I use polyhedral dice a lot in my magic. Someone told me once when I was younger and just kind of starting out in pagan spaces that the method of divination that works best is the one you'll use. If it's something that feels unfamiliar or awkward, or it just feels like a lot of props and things, you're never going to put time into it. And I almost always, today being the fucking exception, have the D20 on me. I'm wearing like pajamas under the shirt and I don't have pockets. It's madness. So since I always have that sort of at hand, they make a good magical tool for me. But throughout history, generally, dice have always had kind of an entanglement between games and magic. They've always, at all points in history, served both purposes. Some of my favorites, you see a lot of Greek ioshahedron that were used for divination and gambling. There are some Egyptian ones. One in particular that I love that is languishing in a drawer behind the scenes of the British Museum. Theft, everyone. Each face has a different deity on it, and you would roll it to determine what deity is interacting with you or trying to give you a message, which I think is a really fun kind of thing. You could try something like that by assigning a piece of information to each side of the die. Could use a simple consecration, just like you might with a crystal or something, to give it kind of your vibe. Whatever you like doing with your magical tools will work here, and assigning qualities to them. You can use some nice plastic Chessex die if you just want to give it a try on the cheap. But if you want to get fancy with it, you can find die that are made of all kinds of things, wood, stone, bone, crystals and gems, minerals of all kinds. So the end of your imagination is the limit here. What I like to do when I'm doing an investigation is I walk into a space, I'll focus on the energy of whatever being I'm interacting with. I will draw a couple of drops of blood, let them fall to the floor somewhere that it won't be like ruining someone's carpet or something. Choose wisely. And then I'll roll my die through those drops of blood. I am careful not to interact with the environment in a way that will disturb the fall of the die or its location after it's rolled. I want it to come to a natural stop. And I've definitely been in investigative situations where it took an extra turn. It came to a halt and went a little further. So it's fun to make sure you have space to let the die move freely. On the first side, you would be interacting with the ethereal form, which could be human or animal. The 2 would tell you that lots of incorporeal beings passing through a space over time has created this energy. This is probably a liminal space. Lots of things move through. 3, this is going to be a ceaseless one, which is an intelligent being, which is great and cool and fun, but you should be respectful and tread carefully with them because they're easy to offend and their concerns might not be the same as yours. The things that seem important to you might not be important to them. 4 would be a character. They're low on intelligence and could answer limited questions. 5 is activity caused by a living being. Many living beings passing through space. 6 would be activity caused by a living being currently occupying this space. 7 would be an umbra, a shadow. They can answer questions, they're intelligent, they tend to be angry, short-tempered, so have fun with that and don't call them demons. An 8 would be a name, which is very narrow on intelligence, but can answer some questions if you can sort of suss out what part of them you're dealing with. This can be useful, but is limited. I have a second method for you. Have a D20 on hand as well. Use D10 for the first, D20 for the second. Consecrated and clean. Roll it in the same way. In those dusty tomes we were talking about last night, you'll find deep in the Greek magical papyri a note about how to determine whether someone is alive or dead. Imagine that was much more of a problem in a time when you didn't have a cell phone. You cannot call Uncle Jeff and see if they're doing all right. We roll the D20 and ask the gods if they're dead. Sketchy. In essence, if the number is divisible by 2, it is a positive answer. If it is not, it is a negative answer. So you could take that as no, negative, dead, or dying. If you wanted to determine if someone ill was going better, that kind of thing. Divisible by 2 would be a yes, affirmative, live, alive, positive answer. You can use this as a way to communicate back and forth by asking questions with yes, no answers, as long as you're rolling it through your vitality source. They need that energy to manipulate the die, and that's going to help you out a lot. So I'm up for questions and stuff, talking to people. Of course, we have some handouts with instructions for these and more info.
Yeah, the handout is on PanParacon. I also tweeted it out. If you have any questions.
Oh yes, I'm all about chatting and digging into the info. I like to info dump and then talk about it.
Which is good. And of course, we're on a delay. So while I wait for questions to roll in, again, I think it's, you were talking about like people just kind of pulling their own kind of syncretic beliefs. And like, I just call it all chaos magic. I think most people are doing magic all the time and not realizing that it's magic. And,
I agree.
You know, we have this idea that like magic just happens within like a ceremonial kind of space, as opposed to like, no, it's everything that you do. If you're acting with intention, it can be low magic or small magic, but it's still magical. There's power in that.
Absolutely.
I also, well, side note, because again, you mentioned this in the salt class. This is on sale at World Market, so I got some Alisha salt for myself. I want to hear your Play-Doh shade, please.
Oh my gosh. Play-Doh ruined everything for everyone. Just basically everything terrible we can blame on Play-Doh. Play-Doh, or Platonism, Neoplatonism, this sort of school of thought, was the birthplace of monotheism as we know it. It's exactly where Catholics came from. Neoplatonism became sort of the early handbook for Catholicism, and that seeking of that divine trinity of logic and thought, etc., goodness, became the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. We have applied masculine features to it. At some point, one of Plato's students went, actually, I think we might be contributing to sort of the genocide of pagan beliefs because they're disappearing from the world. And I know you started out with atheistic ideas, but that's not what people are doing with it. So, of course, they killed that guy. And here we are.
Cool.
We can also blame him for Lord Byron, who was a Neoplatonist. So.
I love it.
I sometimes really wonder what I could have created if I only could have been trapped for a weekend in a cabin with Lord Byron. I think I could have really made something, you know?
You did seem to drive people to that, yeah.
Sorry, I can't talk to you, Byron. I'm inventing Frankenstein.
Exactly.
Go away.
I have to create an entire new genre to get you out of my head.
And then, no, I'm inventing vampires right now, as we know them in a modern context. And therefore, Plato, vis-a-vis Lord Byron, is responsible for 50 Shades of Grey, which is, of course, a Twilight fanfic. So, right. See how it trickles down, all the bad stuff.
I love that you know how to draw these direct lines. We do have a question in chat. Have you ever rolled consecutively to confirm an answer?
try it much. I like to just operate on what I've received. I think that when you're sort of re-rolling and rechecking answers, sure, that could be good, but it does kind of come back to what we were talking about last night, like that requirement for stiff logic to sort of justify an answer or practice. I think when we're doing these things over and over, it's like, I'd be mad if I got asked the same question twice, right? Like, you didn't believe me the first time. I just really don't do that much.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel that way with the tarot too. Like, unless something major has changed, don't ask the same question, because it's probably going to be the same answer.
Yep. It reminds me, I read tarot at a party once. It was a terrible idea. I would never do it again. But someone offered me money that I needed to pay my bills, and I did it. When I got there, I discovered it was a Sweet 16 party, and it was a bunch of teenagers wanting tarot readings, and that's fine. And I was sort of being antagonistic toward my deck, and every single reading, every one, and these were all 1-card draws I was doing. Every one I drew the Fool. You trust your materials and go on.
Totally. It's amazing.
I'm 16. Am I going to be in the Olympics? Am I going to marry my boyfriend? Just on and on. On and on. How many new meanings can I make up for the Fool right now? This is suss out of this card.
Of course. Of course, there's only so many ways, even with a thesaurus in front of you, to describe that.
Yep. Well, you're 16.
Right.
That's the answer you've received.
That's the only answer for you, exactly. I wanted to talk a little bit too. You talked about this idea of objects potentially having a ba. Like, we kind of touched on this yesterday too. This idea that we have, like, people go in and they kind of ask these questions of the assumptions that people walk into with an investigation, not realizing, like, you could be talking to the essence of a thing, or the essence of a house, or some sort of like accretion of energy, like you said, these spaces where things have passed through.
One of my, I have a favorite example of that. Yeah. Interject. It's a kids movie called Monster House. You ever seen this film?
I have not.
Could you try again?
My watch thinks I'm having a conversation with them. Monster House is actually a really cute movie. It's kids on a street are convinced the house across from them is haunted and spooky and whatever. Hilarity ensues. It is a children's film, but the house has a particular character that really becomes essential to the story. And I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't watched it. Go check it out. But I think it does sort of apply to this idea.
Yeah, and it's again that more like openness in terms of readings. But we are getting some Monster House love in the chat, so that's good.
It's really cute. You think it's a thing until like the last 5 minutes. You're like, oh, I have a terrible perception of the world. What's wrong with me?
I did write it down. I'm gonna watch it later. Yeah, that going into a situation and being open, I kind of love using the idea of like throwing dice, because let it tell you what it is, as opposed to you coming in and imposing your idea on it.
Yes. Go in, roll your die, get an answer, and interact with that answer. Just take it for what it is, and then deal with what's in front of you. And if you don't feel good about that, go back on a different day. Try it again. But today, now, what is it hurting you to have that particular experience?
Yes. Don't limit yourself, right. And don't limit the experience. Like, again, having that expansive sense when you're walking into a situation, as opposed to, again, what it feels like a colonialist mindset of, all right, this is a demon. We're going to yell at this demon.
Well, maybe it's you actually, though.
Well, that blew my mind. I mean, I always write lots of notes when I talk to you. But that idea of that protector, right? That Umbra that has been taking all the hits for you this entire time so that you can survive, it's probably going to have an attitude. And that doesn't mean it's evil, right? Like it has a certain essence and energy in order to, like you said, to keep you alive.
I'll give all of you something that you can try right now, wherever you are. If you would like to experience that part of you, it's actually the easiest one to summon up in just a second. I want you to think of a moment that you wish you could change. Something impactful. Roll back the clock. A moment of a trauma you experienced or one you could have prevented for someone else. And think of the choice you wish you had made. And just hold that thought for a moment. And you'll feel something kind of in here. And kind of in here. Something that rises up. That's them. And the more you hold that thought, the more you can feel them pull outward from you. And it's mad.
Yeah.
It has opinions.
Of course, yes.
And you wouldn't want to not have that, because that's all that passion that rises up in you when you want to help or make change in the world. That is that bit of you that is ready to kick shit, you know?
Right. And some things need to be kicked.
Lots of things need to be kicked. Yes.
I love CJ in the chat. Your shadow is your secret superpower. Yeah, like that hero in you that has taken a beating, but still has that strength and that courage to move forward.
Hope is an ugly, messy thing. Hope is not, Browning can eat a dick posthumously. It is not a bird or if it's a bird, it's a crow, I said to someone once, just scrapping and finding a way to steal your fucking French fries, because they are always looking for something shiny in a world that doesn't give them anything. Hope doesn't quit. And a hero, to answer CJ, is always going to be something ugly and dark because they have to be. Heroes don't look like Superman. Heroes are tired and angry. They also don't look like Batman. Batman's a shitty venture capitalist who could fix all the problems in his world with cash and probably doesn't pay any taxes. Different combo. Most of Gotham's problems could be solved with OSHA. Maybe we need guardrails at the chemical plant. Let's work on that.
I would pay to watch a series, like a video of you doing hot takes on like comic books and board games or card games too, because I know you play Magic the Gathering.
That would get old really fast. But I would show everyone my two favorite Magic cards, where one looks like a My Doll ad weirdly because the person's just stabbed. I'm like, oh. And the other person looks like they have diarrhea and they're trying to find the right key to the bathroom. I love Magic the Gathering art.
I do too. Oh my goodness. Also, Cybermedic in the chat. I never thought I had more uses for my polyhedral dice than D&D.
Yes.
That too, that idea of what works for you. Like if you're carrying dice with you everywhere and you play games and you have that relationship to the materials, like I read tarot. I have been reading for myself since I was 15, for other people for years, and that is what I feel most comfortable with, and that's where I feel like I get the best messages. So of course I'm going to keep using tarot when I have questions. Oh,
look at it. We've been using dice forever for gaming and magic. It's always at the same time. It's only now that we look at dice as a toy and not a magical instrument.
Oh, yep. I love this.
I don't know what this is. I just pulled up this random page.
It's right. You got the photo of the cool thing.
There's this other one that I love. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah.
So here's a Roman ioshahedron. Oh. Let's see. Here we go. These are all deities.
Oh.
It's neat the way that the instruments like that were used kind of differently than we use them now.
Absolutely. Well, and also I think speaks to, especially now, like we have this division between everything where it's like, well, no, this is magic and it's also a game and it's also just part of our lives and how we go about things. It's not like, no, this has to only be used for this and this is only can be used for that.
This is going to be spicy.
I like it. I like your spice.
Let's go back to last night's convo where we were talking about access and things like these ancient books. Now, I like to read the ancient books because frankly, I don't trust the white guys that translated them. So I'd like to check for myself.
Yes.
But when we say things like this bronze sickle that I paid this occultist hundreds of dollars to make and inscribe with runes and rituals and blah, 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 blah. This is magic, but your dice are a toy. We're still being classed as assholes. These are items we can access and use every day. We have these in our lives. That isn't. It's also ridiculous.
Right. Exactly. Well, and like you said, this idea of, again, I think everything is magic, basically. I can't remember the guy who wrote this comic that was like, everything is art, you know? Exactly. I love it. Everything is magic.
I got my D12 in there.
Yes. Everything is magic. So when you access it, like the idea that these things are only these highly rarefied, stratified pieces, materials, books, whatever. Again, it's more gatekeeping, unnecessarily so. Like, are there certain things that you have to do in order to follow like the certain grimoires? Yes. Is that the only way to do magic? Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
I recently sent some mistletoe that I had cut to Matt Oren as a gift, and he jokingly, it was definitely a joke, asked me if I cut it on the correct night with the golden sickle or whatever. And I was like, no, some asshole started cutting a limb out of my tree. I went out and yelled at them and told them what was what, and then I salvaged it before it got destroyed. It's still magic.
Yeah. Yes.
It's still magic.
Exactly.
I don't understand why we feel like, look, who can afford like a thermal camera or the spirit boxes, whatever, and all these trinkets and toys? They're very expensive. And also we could sit here all day and make arguments about how they often contaminate the investigation in the first place, like spirit boxes, kind of a mess. That's someone else's conversation to have. But when we're using something that's really practical and mundane like this, that has no way to contaminate the environment, why is that silly or useless or whatever when we're playing, a Bumblebee from Transformers over here with some headphones and a blindfold? I just don't see how that's not silly, and this is silly.
This also kind of ties into our conversation from yesterday about like what we decide is play, and actually this I was talking with Cassandra and Siri about this, like what is play, and then also like what's considered serious science. Like why have we decided that one is more important than the other? One is the only way to access information as opposed to another. Right. Do we have proof of either of those? No.
When we use words like legitimate, authentic, lineage, etc., sure, they mean stuff to certain people. They don't mean anything else to some. I'm a lineaged third degree Gardnerian Wiccan. That credential means something to other Gardnerians. Does it mean anything to the guy at the gas station? Fuck no, he doesn't give a shit about that. He doesn't know what it is. It's not legitimate in any measure to any other person.
Exactly.
And how is that any different? How is me spending years of my life earning that any different than spending years of my life leveling up my D&D character?
That's a very good point. Yes.
I teach a class on role-playing games and their intersection with magic. Definitely check that out if you ever see it, folks. I do a pay what you want kind of thing for workshop tickets. I want everyone to have access. And it's one of those that's kind of hard to convince people to come check out because it's like, what even is this? And Mortellus is the death person. I don't want to talk to you about D&D or whatever, but it actually has a huge amount of powerful impact on our magic and what we're doing in the world, particularly when we have this entire ethereal playground in which to play around with thought forms of magic and ritual and deities and building entities, interacting with entities, intersecting with other human beings. We have all these opportunities to try things out, but we don't treat that as real or useful or magical in any way.
Right.
Right. If a coven sits around a circle after ritual and closes their eyes and says nothing to each other for 2 hours while they build an astral temple, that's magic. But if we sit around the table and describe it to each other, it's a game. Fight me.
Yes, I think about this. I think about this all the time. I think about this especially as a maker, right? Like for me, when I started my chainmail business, like that was me creating every piece of jewelry I created was not just a piece of jewelry. It was feeding this business, feeding this idea, feeding this belief in making something happen. Every single piece of that. It wasn't just, even if I wasn't thinking about it, it was only after the fact that I was like, oh, that was a giant years-long ritual. Okay, cool. But it achieved the thing that I wanted to. It changed my life, like in the ways that I wanted it to. Yeah.
So if you were a dusty third degree, whatever, with a 9-foot piece of rope tying knots, that's magic. Draw me a line in the sand and tell me how using dice is different from using the spirit box. They're not.
Thank you. Exactly. But again, I do think it's interesting that, and we've talked about that before, like who's the medium versus who's the scientist, right?
Yes.
Who gets the credibility versus who's doing the kind of woo-woo stuff that we can't necessarily believe in.
I absolutely abhor in I always see it in like commercials or teasers or whatever for these paranormal programs. No particular derision to any particular group. I just see it everywhere. But you always see the medium lady person, feminine person in the group. They're doing their woo thing or whatever. And there's always some dude to be like, is this space too dark or spooky for you? Or are you okay here? It's like, I talk to dead people every day. I'm more concerned about stepping on a centipede sock-footed in my own basement. That is a horror. This is a mildewy room in the back end of someone's house that they rented to us today.
Exactly.
Oh.
Well, and so much of that too is like this buildup of this buildup of expectation about what things are supposed to be, right? Like this is a particular space where everything, this is where death hangs out. This is where the dead hang out. It's like, you brought this. I took your class on bones. Like, where everything is built on bones. That's everywhere. Dead bodies are literally everywhere.
Everything we eat is dead. It is delightful if you are a vegan. Plants still die for your salad. And I say that as a person who has been a vegetarian for most of my life. Everything you eat is dead. We're not eating alive things ever. We run our cars on dead things. You're wearing dead things, be they plant or animal. Literally everything around your fucking bookshelf is a dead thing.
Yes. It was a tree at some point, but yeah.
We cut down trees and then nail them to other trees to make a house out of it. That's kind of a Frankenstein horror. Here, hold your friend forever. Like everything we do is death. So why should that be the scary, frightening thing? Oh, because Christian colonialist ideas about demons and where death should be. Everything that this community does, largely, I'm broadly generalizing, that's terrible, but stick with me, is based on Christian ideas about what's right and wrong for the dead. If you're here, you must be something broken and bad and ugly. That's why you're here and not in the good place. If we eliminate that idea entirely, it takes the teeth out of it. There's nothing left to be afraid of. And do I think that is a bad thing? No, you should not be afraid.
Right. Well, and that's what I love about this idea of looking at the soul too as parts, because again, it's because I grew up with that idea and reading books on ghosts when I was a kid. And of course, the first thought I had, because my mom is Christian, was, oh, but they didn't go somewhere. So they must have really messed up, because they didn't even get a judgment placed on them, right? Like they didn't go to hell, they didn't go to heaven. They're just stuck in this purgatory of the living, but not actually purgatory, like he just here, right? And interacting and upset in something that isn't finished, that they suddenly need to work their way through. When you look at it as, well, no, maybe there are these different aspects of things, different expressions of energy, and they serve their own purposes, and that's why they're still here. Again, it takes the teeth out, so you don't have to be afraid.
And let me put this thought in your head. Who among you have thought about investigating a scattering garden, a place where we leave cremains? We don't. We investigate cemeteries, and let me tell you why.
Tell me.
Look, I told you I'm in pajamas. Sweatpants, long socks. I just put on a nice shirt. This is a lie. Everything I do is a lie.
That's the beauty of all these online conferences. It's just like, waist up. That's all you got to care about.
I am going to give you a little quote here from an essay I had to read as a mortuary student. And I had to write a paper about. And it existed in my textbooks, plural, was cited all over the place. And I needed for multiple pieces of homework over the course of 4 years. We have advanced to a point that we no longer ought to regard everyone who requests cremation as being either a heathen or a pagan, and that the only reason such have for wanting their bodies cremated is that they want to destroy all evidence of human life and desire to be scattered to the four winds so that there could be no resurrection and no appearance before the judgment seat of Christ. The scattering gardens are broken places for ugly people. They're not for the good Christian people in cemeteries that always face east. Always. So that when you wake up, you're looking at Jesus. Clergy are put into their burial places backwards. Do you know that? Their feet are at their headstone, so that when they resurrect, they're facing their congregation.
Every time I talk to you, you say something that just completely A, reorders my life, and B, breaks my brain. And I do love it. But
now today in a modern space, because we're running out of dirt to plant people in, you will probably see some cemeteries that aren't oriented east. But the earliest spaces in those cemeteries will be, if you look for them. And even still today, cemeteries are typically oriented facing east. Or people will be buried in them facing east.
Oh, yes. Fascinating.
So we don't investigate scattering gardens. Why?
Right.
Why don't we do that?
Right. I don't think I've ever heard of an investigation happening at a scattering garden. Right. Well, and that even too, it's like you can't even like you have to die properly to even warrant being spoken to in the afterlife, right? Like everything has to be just so to even get an audience.
What is the difference between the cemetery and scattering garden though? If I go sit in a scattering garden, at midnight with my little recorder or whatever, I can pick up bits of dirt and hold those remains. I can have them in my hand. I can be a physical part of that experience. I can't do that in a cemetery. You're 4 feet beneath me in a box. How is that space more appropriate when this one is so much more intimate.
Right. Just direct access as opposed to.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are little spaces like that all around your community. Go check them out. Try that out as an investigation. Just sit there with those folks. Be part of their experience. It's something else I tell people to do. You know, we think of spaces for investigation as appropriate or not appropriate, right? We just sort of draw a line through the things that don't count. We want to talk about somewhere like, I don't know, hospital or whatever, but not the hospital in your town. It's this specific kind of hospital in this specific kind of usefully tourism appropriate place. I'm suspicious. But we don't talk about things like the Walmart in my hometown that they bulldozed a cemetery for. Why isn't that an appropriate place to investigate?
Right.
Right.
Well, yeah, and because it's this idea that like death only exists in certain places, right?
Right. I encourage everyone listening to investigate your own house, where you live right now. Don't go into it with an assumption. Don't go, I've done that. Don't think, yeah, it's totally haunted. Don't think that sounds boring. Just do it. Do it at like 2 p.m. on a Tuesday when everything feels quiet and pointless. There's traffic and sunshine. And unplug everything in your house down to your refrigerator. Just make it a quiet place. And turn off your cell phone and leave a vitality offering, a couple drops of blood on your linoleum or whatever you're going to do. A tomato on your altar, like Mira says, but whatever you have. And sit there with your own space for a few minutes. And I promise you, you will be surprised by how active your own space is. And you ignore it every day. Maybe you know about that one entity, or maybe you're familiar with this one spirit, but you never thought about all the movement that's happening all the time.
Well, especially if it's just part of your everyday experience, you're just going to tune it out and not think of it as anything other than mundane, unless you clue in.
But when we come back around to the access issue, this is your own space. Pull out your D20s, use what you have in your own home, and see what happens. I have a little webcam behind me, which I turn on at night because I keep my computer in a shed. I'm kind of worried about that. But I catch things on it all the time. I have a little EVP of someone just saying my name at like 2 a.m. the other day, which just, we don't think about our own space as much. I think about my space as being active because that's who I am, is what I do. And I make this kind of a halfway house for ghosts other people can't tolerate in their living room. But, you know, it's still fun to see it like that in your own space.
Of course.
Yeah.
I like that. And again, like you said, accessibility, it's not, you don't have to travel to an abandoned asylum or abandoned sanatorium somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You have things either in your own home or near your home that you can access.
Yes, exactly. And don't ever let somebody convince you that a cemetery is worth more to you than your own backyard. You point to a square inch on this earth that a corpse hasn't been planted on, and I'll call you a liar. The planet is quite old. If you disagree, this might be the wrong live stream for you.
In fact, I'm shocked you found it here.
Things have died forever all over the place. It's just going to be stuff. Sit with those spaces we ignore every day.
Right. Right. And again, take the time to figure out what it is that you're talking to, and you don't have to know what it is right away.
Right.
Just let it.
You could slap on a stick-on mustache and some khakis and go to the Register of Deeds office and pull out some records for your house and play, you know, cop detective person, and then turn around and be the medium as well. It's fun. You can just switch out hats.
Yeah, right.
It is fun to investigate your own space. Give it the time you might give Waverly or anything, whatever.
Right.
Give it a chance. See what happens.
I like that. I like that openness to whatever can potentially happen as opposed to limits, right? And I like that idea of like in the middle of the day, because the stuff I've seen has been in the middle of the day. Not at night.
Historically, some of my most interesting experiences, my most unexplainable experiences have happened in broad daylight, in the middle of the afternoon in my own spaces.
Yes.
I still have this memory of something that has been a really long time ago. It was in 2001. I was folding laundry in my ex-mother-in-law's house, and they had this little house that was like two tiny houses connected by a section it was like a living room, kitchen or something. It was a really weird house. Two little square houses crammed together. So I was in the older end, and I thought that my ex-mother-in-law was in the newer end. And I'm folding laundry, and she comes down the hall, and she leans in and says something, and I didn't catch it. So I follow her down the hallway. I put down what I was doing, follow her to the other side of the house to ask her what she said, but I lost her in the kitchen doorway. She was not in the house at all. I was there alone. And it was a really different experience than other experiences I've had. And it was just this, the sun is shining, birds are chirping, I'm folding laundry, middle of the week kind of thing.
Right. Again, it's everywhere. You don't have to, it's everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
I've seen people in chat talk about their experiences. Alisha, thank you so much, Mortellus, for bringing this up. Everywhere has been a graveyard.
Everywhere has been a graveyard.
Cannot be.
I know a lot of hopes and dreams have died in my living room. Sort of. So much.
Oh.
Let's do that investigation.
This home is a graveyard.
Oh, look at all the projects I started, hyper focused on, didn't finish, and started another one.
You didn't have
summon up the energy of my lost mini painting habit.
Oh my God, I feel so specifically called out for this one.
Hi in the chat. Nope, not relatable.
Yep.
I would not be sad if y'all got in here and chatted with me, Kai and Mira and Jason. This is what I'm about. We learn more from talking, being humans, I think.
Absolutely.
Than like chunks of information.
Those projects to me exist in they're until I am physically deceased or no longer able to work on them, I consider them in a state of quantum uncertainty. They're Schrödinger's hobbies. Like maybe I'll get, it's always possible I could just kind of, yeah. Because I mean, I have those. Like I have a electronic music project that exists. I worked on like intensely in like 2011, and but it's not dead. Files are still there. The intent is around somewhere.
I have some projects that are on like medically induced comas and stuff. It's like I had to put that down. It got to be.
Yeah, although I had the idea at one point to try to sell those as if we could make those affordable as a vacation, because I've just been so exhausted. Like since my father's passing, they could just knock me out and just be like, hey, it's like February. I'd be like, oh, sweet. Like, what's going on?
I get it.
Yeah.
I still think we should have like an ADHD library where you can find someone who recently gave up on the hobby you have suddenly gotten interested in, and you can just switch stuff. Oh, you have a bunch of knitting supplies? I've got all your macrame junk. Here we go.
There you go.
Let's switch it out.
I'm like a lending library, right? A little free library, but for craft supplies. Like I would build the forum to make that happen because I have a lot of supplies that should need to go to somebody else at this point.
Is it bad of me that I'm like, I want that, but only if I can like retain the right to ask for my stuff back?
That is a requirement.
But yeah, I don't. I don't know if I'm ready to like again like get a spirit board out and talk to my like past like electronic music project and have it be like, where you been? What's going on with that?
It's one of a kind, so it has
a bot,
it has a soul.
I've got a few of those that I don't know. Like we'll meet again, but at some point, I'm not exactly sure.
I don't know that our projects experience time the way that we do, like in this like linear way where like the computer file says that 8.2 months ago you touched this last, but like
it's like in a video game, right? You start a quest and then you get distracted and you play Gwent for like 20 hours for no reason at all.
I have no idea what you're talking about. How dare you attack me like this?
Look, it's a great game. It's the best mini game. Come on. I'm great at Gwent. I love Gwent. Got distracted. Anyway. Yeah, when you you abandon the side quest, I don't think the guy's standing there like, when is he coming back? And of course, it's a he, because every protagonist in a video game has a dick.
That's another thing we could rant about again.
I also think sometimes there's somewhat of an evolution where and this is again, like I would fail the quiz if you were like, all right, pop quiz, what were all the parts of the soul? I'm like, no, give me the slides again. But I can say a couple, like last year when I was working up to talk about the tech stuff at this conference, and I was actually getting into like what makes all of the, like, what are we doing? Like, why do we decide that ghost emit EMF? Like, what is a REM pod? Like, what does all that crap do? And I realized that as a long-term project, I haven't talked about this too much outside of the Liminal Earth Discord, but I don't want to talk to the dead necessarily or like razz them. I want to play with them. Like I realized I could make a lot of these things that had a minimal input to create sound or create music on.
Yes.
And I just want to go set this up. So we'll be like, I don't want to razz you. I don't want to don't relive your trauma with me or whatever. And I can ask you like boring, like, oh, look, it's the fifth like living person this week to ask me why I'm here. I'm like, do you want to jam?
But here is a piano I built out of Furbies.
I mean, that could happen. Like, well, I don't know. We did.
That has its own by the way.
Who has seen that? You've seen that?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I follow that guy on there. I'll find you the guy, and it's on. I saw that on TikTok. I think somebody built that. There's some people who built some really neat stuff. But I feel like some of the stuff from the quantum, the music project that's in quantum suspension could come back to life for the like future to jam with the dead project. Yes, you want to tickle the ivories with that.
I want to build one.
And they speak when you play. They sing a note when you play.
Yeah,
it's super creepy. You like go find it.
Yeah, it's
I need it.
You just need to find some place, that warehouse that has like a gross of furries you can get. Like
I just eBay.
The unclaimed freight.
A warehouse with a lot of furries is a different thing.
Oh, absolutely. Excuse me. Yeah, not my scene. Although
I'd go to a furry rave. I'm not even joking. I would go.
I accidentally went to a furry convention, so that happened.
I have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for the furry community, just as an aside, especially as a sweaty person, because I remember a couple years ago at Akron Pride when the furries were out, and I saw two of them just when I was parking my car, changing out of their outfits, and I'm like, those aren't air conditioned. That's not like a space suit in there. Those are extremely, extremely tough people. I'm like, I couldn't do that. I'm hot now just looking at them.
I think too, like, I don't know why, but I'm realizing I've had like a lot of sort of random occurrences with that community in my life. So I accidentally wound up at a convention once. But also once I was hiking never hike by yourself if you're an AFAB person. It's probably a terrible idea, but that is what I was doing at the time.
I disagree. I think people should hike alone more often.
Yes, but carry bear mace or something.
Yes.
Carry weaponry, you'd be in trouble. But anyway, I stumbled upon this campsite with and it's just people like snuggling in a big old I'm in a fursuit pile, and that looked like fun. And they were like, do you want to hang out with us? We have food. And they like offered me, they were grilling and gave me a bottle of water, and I just hung out with them for a while. It was fun.
I've
You
said that
are
about
just the side quest.
Yeah, correct.
I will say
all the Easter eggs, you find them.
the two things. That's one thing, though. I will say when you're talking about like what's actually scary. The scariest thing to me, if you're like, I'm going to go out and investigate in like the hinterland thing, is running into like the grow operation or like the meth lab and like the assorted booby traps and stuff. So I guess maybe that's what, to me, like where I'm at, that's like a real danger. So
I don't want to always have a story about a thing, but I did wind up accidentally in a grow operation once. I was hired to face paint at a 5-year-old's birthday party. Are we still teaching a class? Sorry, everyone listening. ADHD is fun.
Yeah.
There is a national shortage of the medication that folks like myself need to survive and function. Fun stuff. Anyway.
Okay.
But yeah, I was hired to face paint at a 5-year-old's birthday party. It's an outdoor thing, and I needed to use the restroom. I asked someone, they were like, yeah, go inside. That was a terrible idea because, well, the inside was a drug. And it was one of those, are you cool moments? I was like, I'm cool. And they were like, well, then drink some liquor with me. I was like, I mean, I'm going to need it after this anyway. So, all right. Thank you for this Hennessy.
I had some weird encounters with random guys that showed up out of nowhere when I was in the middle of nowhere checking something out, which is always a little bit, again, like, I'll leave, like whatever it is not worth really investigating right now. I'll check it out on Google Maps.
Yeah, folks, carry an air tag or something. Tell a buddy where you are so they can check in. If it's somewhere you don't have cell signal, that's always a good bet. Here's the time I plan to leave, etc.
So, do we need? I get caught up into it just because I like to talk, and I've been very isolated during the pandemic. So any veneer of civility, like social graces, is gone. But if we need to get back on track, like, we good here?
I think
chat too.
Ask chat. We can look at my wrinkly shirt. I didn't even iron this. What happened? Frame that.
Do you know what's funny though? What I was thinking.
Enhance.
Nobody's. Please don't do that to any of us. If you stop I've done enough video in my lifetime. If you stop, no matter if somebody's speaking, they look really goofy. No matter what, you hit the frame and you're just like, you think you're fine, but you're like, it's just that moment.
Oh no! Every time I edit the podcast, I'm just like, okay, not this frame, not this frame. This is the frame for the screenshot.
Oh yes.
I'm both really intrigued, but also like kind of like, I don't know if I wanna, about observing my local environment, like my house. I don't know.
I think that's an interesting comment, and I have thoughts about it if you want them.
I want the thoughts, yes.
They go 2 directions.
Right.
Column A, magical thinkers, magical folks, pagan folks, etc. Man, we don't like the idea of not having control over our space. It's like, I put up wards and I'm hex proof and I did all this cool stuff. Look at me, best at witchcraft. And then a ghost shows up and it's like, oh, I don't know shit about shit, and I cannot close this space off from anything because the dead do what they're gonna do, and you don't have control over that. You don't get to decide. So it's this weird thing about control and autonomy and power, this dynamic that people just don't know how to deal with. So if you have to think about your personal space too much, you have to also deal with that other stuff. It's like in there. But I think too that fear does come back around to those ideas we have about the dead, the good dead and the bad dead, and who they are and why they're there, and something must be wrong if they're here and something must be broken. We have to think about who we are and who we might be and what our existence is and what comes after. And it asks a lot of big questions of us to be vulnerable in our own space. And like that's cool and all, but we should all go to therapy about it.
I think it's that. I also think it's a little bit of what you were saying last night, that again, like if I was haunting me, I would try for the jump scare. Like, just because it's like, welcome to my, like, hi, I'm Johnny Knoxville, and this is my afterlife. And if the living person started to notice me more, it's like, I would just be more like, it's time for stunts.
I got 2 comments about that.
Okay.
One, that actually takes a ton of energy.
Okay.
Why would the dead waste it on that? Like, it takes so much effort to move something. Why would you waste that much of your actual vital, like, force to do that? It's too much. 2, it is the living most likely to generate that kind of energy. It's why you see poltergeist activity often associated with trauma victims, children, etc. You're talking about that umbra or shadow disassociated from the self. I do have hot takes about disassociation being you disincorporating your ba from yourself. You have no personality left. You're there, but you're not home. You have to protect yourself somehow. So by sending them somewhere that feels safe to you, you can protect yourself better. Still take your medications and go to therapy about stuff, though, folks. This is not a replacement for mental health care. But it is thoughts I have had about those things. But the kind of energy it would take for some version of yourself, Jason, or even the dead, to try those things with you would be nigh unto pointless.
Fair enough. All right.
It would be like climbing Everest without an oxygen container. You could do it.
I have become a little bit trained with, I have like one of those ghost rocks. Have you seen those? I just dropped it.
Maybe.
I was going to hold it up. It's supposed to be a little electronic ghost detector. It just like really.
I got this one.
Yeah, I got this. This is like, this blinks at random. And it's like, if it's green, it's a good ghost. If it's blue, you don't know. If it's red, I don't know. So.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
Yeah, it's just, it's supposed to be a legit thing, though. It's got some kind of quantum RNG thing going. But
what if I just like the color red? Like, how am I supposed to know?
I want you to basically go replace. Well, it says it on the back of the box, but I mean, you could always like get in there and replace that LED with something else.
I mean, I'm more thinking like if I'm the ghost or whatever kind of entity, like how does whatever you're like, assuming that you're interacting with something and it's not just interacting with environmental factors.
There are some assumptions about that object that I don't like. We'll give this to the fine chat, folks. Okay, so sometimes when I see an object like that, I like to mentally rebuild it as like an item in Pathfinder or D&D. And if it's broken or it doesn't work, then it probably isn't going to work out in real life either, because there are measurable mechanics there. This object assumes that good and bad are measurable things. They aren't. 2, it assumes that the object is sentient. Why? Because good and bad are perspective oriented, which means the object has to have a perspective to measure good or bad with, if good or bad were measurable. I am a non-binary, bisexual, polyamorous, chimeric witch who writes books about witchcraft and does mediumship and is a mortician. Lots of people in the world think I am the bad and evil thing. And even the ones that don't might assign that to me because I practice necromancy. Now, you all know me, so presumably you don't think I'm the bad or evil thing. But the question is, who gets to flip the switch for that light? Is it the Republican that wants to legislate me out of existence? Is it one of you fine folks? because that light's color could be very different depending on who's flipping the switch. So I don't like it.
Sure. I would say the literal answer to that is whoever built the thing, because I know there's going to be whatever some programmer or creator bias in that, so it's going to reflect their values. But in this case, it's some Japanese person or people that I am totally unaware of, because it doesn't have like this person associated with it.
Well,
so now I'm even wondering.
I'm going to answer that question. I want to know the answer.
We're going to find out. Well, we learned how to research things like hours ago, so now you got that power to do that. But
oh, investigating is a hobby for me. I spend my downtime like catching pedophiles on the internet.
I love people.
Bad for the mental health.
Energy. Well, yeah.
Don't recommend.
You're just like constantly flexing that umbrella. Like
I gotta do something. Let's see. I'm trying to find the actual device.
It's let me look too here.
This is scintillating for everyone in chat.
Like, I know everybody's like, this is exciting. Whoever gets to find the Ghost Rock device.
But like, even still, like there's no actual outcome where the object isn't broken. Like, you cannot set up parameters where that is always true or accurate, because again, good and bad aren't measurable or quantifiable, because if they were, that means there is an answer to what is good or bad. And that sounds very, very Christians like that a bunch. This thing is bad, this thing is good. We like sorting things into boxes, but there aren't boxes. The whole world is about the color of my shirt right now. We just don't get to decide. It's like I'm always telling people, this comes up a ton in the funeral industry. The golden rule is not a good thing. Do not use it. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. What you want, what is good for you, might be terrible for that person. Do unto others as they fucking want.
Yeah.
We have to step away from those ideas that there is a hard line around our understandings of ethics or morality or good or bad or even scary, because what seems frightening to you even isn't the same thing as it is for someone else. I don't want to step on centipedes in my sock feet. Maybe someone else is chill with that. I don't know who they are, and I don't want to meet them. I don't understand really why we have to pull all of these weird sort of colonialist ideas about morality into paranormal investigation, and it just lives there everywhere. The very fact that such an object exists and the fact that it defines morality or even a person. Imagine if someone had a light that they said would light up red or green whenever a person walked up to it, good or bad.
I guess
living being.
For me, like, frankly, I'm not that much of a relativist, and recognize that in more cultures than the West and more religions than Christianity, concepts of good and evil, right and wrong exist. And at some molecular level, I guess that sort of ties into, in a way, my philosophy of the paranormal, because we have a lot of things that happen, and we've talked about, when everybody was talking about yesterday about the quest to quantify that stuff, which I understand and I empathize with a lot. But I think at the very least, when I've talked to people about this stuff, or people that are like, well, you can't really believe in that, I'm like, well, people keep experiencing these things. People keep experiencing like a hairy being in the woods. So something to it. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's, and I don't want to even really, to me, it's like, don't want to, or like the UFO thing. Like, I know Twitter every day fights, like the hardware UFO guys are fighting with people and stuff, but it's like people see stuff in the sky. And I don't know what it is, but the fact that they do still is there. And I think for me in trying, cause like I'm like probably, I hate to say this, like I'm the only person at this conference that isn't either raised Christian or raised in that kind of a thing. I know it affects me because I grew up in the United States, but there are concepts of like a duality, or this is good, this is bad, this is, and you know, there's the relationships are subtle to me, and the relationships are, I know it's, I don't want to necessarily say like it's a permanent condition, but in the course of my day, whatever I do, I'm capable of doing it. And this goes back to like your heart being weighed by Anubis, but it's like I'm capable of doing good and bad that are sort of recognized, at least generally, like philosophically. Like if I was dropped down into ancient China in the Confucian era, like there are things with that era that are like historical. You know, this was like felt in that philosophy was like historically necessary for the time, but there are still things like everybody has a concept of good and evil. So
I guess my point is just that concept of good and evil are different depending on your culture or your background.
Right.
They're different for every person.
Context dependent.
Very.
Everywhere.
I guess I see more universals other than like extreme outliers than I do in general. Like the good and evil I would say under certain like ideologies are definitely warped, but I'm just kind of thinking of general systems that have guided human thought on the whole. I don't know.
I guess if we bring it back around to this object, though, this object doesn't have that kind of objectivity. It doesn't see differences. It's just a flat this or that. Based on what?
I don't know. That's the thing. I mean, that's where you guys would have to actually get into how it works, but it's I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like going back to that thing, you know, it's eventually your heart gets weighed in the end anyway. So I don't know if that's fair or not, but that's another discussion. But it does seem like it's part of how we function as a species.
I think a relevant thing about the weighing of the heart, and that would be a whole conversation that I won't fall down the rabbit hole of, but when your heart is weighed against the feather, you're being weighed against a feather of Ma'at. And Ma'at is at once a deity and an ideology. Ma'at is truth and justice and kindness and balance. They're everything the temperance card in tarot might be if they were also strength and justice. If your heart is light, you have moved in the world within those concepts as best you could for the choices that you made, and you do not regret your choices. That's what matters. It's not an external idea affecting the weight of your heart. It's whether or not you feel good about the choices you made. If you regret them, then your heart is heavy. You fail.
That's a fair thing. I guess I just putting it like that way though gives me like it gives me a bad feeling about it. Well, see how I guess this is just fundamentally different philosophies. I kind of feel like it shouldn't matter how I feel about it. That reminds me of, again, a little bit, that's to me very like I'm forgiven. Like if I feel good about a lot of the stuff I've done and I don't have regret, and I thought I was operating in a system that runs sort of counter to, I guess I'm just thinking of a lot of people think, I mean, everybody, this is a cliche thing to say, but sort of like no one really thinks they're the bad guy. No one thinks they're doing like anything that terrible. When we look at people that are doing things writ large, people might have regret on how they went about it, but it's very I don't know.
I think we still know when we've done something wrong or evil, even if no one else even knows that we've done it.
But then you have to allow in for the concept of evil, though.
But that what matters is what you believe is evil. I'll give you an example. My mother's a terrible person. Mm-hmm. And I mean a terrible person. Like tormenting and torturing children, terrible. There's this moment from my childhood that I truly regret. You imagine you're confronted with the worst person you know, someone truly unkind, who has been nothing but bad to you in your life. And you say something to them that is true, flatly, but it hurt them. I still regret once saying something to my mother that truly hurt her. It wasn't that she said it hurt her, it's that I saw it on her face. And even still today, I feel like that was a cruel thing that I should not have done, even though it was a simple sentence and it was a flat truth. I know that for me, causing that particular pain was a bad thing that I should not have done. And I would never want to cause someone that kind of pain, even if they were the worst kind of person I know. No one else could measure that for me. And it probably doesn't look bad to someone else. So what? You said something mean to a mean person that was true. Who cares? But I care. I didn't like that quirk of her face that told me it caused pain. That made my heart heavy. And I know that I have to carry that. And I know that I don't want to make those choices again with other people.
That to me speaks more to psychological self-awareness, though, than lack of universal definitions of things, because I can think of this is really a simple thing, but like I used to work for a man that could have given people within the system, like within we established the system at this job, he could have given people a lot more money, and he knew that could have helped them, but he was a very pious man and just had no regrets about doing that. And there was no, and I think all of us would say, this is where I say we exist, and we're talking about our activism and things, we exist in this thing that says, no, that's wrong. And like, that's why we need unions and jobs. And that's why we need to organize. And that's why we need systems to prevent that. But he felt very good about what he was doing. He didn't see any problem. There was no logical inconsistency with him. There was no wrong that he saw. And I do think at some point, like, I don't know, I feel like either I'm interpreting what you're saying wrong, or it's just been a very long day at the con.
We're all exhausted.
Yes,
that's
so
fairness for everyone. And ethics are such a huge topic. Yeah. It's like, how are you going to figure that out in 15 minutes? We haven't figured it out in millennia.
True.
I mean, that's exactly it. We could do an entire ethics panel. We could do an entire ethics day. That is a broader conversation.
And I think the whole point of it
depends
is
on how like you grew up and what you were, what was instilled in you from birth. Like,
yes,
it's all very.
Our differences and ideas right now are the very embodiment of the argument, right? That we're all going to have different ideas. And I just don't think a little piece of plastic with a light in it can embody all of those myriad thoughts that we're having. But I vote we have like an ethics panel next year. That would be super boring for everybody.
Yes.
I actually
excitement.
Think, no, if we have the people that were excited about hardcore research, we will have the people that are excited about it. They'll do 2 hours of ethics with us.
Oh, easily.
They will. These are our people.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Look, we're already in the chat.
Yeah,
Ethics Day, multiple exclamation points, Philosophy Day.
They're chanting.
if you'll let me, I'd be delighted to like come up with some topics for a panel next year.
Mortellus, I think I've already said this to you personally. I'll say it publicly. Post this on the internet forever. At any PanParacon, you want to do anything from now until the end of time, it's yours. The floor is yours. We were the first person. You were the first person to reach out after the first one. Like, hey,
I had so much fun. Though.
Well, right.
I hope you've had fun with this one.
Absolutely. Look, for real. I think these kinds of conversations can feel sometimes when you're participating in them or even watching them like they're negative or a debate or like, oh, this is an argument or something. But I actually love this kind of conversation. I really do, because you learn so much about people and yourself. And like, I didn't think I was going to tell that story about that moment in my life ever, but now you know it about me. And I think that's really vulnerable and honest. And that's such a gift to each other and everyone watching. So I hearts everybody about it.
Oh yeah, I no, that was not an argument at all.
Oh
no, not at all.
And I'm down for an argument, by the way. If you just want to pick a topic and get mad at it, I
don't. I was waiting.
Mortellus will come with sources, by the way.
I was also.
Yes.
I'm waiting.
Play this game.
As you said yesterday, for Jimmy's to be rustled in replays and have to like go fight somebody in a Waffle House parking lot at some point. Perfect. Just like, so if that has to happen, we'll do that too. We'll have a PanParacon cage match.
We play this game sometimes at my house, and it's like one person at random at any moment can be like, you know what really grinds my gears? And the other person can be like, potatoes, and they'll be like, yes. And then you go on a rant about the thing on the fly.
I love it.
And it's fun.
Of course.
Good stuff. Look at these ethics, people calling for ethics.
Because it's chat. Good people. It's good people involved with this. Yes. Awesome.
We'll all talk next year. It will be 2 hours of me having framed questions around how much I don't like Play-Doh.
But see, I would listen to that. I would put that on the schedule. Especially if some Byron shade is involved. I'm into it.
There's always Byron shade.
We could do our least, like our most, like the philosopher that we would like to get in the steel cage. That would be like me and Thomas Aquinas, no DQ, false count anywhere. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
People actually want that. So I mean,
I think I would pick Scanlon for my cage match.
Okay.
Hot take. I know, but I think they would just stand there and just sort of waffle about it for several hours. Wouldn't have to punch anyone else. Do we owe each other a fight? Maybe.
I love it.
Perhaps.
Philosophight coming soon.
Philosophites. You should go trademark that right now.
Honestly.
quickly throw that up on the shirt. Just throw that on a shirt on the store right now so we can do a poor person's trademark on it. Oh my gosh. We are so grateful that you came back. We're so grateful that you came back twice in one con.
Thank you so much.
I actually think you might actually genuinely enjoy doing this with us.
I might. Maybe next year I can actually help. I feel like I'm just showing up like a freeloader.
I'll message you.
I think it's good. I will say as a shout out to especially to Kai for coming in, because I've had such a rotten year in the last month that I had to pull back what I was doing. So thank you again.
If you're ever having a bad grief day and you just want to argue with me about ethics, my inbox is open.
I appreciate that. We have coming up next as our close off for the evening, the Liminal Earth folks, who in the interest of fairness, I'm a Liminal Earth member. I know Kai is. We're both ambassadors for them, and I love them so much. And I love everything about that group and all the stuff they do. And I'm really excited to bring them on here in a moment. When I hit the button, I'm going to hit it. Here they come. Maybe they're there. Wait. Behold. That's coming.
I'm gonna hang around and be annoying for like 3 more minutes.
Do it.
Oh, please.
Do it. No, I'm not trying to get rid of you. I'm just bringing more people on.
I think
I'm
that-
scrolling through the chat finally to see if I missed anything.
Oh, good. Yes.
I think next year we should intentionally do some overlaps so that like the folks.
Oh, I like that. Actually,
Yes, I like that a lot.
Do a little like, just a little moment.
Yeah.
I see that everyone in chat learned in this conversation that I'm just a big old nerd.
This conference is nerd central. This is like the density of the nerdosity here is just off the charts. It's the neutron star meme.
To Alex, I'd be embarrassed to know how much time I have spent playing Gwent. I'd be ashamed. Pure shame.
It's kind of like how in World of Warcraft you can, and I never do. There's a command to see how many hours you've put into that game. I'm just like, no, I don't ever need to do that to myself.
I have only played World of Warcraft once.
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh,
someone like had an account and was like, "Yeah, do you want to try it here?" And I like put together some sort of elfin nonsense, and I was running around. I did lots of side quests. I made some weird friends. The next thing I knew, I looked up and 14 hours had passed. That can't be part of my life. That just can't.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I did. So I played World of Warcraft one time exactly the way I played Skyrim the first time, which is I walked a direction forever. I can catch bugs. This is awesome. And that's what I did. And then I died. Something just fucking killed me. And then I was like, you mean I have to walk back to my goddamn corpse? Fuck this.
It's a good way to rage quit. Yeah.
But I walked for like 4 hours in a direction where I started. Terrible plan. Don't do it. It's like digging down in Minecraft. You're fucked.
I looked at my hours on Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, and that's looking into the abyss right there.
That's me in Bloodborne.
But I feel like we've learned that it's the same thing as it counts. It counts for something.
It's part of our lives. Part of our experience.
Yes.
Turn your mics on. Say hi.
I just want you to know, I busted out my hat game because I was like, I can't let Garrett and Jeremy show me up in the hat department today. Not today. And I feel like I overdid it.
Well, I mean, we all got showed up by sequins over here, so I feel very underdressed.
I didn't even iron. Come on.
Garrett moved the impromptu fashion show that we didn't know we were having. But I will tell you, Kai, when I saw that hat, I was, they're wearing the hat because I remember zooming into your like Twitter PFP once. What is that hat? Like, what's going on with that? So
that hat is lit.
I'm missing by everybody.
Hi.
Cirque du Soleil of all places.
I have a Cirque du Soleil hat. I didn't wear it, but I have one. Maybe I should go get it. Maybe I'll go get it later.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Go get it.
We only have 2 hours.
I know.
Well, I think like a really cool little secret is that we'll be making you guys all get up out of your seats. So
nice.
If you want, of course.
Interactive time.
So you'll be meandering.
Yeah. So I've got I found my broccoli shirt though.
Oh,
because there was that discussion earlier.
Yeah, there was.
I don't know what color my aura is going to be, but I've got my broccoli. I've also got my broccoli This is a broccoli stalk staff.
Oh wow.
Broccoli is so cool, like, because you just let it grow. If you don't cut it down, it turns into like basically wood. So this is my my broccoli wizard gear.
I love it.
It's appropriate. So
That's amazing.
That is excellent.
yeah. We've also got our, if anybody saw WUFO this past week, this is my friend, the gourd shaped like a UFO.
He's so cute.
I do love it.
We made an appearance earlier to talk to Jim Perry from Euphomet, who was with us on WUFO this past Wednesday. And they had a great conversation, Jim and this gourd. So
really?
Yeah.
I love it.
Check that out. I still have to check that out. That's awesome though.
I started knitting a Broccoli Man hat and then I got distracted. But I have all the supplies. And now that the cold seasons are here, it might come back.
Broccoli hats for everyone.
I was sure
I support
could do that
this.
When that first came up. I was like, oh, I'll just knit them for everyone. It'll be fine.
Yeah. No, not an overcommitment at all.
No, right? It's not like you're going to have ADHD burnout immediately or anything.
Immediately.
Right. Yeah.
Or have to confront the fact that what the mystery disease that I have been struck down with in the last 3 to 4 years affects my joints, which means that things that I used to be able to do for fun, like knitting, now become torture devices after too long.
No.
Aww.
It's fine. I'm figuring it out.
Okay. Okay.
Thriving.
It means you're in front of the TV for like 12 hours knitting and not think about it. I have to be more intentional about my knitting time and my video game time. But I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Makes it more special to do it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Exactly. Again, that magical intentionality that you're using with it is very important.
Definitely.
So I don't know how we're going to follow Mortellus.
I know.
or anybody else who's presented so far, to be perfectly honest.
You're gonna do great.
Been a good day.
Everybody here, this is solid gold hour after hour, and there's no reason to believe that won't continue. I'm gonna pop off here though, so you guys can get on with it.
Yes.
I just want to point out in the chat before I go away that someone has said, how is there not plant talking with the little trees of broccoli? And just so happens that we have exactly the right people to assign that quest to. So you will be challenged should you choose to accept it.
We could talk a little bit about that. Yeah, we'll do.
We're gonna talk a little bit about everything. So we'll have plenty of time. But I think the show is ours now. So
yeah.
We can talk about ourselves and each other and our cool things.
Let's do it. So hi, we're Liminal Earth.
I'm Garrett. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Garrett. I'm wearing sequins, and I help here with Liminal Earth. We make a map of people's paranormal experiences. We also do a lot of other stuff that we're going to talk about tonight.
We do. Okay, I'll go next. My name is Bex, and I also am associated with this map and help get people's stories out there. I think it's really important to be like a safe space for people to tell their stories to, because when digging into these types of stories and getting them from firsthand witnesses, it's a very delicate thing sometimes, and sometimes it's like being spoken for the first time. And so I've really enjoyed being that person for a lot of different people, and that the map and Liminal Earth can also be that safe space for people. I also take pictures and do other stuff with our friends in the community. We just have so much to talk about tonight. I'm so excited.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm Jeremy, and yeah, what Garrett and Beck said. Liminal.earth is a map that Garrett and I started originally as Liminal Seattle. When was that? Goodness.
2018 or something.
That sounds about right. Yeah. We thought it would be fun to have a map where we could put our weird experiences, and we shared it with our friends. And the next thing we knew, we had the map. So I thought maybe I could show it at the beginning here real quick before we. Should I show it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna share my screen, which is always oh yeah, of course. Now it's not. Here we go. Okay. I swear this is gonna work. It's gonna work.
Yeah, so anyone who wants to submit a story to the map can put it on, just go to liminal.earth/submit, and we'll eventually put the marker in the story up there.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not out to like debunk your story or if you had a weird experience, we just want to hear about it. So
yeah,
it can be anything.
Can you see this? Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So this is our website. This is liminal.earth, and as you can see, we have a map here of the whole world, and each one of these little markers here is a submission that someone contributed to us of something interesting or weird that happens to them. You can zoom in. It's going to be really slow for me right now because it doesn't like to play with Zoom. But you can click the icon and you'll bring a story up. We'll just click here at random. Let's see what we got. Oh, this is something about a lizard man, the domain of the lizard man. Oh yeah, there we go. God's Acre. So yeah, there's you can see, I'm not going to read the whole thing right now, but you can also filter by, it's not working right now because of Zoom. So liminal.earth, go there, check it out. It's got a really good search function now, so you can look up anything you want to, if you want to look up UFOs or if you want to search by location. But perhaps the most important thing of all is this little link here that says submit. If you click that, you'll be brought to our submission page, and we have criteria, and then we have a form, and so please do submit. We have some terms of service you have to agree to. It's nothing onerous, but like Bex was kind of saying, we and Garrett were saying, we are happy to take anonymous reports. We're never going to like drop a pin on your house. We don't want to send people to like personal houses or anything like that. But we have over 1,000 entries on the map now. So another fun thing to do is just go to the map and just kind of, you can click random story up here, and just spend some time checking out what kind of odd and interesting things are on the map. So that's kind of where we started. And then we kind of got into going out and exploring, remythologizing the landscapes that we're all part of, allowing everybody to kind of cultivate that sense of wonder that we're missing so much in a lot of our culture right now, and just have a lot of fun. So that's the map, Liminal Earth. I hope everybody watching will have a chance to check it out.
Yay! Love the map. Jeremy, did I share my presentation with you?
Your presentation? I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. I have it on the our outline doc. I have the link to it, but I just texted it as well. Or
okay.
The invite. I just realized that when I saw your tabs, I was like, I don't see.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know if it was me or Garrett who was gonna get that. So.
Yeah. So I'm on a tablet here, and
I got it right here.
Yay!
You're golden.
Awesome.
So let me get it all squared away here, and then I'll boot it up.
Well, I was
Are we ready to start with WUFO?
Your tabs, Jeremy. I see your tabs. Yeah, fine with that.
I closed all of my tabs that were open to like embarrassing things. So
I love it.
All of my adult broccoli content.
I was trying to think of something broccoli as well. It was like, what can I say? Discount like broccoli florets.
I've got this all loaded up, so I'm ready to share my screen, and we will go.
Awesome. So we got like 4 or 5 different like sub presentations. Some of them have slides, some of them don't. There's just a lot to cover within Liminal Earth. And so yeah, I'm gonna be covering WUFO and kind of have like a scrapbooky moment, like a type moment. I, was going through this the last couple of days and I was like getting really emotional and like I'm just really proud of like the work that we're doing all together. And a lot of the stuff that you'll see here within WUFO isn't just our efforts, it's efforts of our entire community, that are the audience here, our folks on Twitter and Instagram. So just shouting out to them. There will be more shout outs soon. Well, I have to just be like, next slide, Jeremy. Okay. It's not their first time. Okay, next slide. And some of them are just question slides like for drama. So this is gonna be great. All right, so how it started versus how it's going. It all started with a tweet. It all started from our buddy Maitland, who does all of our stargazing side quests every single week. And they tweeted out something about John Keel's Mothman prophecies, stating that one person has the best chance of seeing a UFO at 10 p.m. on Wednesday night. Now this was from like a data set in the 70s, so grain of salt here, but we kind of took it and ran with it. And so how it's going, now we have WUFO East Coast show, contact session live in the middle where we all come together, and then the West Coast show then splits off after. Now this is something that we've been talking about for a long time, and we were trying to be very conscious of accessibility and things. So we're really proud to be able to offer this now, and it's we're really happy with the way that it's going. So yeah, and then how it's going, listen to these sounds and try to find the bipedal hedgehog in Grants Pass, Oregon with your eyes closed. And that was from our first East Coast, West Coast collab contact session. You see Adler and Kai there. I think Emily popped in shortly after, but yeah, that's how it's going. And it's only gonna get better from there. Next slide. I'm going to do appreciation slide for Maitland because every single week those stargazing side quests are out. Every single week they are contributing to our like group knowledge of the skies. So now when we go out and we look up at 10 p.m., we have a guide with us, in spirit, and that's Maitland. So go follow them on Weird Astrology. They're incredible. I don't know, I really like going back and even just reading the side quest sometimes because of all the thought that goes into it, and sometimes I forget the names. So they're up forever on WUFO.watch. Next slide. What's up with all the snacks? So my thought into like this presentation was like, all of those Twitter questions that we get that's hashtag WUFO. A lot of them are just like, what is WUFO? So hopefully that explained it a little bit for you. But what's up with all the snacks? Next slide. So here's just a few, and these are ones that we've made. But this isn't just an effort on our part. This isn't just something that we came up with. This was actually something that was requested of us very early on in our live contact sessions. So we got some pretzels, we got some like UFO cookies, and we got Jeremy's old garlic pickle. Next slide. And those are just a few examples, but the reason why snacks are so important to like WUFO lore and like WUFO culture, I guess, that's how I could say that now. There's been multiple transcripts is now a word, you guys. Transcriptions from our Estes method sessions or whatever like divinatory thing that we used to do per live session, right? The first like 3 or 4 mentioned some sort of food item, and I think the first one was actually UFO pretzel, so that's the inspiration behind some of our merch. And so this slide that I'm showing you, I think is from like week 3 or 4, and that was back when I was doing the live sessions on TikTok by myself. And it was really fun. And the guys in the comments like, you're doing great, but I'm really happy that I don't have to do that anymore. But here in this screenshot, we can see that there's mentions of tarts almost like cooking processes of roasting and toasting and frozen, and then hot dogs, of course. Listing all of the snack offerings would be the entire 2 hours at least, so I'll spare you guys, but we definitely have offered hot dogs. Next slide. I do have my notes too, by the way, just kind of keeping that there. Okay, so what if I don't have safe, reliable access to the outdoors and the night sky? Next slide. So this is a question that we came across very, very quickly once we started doing WUFO. I think like the first 2 months that we did WUFO over in the Seattle area, like we had cloud cover and couldn't see anything. And so we had to get really creative really fast. And we did that through a few ways. But that's also like the thought behind why we created the live contact sessions every week. It started off as like 30 minutes, went to an hour. But it was because we wanted that accessibility there. And so we, on our WUFO.watch website, we provide a couple of like night sky cameras where you can still search. There's also a few apps that we've recommended in the past where you can, even if you're inside the building, you can still see constellations and still make out the side quests every week. We also have a couple guided meditations and like remote viewing experiments if you're brave enough to do that. But now with the live contact sessions, we do all sorts of that stuff together as a group. And so I think that's really fun and cool and accessible for everybody because we do it for free all the time, no matter what. Next slide. Have you captured any weird stuff during the live contact session? We have some fun transcripts for you, and I have some screenshots from past posts and things. So especially early on, we've had some weird like conversations while doing Estes. And I believe that most of the time it was me going under and the guys having conversations. But we can see the conversation here. It's freaky. This Friday, disturbances, flying through the sky, revenue, sure enough, it's a glitch, who's responsible? Also heard to the left. And then here we have the cards, and we're trying to find meaning between this conversation and the cards that we're pulling. Could this reading potentially represent extraterrestrials that have a bad rep? Looking past the stereotypes to form a deeper connection. There's also a recurring theme of patience being required, and if I approach correctly, could yield amazing results. Also, going deeper always seems to be the objective when conducting the Estes method. We're interpreting this as be patient, keep going. But that's another interesting thing is it'll mention like a day of the week, it'll mention a date, and it'll be like something's gonna happen. And then it never really does. Yeah, it looks like Jeremy's got one of the cards there. Next slide, please. Got a couple more of these. We got Weird Cats, and this was during a time when a lot of our fellow WUFOers were like, I saw a weird cat in the grass, or I had a dream about a cat, or this and that and the other. And so we thought it was really interesting that they admitted to us and then asked us that they were cats themselves. Kept seeing the letter C with the open portion of the letter facing downwards. Kind of reminds us of Omega symbol. Unique Stargate came through. Elf ears, that's something. Is this referring to the ET reports at the Golden Mum restaurant we visited the week prior? More on that. Patience comes up again. We're actually beings or beings that come from art, which I love. Time to pull the star, something that was said. Jeremy had me pull a card when my Estes method session ended, and I pulled the Earth Star card. So it's a lot of fun little syncs like that keep coming up. Next slide. I'm not going to read all of these, but this one was really interesting. We had something mentioned, something in the basement from the Marine Creek Airport, and it reminded us of the Shrimpy case that's very important in LE lore and things of the sort, and it led to us researching and finding some like really cool breaks in the case. So that was really fun and useful. But also, in case you didn't know, apples do hypnotize. And this was also the session where I heard like this really strange house music beat under the entire session, and I was like dancing and having a really good time. But if you listen to a spirit box in SB7, like that doesn't happen. It's switching through channels so fast. And so I was just like poof, 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 dancing. And that was a fun phenomenon because it hasn't happened since. It didn't happen before. This is one of the first times that our dreams started getting pulled into conversation here under the Estes. For those who have joined us for many a WUFO, we are definitely pro exploring in your dreams, dream experiments, and all the things of the sort. Next slide. A lot of things around gifting. So where can we find the gift? You can make it. What is it? It's hot like twice. Time travel is coming through. And what's interesting too is we got a message like referring to a gift, and we got an email about the second pile of oranges like that next morning. And so it's like, it's really trickstery, it's really fun, whatever we're interacting with. It may not be the same thing every time, but early on, like we were receiving gifts and we were being told, hey, wait on this day and it would be a WUFO day. You know, it's very slow burn. It's very, what does it all mean? But, you know, here we are 37 weeks in, and, you know, this is only from like week 10. Next slide, please. I decided to include a lot of these, by the way. But like they're asking for roses and rocks, and it's almost like they're wanting us to build an altar of sorts, and more dreams, lots of water significance. Next slide there. Coming notes. Oh, more dream stuff. Here we go. Yeah, and a lot of people, both participants and non, were the next day after the session were like, oh my gosh, we had crazy dreams. And so that's really fun because we were able to like comment on those people who like don't even know what UFO is and be like, hey, tell me about your dream. And like, some of them, you know, kind of became UFOers themselves. Next slide. Ooh, next question is, have any, oh, that's a hint for you there, but the question was, have any WUFO participants witnessed something strange during their sky watches? So we have a few screenshots from folks who have tagged WUFO and said, yes, I have seen something strange. Our friend Darcy says, I saw something very high in the sky moving very fast, not a plane, not a satellite, not a shooting star. Next slide. And a few of these I think are Garrett and I's too. So Alex had seen something over here. The sky is bright in the morning sun, clear and warm, a glimmering white dot in the distance shines. Wouldn't be funny if it was a UFO, I think. I've never seen one. Doesn't look like a plane. I look down at the road and back up. As soon as I find it, it disappears, not into the clouds or up or down, just out. I couldn't be so lucky, I think, in the daylight over a busy freeway. Thank you, if indeed the other greeted me this morning. I think that's really, really beautiful. And also like, oh, WUFO isn't always a nighttime activity. Next slide. Oh my gosh, it's mine. I was doing WUFO at what I called Bigfoot Beach back in Washington, and I saw some really weird flashes of light in the woods, and it was a part of the woods that was inaccessible. I'd try to get there myself, and it's like this cliff face, and so it was really interesting to see this light flash for a second and then jump and flash again. I thought it was interesting because of that overlap between alien UFO phenomenon and Bigfoot. So I thought that was a fun like crossover. Next slide. I think this next one's Garrett's. Yeah. So Garrett said, I haven't read about this yet, but I saw a UFO as well. Found a bright star, determined it was Arcturus, and found a Big Dipper as the guide. When I returned, there was another star near. I hadn't noticed it before. It was right on the Corona Borealis zone that we were supposed to be looking. I thought, it's awfully bright. It was not moving, glowing, and then just faded away slowly. Garrett says he hasn't seen anything like that before. He's new to spending a lot of time out in the sky. Perhaps someone has a good idea for what possibilities could be disappearing like that. Next slide. Moment of gratitude for all the fellow WUFOers. Next slide. This is just like one of those collage scrapbooky moments. Go back to the previous one. Just screenshots of everybody's tweets where they tagged hashtag WUFO in the past. Yay, I love the slides. Don't worry. Basically just trying to show all the people who are kind enough to use our hashtag WUFO, show us what they were doing during their sky watches, all of their snacks, all of their fun WUFO characters. I know that Jason himself created like this beautiful 3D printed UFO. We have some friends with plushies. There's an Alf moment or two. You see Kai with their awesome glasses. So thank you guys for using that hashtag. We see you, and it's always really exciting and a part of my WUFO evenings to check in and see what everyone else is up to. So thank you. Next slide. And then we want to thank every one of our guests, past, present, future. I don't know if I got everybody up here, but special thanks to everyone pictured and non. We definitely have a long list of people, especially folks from this con all weekend, that we want to have as guests, both east and west. So next slide. What kind of experiments have you tried during live contact sessions? Next slide. We've done quite a few. We've attempted to contact orcas through live hydrophone feeds. And this was after an experience that Garrett and I had where we had ourselves seen orca whales. So we were very fired up. Next slide. It was very magical. Garrett has made so many custom spirit boxes, and we've done Estes over them. We've done live remote viewing over them. We've done a bunch of different wild things. The Ewok adventure was one that stuck out for sure. Next slide. We do group remote viewing. This one wasn't a dream one per se. This is one that we actually did together. We're like, okay, here's a picture of like a port of sorts. If you'd like, visualize yourself over the dock, spend some time, report back what you see. We got a lot of good insight there. Next slide. What if we made a UFO shrine for aerial entities? And I know Jeremy spearheaded this one, but essentially created like a safe space to kind of invite the entities in to hang out, left them a few goodies. And we have to do that again soon because that was really cute to see everybody's too with that hashtag. Next slide. We have UFO water. I think that was our first like fun WUFO original experiment where we were like, hey, moon water is a thing. Why don't we make like WUFO water and have that energy, you know, in this water, and we'll drink it, you know, in teas, and we'll put it in our desserts that we make, and just infuse ourselves with WUFO energy. Next slide. Oh yes, and we like encourage people to create art during our sessions. So we've been doing a lot of group Estes lately together, where we encourage the audience to participate and share their experiences, their transcripts in a thread on Twitter. These are some of the creations, just a small amount. But some people, you know, don't go under and meditate. They don't like have a spirit box or the sounds, or they want to do something differently. I love the artist rendition of the session because I think it also contributes to what we're all experiencing. And a lot of the times we have parallels. So if you see Kiki's on the far right, that water had a lot of significance, and that overall vibe had a lot of significance to both mine and Adler's experiences that previous week. So we love this and can't wait to see more. Next slide. Oh, in the Florophone, you'll be hearing a little more about this later, but that's one of our like WUFO experiments as well. But that was, you know, a group effort, as most things. But we've definitely shown her off on WUFO, and we've got some fan art from CJ. It looks great. Next slide. So lost in my notes. Aerial entity summoning with fermentation, another Jeremy effort. That's a really fun one. Oh my gosh, and it's still a lot. Like, so basically, like the idea was like we're going to like follow all the steps of like a normal fermentation. If there are bubbles and it works, that means that like our invitation of this aerial entity has been like complete. If like there are no bubbles, then like try again next time, kind of deal. And I love that Jeremy's first and original entity is still hanging out, still feeding it. I love it. A little pat. There you go. I don't know if people can see you if I'm speaking. That was really cute though. Next slide, please. Cool IRL WUFO moments. So we are a virtual event, but there have been a couple gatherings that we've done, or at least a few of us. Next slide. So the first one is a Men in Black event that Jim Perry, Garrett, and I went to, and then we followed that up with going to a campsite, setting up a big fire, and doing a live Estes. We had a really fun time, but this was also a night where we experienced cat phenomenon, and we believe we saw the color of the sky change for a few minutes. It went like from a regular black to like purple and green. And we were like, oh, it could be like really gross Tacoma industry, but it was also fun because we were all seeing it in real time and I hadn't experienced anything like that. So yeah, next slide. We did a WUFO with Nick, California Creepypasta. He was writing an article about Liminal Earth and WUFO for Paranormality magazine. So that was really cool to show him around. I know Jeremy started off the day with him. I showed him like the fairy village in Seattle and things. And then we took him over and showed him the Golden Mum in Bremerton, which is this very notorious restaurant for us Liminal Earth because of this like extraterrestrial interaction that this person had. So we went and like snuff it out, and we had like some really cool light phenomenon happen there. We like Garrett like whipped out dowsing rods and was going all over the bar with them, and finished it up with doing an Estes method session right outside, and owner thinking I was being kidnapped. So that was really fun. That they ended up being really cool and love what we're doing and love the story. So that's good to hear. And then we finished up with having a Estes session for WUFO live in Garrett's backyard. And then we ventured down to like the bay and found Vega for the first time. And Vega was kind of dancing for us. So that was a fun, special moment. Next slide. Oh yeah. And then, this was just a couple months ago, but Jim and I went to Maury Island, and that's where the infamous incident happened like a week before Kenneth Arnold's Mount Rainier Witness event. And we drove out together, and then we actually ended up meeting Garrett out there too. Garrett just happened to be serendipitously on vacation. But we did an Estes session right there where we believe the event took place. And through that remote viewing, I later did a drawing, and Jim and I were at dinner looking at places, and we found a place that matched on Maury Island. So that's fun, more research to be had there. But yeah, next slide. Couple of fun moments there. We got to do IRL stuff. So the importance of mutual aid. Next slide. I think, oh no, I don't have any. Okay. So, going into WUFO, we're very like, community minded. We think it's really important to be as accessible as possible. We think it's really important to continue offering this everything for free, very open source mindsets, because a lot of this is very participatory. And so without fellow WUFOers, there is no WUFO. But every single week we have a redirect donate link at wufo.watch/donate, and every single week we pick a different mutual aid fund to redirect folks. And I am very happy to report that of all the redirect links, that has the most hits by like 100 times our other links. So that's very exciting. That means that people are using them, and I mean like in the hundreds, like it's really impressive. So thank you guys for actually using those. We are very meticulous in what we pick, and we make sure that it's like smaller organizations or like individuals who need assistance, but we also love assisting with like current events. I know that when like women's rights were taken away, like we helped with that, and then just recently with hurricane stuff. So right up that alley, that's really important to us. We're gonna continue doing that forever. But thank you guys for making that our most clicked redirect. Next slide. WUFO is what you make of it. You can do as little or as much as you want. So just a simple way to say, like, there's never any pressure. You can do as little as like check one of the night sky cams. You could like peek out your window. You could pop into your app for a second. You could peek into our live sessions or one of our shows. Or you can do as much as like plan a week-long WUFO extravaganza block party, and we would be just as happy with either. So I wanted to share that with all you guys. Next slide. Everyone go follow Unexplainable Creations. Over so many weeks, they have been kind enough to develop like WUFO fan art, and it's been really cute and really fun, and I see a lot of people sharing that. But just go give them a follow. We really appreciate all of the beautiful work that they did that was inspired from the show. Next slide. Excuse me. And this is the official WUFO starter pack. This is inspired by a thread where I think one of the fellow WUFOers was like, hey, I'm going and doing WUFO outside. What tools do I need? And so obviously we had a lot of WUFOers contribute, and these are all the items that Friendz picked. So we see, all of the oldie but goodies and a few like cards and things. Bug spray, very important. But yeah, I kind of want to make this a shirt. I'm just gonna say that. Next slide. My allergies are doing great right now. And just like a shameless plug here. Where can we buy WUFO merch? Next slide. We have a redirect link for that too. You can go to woofo.watch/shop. Here's just a glance at some of the items that we carry, or more so designs. We have a lot of different options, hoodies, things, and all of the sort. I'm actually wearing one right now, but took a lot of time to design these. I really like the Orion one a lot. Anyways, you get free shipping if you use code WUFO. On Wednesdays, we're offering it today as well. Yeah, and we're gonna try to get some new designs out there. But yeah, that's the shop, and I think that's actually the last slide. Let me check yeah, that's my last slide. So that was just kind of a look back on WUFO, some sentimental moments, and gives me a lot of ideas for like the future and like things to revisit even. So that's been fun.
Wow, that was amazing.
Thanks. I'm really sweaty.
Yeah, I can't believe you're sweaty? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing.
I haven't read a single comment. I should probably go back. But yeah, I'm like sweating to death. But yeah, that was WUFO, guys.
Wow, it's really been amazing to see it develop, and to get all the participation that we've had. And it's kind of growing in leaps and bounds. And so woofo.watch, and we really hope people will join us on Wednesdays, because it's a lot of fun. So
yeah, and it's free, and people can, there's activities that people can participate in from at home. And I mean, hearing back to what Bex is doing all this and seeing when we first started, it was all just about, okay, like, let's look up in the sky, let's like try to make contact with aliens. But then like all this other stuff, to me, the most interesting thing is all this other stuff that's come out from our interactions with each other, all the community, and like just bouncing ideas off each other, and new like kind of experiments and like creative things that were built, like the fluorophone, or like I got inspired to build these ham radio antennas to try to talk to UFOs, and we're making ferments, and I don't know, it feels like it's like a creative, to me, like that's the most interesting thing. We actually had this discussion where we're like, I don't even know if it came through an Estes session or not, but it was like less about communicating with aliens or whatever aerial entities, but more about this like creative thing. Like it had, like, it was like, stop trying to just like chat with us.
Yes.
I don't know. That was like a vibe that kind of came out, and it was kind of about, this creative element. So I don't know. And things have just kind of, it's just interesting how they've developed over time.
Yeah.
And in ways we didn't plan at all.
Yeah.
And we've got, I think it's nice too that we're starting to kind of, one of the things we want to do is build more of a community. And I don't know if anybody who's watching saw the panel yesterday, the initial panel here at PanParacon, but some of the discussions surrounding what a community is it just people who like the same things? Like that doesn't actually make you a community. That's I believe it was Dash who was saying like that's a demographic, that's not a community. But we're actually trying to create something here that's more of a community, and we are very dedicated to making it accessible, equitable, open to everyone, regardless of location and ability. And so we are going to keep this going, and we hope that the community gets bigger and bigger. But one thing I also wanted to mention, though, because I think it's a good segue, is our approach to communicating with these entities is based on something that's kind of like one of our sort of foundations, which is be nice to entities. Like, be nice to entities. We are all kind of fed up with the idea of like the ghost bro paradigm of like running into a haunted place and like beating up demons and stuff, because we are there's last year I presented on something called liminal ecology, which is seeing all entities, including non-corporeal entities that can become corporeal if they want to, as members of an ecosystem. This stuff doesn't sort of happen in the void, and if that's the case, then spirits and Bigfoot and aerial entities and all of that, they have the right to self-determination the same way that we do. And so part of what we do during these contact sessions is to try to honor that. And then I think we should do the scavenger hunt now, Garrett. What do you think? You're muted.
Yeah, we can do it.
I just thought I kind of wanted to pop it out of nowhere. Guess what? It's time for the participatory segment.
Okay.
Keep that in mind, what I was just saying. We have a scavenger hunt for you. So we're going to do a scavenger hunt. We're going to take 10 minutes and we're going to collect some objects. I'm going to share my screen with the list for now.
Okay.
And then we'll send everybody off on their merry way. And then Garrett also has created something for us to watch while we are looking for the objects. Oh, I'm still on the WUFO slideshow. Da, 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 da. So what we're going to do is we're going to take 10 minutes and whoop, there we go. What you're going to want to do is go around your house inside. Don't go outside. We want to have a scavenger hunt. You're going to need a paper and something to write with. And then what we want to do is we want to get small items, 7 small items from around your domicile. They should be small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, something like pea size or coin size. One of each of these, so wood, metal, stone, glass, fiber, so like cloth or whatever, a grain, so that could be rice, it could be fruity pebbles, which is something we heard at WUFO. Was it this past Wednesday or the Wednesday before? I can't remember. We heard fruity pebbles, so you could get a fruity pebble as your grain. And then plastic. We don't want them to be bigger than a bezoar or a toadlet. You don't want anything big. If you can't find one of these things, that's fine. What you do is you write it down, write down wood on a slip of paper, yay big, crumple it up, and then set it aside. So I don't know if I can display this at the same time that you're showing a video, Garrett.
No, probably not.
Probably not. But anyhow, this is.
We can just leave this up. That's fine. It's fine.
Should I just leave this up?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna take 10 minutes and we're sending everyone out. It is currently 5:44. Actually, we probably don't need 10 minutes. Can we make it 5?
Sure.
Yeah, because we're running a little long, so let's do 5 minutes. So it's Pacific time, it's 5:45, 8:45 East Coast time, at 5:50/8:50 or whatever, wherever you are in the middle, because time zones make my head go blah. Come back and bring back your little objects, and we'll proceed from there. Check it. That's the Cirque du Soleil hat.
Oh my gosh. It's really cute. I really like it. I like Anxiety Collective, like I think more than I overachieved lots. I need to condense. I think the only one I couldn't find was like a small piece of glass, because that's kind of tricky unless you have like those aquarium rocks or something.
Oh yeah. Well, I was also thinking like a marble might work, or
yeah, I gotta get my marble collection was left behind. Okay, I got 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So all right, we're back.
Box, could you hear that spirit box, by the way?
That spirit box? No.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna stop sharing. Here it is.
So cute.
Actually, I'm interested in Kai's opinion because this is my Cirque du Soleil hat. It's really funny because it's got this long tail on it. I know, right? It's pretty cool. The only problem with it is that it's hot. It's like totally like a winter. It's made of felt, so I'm not going to keep wearing it. But I just wanted everyone to have a chance to see it. All right, I see some comments that people are finding their objects. So cool. Once you found your objects, just go ahead and set them aside for now, and we'll come back to them. Maybe.
Laugh.
We have plans. So here's the deal. We are interested in, as I was saying, treating entities as though they recognizing that they have self-determination. And one of the ways that we've tried to do this in the past is with something we call the Liminal Spirit Oracle, and some of you may or may not have it. But it's available on our site Liminal Mall as either a zine or a digital printout. But really, if you want a copy and aren't able to afford it, just ask us and we'll be happy to send you a copy. What we wanted to do though is, so Garrett once had a dream. Can you tell us the dream about the lawn computer, Garrett? The lawn computer.
Oh, I just had a dream once that there was a lawn computer. Yeah, a computer in someone's lawn that I was kind of sneaking to get like internet access or something, I think. But I was jacking into the lawn network there. So
yeah, and so one of the
this is like 10 years ago, and it's always stuck with me. It's like this thing. We always bring it up.
And so plants and nature and the ecosystem and ecology and the environment in general are very important to us as a group. And individually. And one of the ways that we sort of parse a lot of what we do is through that lens. And we thought, wouldn't it be cool if there was a lawn computer, like this device that you could go out into your yard and like just use to talk to your entire yard or talk to, the surroundings that you're in. And we determined that we would refer to this thing as like the liminal spirit of your environment. And so this has instructions on how to do that. All you need is this. And really all you need is this chart on the back. And you can walk outside and do like a divination and communicate with your landscape pretty much anywhere. It doesn't really matter because you use things that are in your environment. You don't have to buy tarot cards. You don't have to, do a chart or, learn how to do the king or something like that. You literally walk outside, pick stuff up, do a casting and find out what the spirit of your landscape is telling you. Should we show those TikToks real quick? So
yeah, let's see if they work. Let's see.
Yeah.
Tell me if you can hear the audio. One sec. Okay. Is that sharing it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Let's see it.
And if I push play. One sec. Okay.
I can't hear it yet.
No.
You may need, there's a setting that says share audio under share screen.
In Zoom.
In Zoom.
Let me do that real quick. Under
share screen maybe or share audio.
Yeah, it's under share screen. So let's see, make sure that audio under your share screen, under the little green share screen button on your Zoom. If you click up on that, it might have the option to share audio also.
No.
No.
Why don't you just keep talking and I'll look into this more.
Okay. Yeah. So the Liminal Spirit Oracle is pretty simple. You walk outside, you collect a number of objects, and the objects can be pretty much anything from your environment. They could be seeds, they could be leaves, they could be pieces of sticks. And then you do a casting. And with your casting, what you come up with is one of these. Well, you probably can't see it because Garrett's still sharing. You actually you get a diagram, and it looks a little bit like the diagrams from geomancy, if anybody's familiar with that. And then you use these diagrams to determine what the item is that the spirit is communicating to you with. So it might be a stick, or it might be a root, it might be a seed or a spore. And each one has, the meaning of what that means in here. And then there's long readings. You can do a short reading. You can just do a quickie. You throw your sigil if you want an easy answer, and look to see what it tells you. You can also do a longer reading. You throw your sigil, and then you walk in a direction until you find that thing. So suppose if you throw a tree, and it's in the east direction, so then you'll walk east until you find a tree that calls to you as the thing that the spirit is telling you, and then you interpret it using this. So it's a way to communicate with your landscape. Is it not working for you, Garrett?
Oh, I could. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
Okay, let me try it real quick.
Okay, cool. We have some videos. We wanted to show some TikToks.
Every place has a spirit.
That working?
There we go.
Okay.
Yes.
Every place has a spirit of place. Genius loci or loci, you might have heard it said before. Our understanding is that spirit is actually made up of a representation of every single entity that lives in your yard. All the plants, all the animals, water in the sky, the clouds, the houses, the people. What would be really cool is if you could just walk outside and start talking to it. This oracle actually gives a way for those species to talk back to you. Very, very simple. All you do is you start collecting random objects. A tiny stone, big leaf maple blossom. It has all these little flowers, dried and dead berry mushroom that was dwelling in my yard, flower top for a chive, a daisy head. You get the idea. You just want to get enough to grab a handful. If you put them in a bag, mix them up, you grab your handful, and then you toss them onto the ground, and then you count them. Using that count, you generate a sigil. And the sigils are all consisting of 5 rows of 1 or 2 dots, even and odd. The more you know about the entities in your yard, the better prepared you'll be to read and communicate with the liminal spirit. If I generated the sigil for tuber or rhizome, gaining sustenance from something you already have stored. Well, that kind of makes sense if you think about it. But what about the specifics? I can get up and walk and go find something that has a tuber or rhizome. Let's give it a try.
Here we go. Clover. Clover is a plant that has rhizomes, and the rhizomes in clover, if you know, actually produce extra nitrogen for the soil that surrounds it. So that actually helps build the soil. And I'm going to use that as part of my interpretation of the meaning. So I might look up the folklore on clover. I might look up its edible uses. Knowing more about clover will give me additional insight into the result of that sigil when I generate it. And that is a communication directly from the liminal spirit, directly from this clover to me. Step outside your front door, just grab a bunch of stuff and generate some sort of oracular vision, some sort of oracular insight into a question that you might have.
Right over there in that clump of trees. That area is like a preserve. It's like a little nature area. And someone actually submitted to our Liminal Earth map. They saw another person kept talking about the berries he was picking, but then he was using words he said that were not part of our common vocabulary. He claims that he was talking to an elf. And that's right next to where this happened, where a woman said she was driving down the street from the preserve and she saw a woman wearing clothing, not modern day clothes, but her son saw it too and said she doesn't have a head. She doesn't have a head. So I don't know what that means. And I'm just wondering if the changes in the landscape here have anything to do with that. I've been using this thing called the Liminal Spirit Oracle to, kind of engage in a conversation with the landscape. It helps you unlock what's going on in that place. You can just use the nature that's around you. Odd. So I need to look up odd, even odd. The sigil that I got represents seeds. And seeds are, the beginning of something, new life. So that is kind of the story of this place right now. This new growth, all of this new development. I'm seeing directly right next to me is dandelion. There are these really powerful seed heads right here. They're very fairy-like. Just got back in the car and I was thinking, this kid said he saw a headless woman, and I'm thinking about the dandelions I saw. The dandelion, when you blow it away, all the seeds disperse, and that makes the seed head disappear. Wondering if that strange woman that was seen is actually like a dandelion spirit. The weird headless dandelion spirit.
Yes. So those are some examples of some ways in which we've used the Liminal Spirit Oracle in the past. And it seems to work really well. But one of the problems, or not problems, but one of the questions we've always had is, given that there are spirits that exist, in that, and when we use this word spirit here, you could substitute the word entity. I'm not necessarily talking about spirit in any cultural sense. I'm just using it as generic, like energy, right? What about when you're inside? Like, what about when, is there a way to do this some other way that you can do it where you actually go inside the house and try to figure out what the spirit there is telling you? And so we've been looking into this idea of what we have started to determine the resident spirit. And the resident spirit is, it's not specifically linked to any culture, but almost every single culture, from the time we were sitting around fires in caves, has had this idea of some kind of spirit that dwells in your residence. It could be like the house spirits, like the Tamta, or the brownies, or it could be like the ancient Romans believed in something called the lares, which were spirits that were like ancestral spirits that kind of hung out in your house. And we thought, well, heck, we got this great oracle for going outside and talking to the spirit that lives in your yard. Why can't we do the same thing for wherever you're residing? What's a way that we can do it and we can make it accessible no matter what your living situation is? So apartment, house, if you're in an RV or a van or, a tent or something like that, we wanted to come up with something that anybody could use, just picking up items that were in their surroundings or using these little these little balls of paper with things written on them. And we are inviting everybody here who just went on the scavenger hunt to try it with us tonight for the first time. So there you go. The first thing we want to talk about, I should also mention, ever since I started looking into this, I have had manifestations in my house, like interesting little manifestations. So as an example, I recently ordered this little bag of Italian charms. I'm getting, my heritage is Southern Italian, and so I'm learning a lot about that right now. And it included this little mano figu, which is like this. It's this, like I got your nose. It's a good luck charm. In Italian, it's against the evil eye, and it's a good luck charm. I could tell the reason why. Should I tell the reason why they consider it? Yeah, they considered it an obscene gesture because it was reminiscent of like lady parts, and so that's what they thought at the time, and they believed that having this around your neck would distract the devil. If the devil was coming after you, he'd be like, I'm distracted. I'm not going to curse you. I'd rather look at this. Anyhow, I was showing this off when I was with Katie and Bex live the other night. And I put it aside. And then the next night was WUFO. And I wanted to get this. I got this nice new pendulum, which I don't have here, from my partner. And I wanted to try it out during WUFO. And when I went to open up the bag with the pendulum in it, this was in there. This was in the pendulum. They were in completely different rooms. And it just so I've had that kind of thing start to happen ever since I've started talking to the liminal spirit in the house. And the other thing is that same night I went to go just make some toast or something, and my butter had a face in it. And I forgot to get the picture so that I could screen share it and show everybody what the face in my butter looked like. But you can go on my Twitter, look at Mystery Harvest, the Twitter feed, and there's like a face in my butter. And that's like classic house spirit stuff right there. Like messing with your butter. Like that's, uh-oh, something's messing with the butter. I better go see the wise woman and see what's going on. So anyhow, I believe that through this process of developing this oracle, I actually have been getting signs from whatever the resident spirit is in my house, that this is something that, we can kind of pursue and look into. So Okay says they missed the butterface. Maybe I should find it. Why don't you guys talk for a second?
I mean, I don't know, like I have some interactions with I don't know if it was necessarily like a residential spirit, but when I first moved to my house in Washington, I had a lot of really strange activity happen there. And I kind of thought that it was maybe more like fae, trickstery type energy because of the way that they were interacting with who I was living with at the time. But pretty much what I did to like not stop the activity, but kind of tame it down. I went into like my garden, I meditated, and basically it was just like, hey, you can't be like coming into my home, you can't be scaring this person. We need to come to some sort of agreement. And so through like that process and through like some like smoke cleansing and different processes I've collected over the years inside, kind of pushed that energy out through the window, had a conversation outside and was like, you can have the entire garden. You can have the woods over here. You see that tree trunk? I'm going to leave you offerings. How often do you want them? Once a month. Okay, got it. What do you want? I'll just leave like stuff that's safe for the wildlife, biodegradable. And if you think of anything in particular, just like pop it in my head or, have it show up. I don't know how this works. But it was funny because anytime they would honor that like contract. But anytime I would be late on my offering, I could see like the outline of something like in my kitchen window. I tried to buy a blind, and it didn't work. What worked was just keeping up with the things I promised. So I don't know if that counts as a residential spirit because it was just on the property. But I always kind of alluded it to fae and just some being of sorts with a tie to the land maybe or something. But this new thing that we've developed has me rethinking everything.
Well, we are, so we don't ever declare that anything is complete or that we've come to a conclusion on a lot of this stuff. A lot of what we do is experimenting because we want to find out what we can create and what we can do, sort of stepping forward and stepping out from the context of like the para-weird traditions that have happened in the past. So I found this, here we go. Let's see if I can, there it is. There was a face in my butter. It was brand new too. I just opened it up. I took off the plastic and this was sitting there looking at me. So, all right. So let me stop scaring. Stop scaring my screen.
Man, that was so funny though. Like getting that picture.
I know. So with that in mind, we had a couple of things that we wanted to start with. One of the, should we share the link to the handout now? You think? Garrett, you're muted.
Yeah, people should just grab it. It's liminal.earth/RSO.
Liminal.earth/RSO. We have a nice PDF with the whole process laid out for you, two-sided. And the first part of it is that, if you want to, it's pretty common traditionally that if you are going to establish a relationship with something that you're living with, then you need to determine a name for it. And it's funny because this was also brought up at the initial panel yesterday.
that traditionally the way to determine the name for a spirit, if you don't know it already, is to like threaten it, is to like cajole it and say, you better tell me your name or I'm going to summon, you know, the god of entropy and they're going to beat you up, or I'm going to bind you to something or trap you in this bottle. Which reminds me, I should say, when we summon these spirits into these bottles, we did it by inviting them and letting them know they were free to come and go as they would. So that's how we kind of try and, you know, be nice to entities within this community. So it can be tricky though, because how do you get the name of a spirit if you don't know it already? And so what we landed on is there's 3 possible ways to do this within this system. You can, you know, there's traditional ways like scrying and dreams, tarot, etc. But we figured there's 3 other ways that you could do it specifically for determining the name of your resident spirit. One is to research. So, you know, if it's a spirit from a particular tradition, you might be able to find its name in texts or folklore or stories from that tradition. We want to caution everybody, though, it's not going to work if you're appropriative. If you don't have like a cultural connection or permission from working with a culture to use, you know, a name, then that's not probably the best option for you. Another way is to ask it, like just say, resident spirit, like, what's your name? And, you know, if you're lucky, maybe it'll tell you in like a dream or, you know, some other way. I don't know. But what's that, Vex?
While you're washing the dishes, that's what.
Yeah. Or maybe it'll write its name in butter. Wouldn't that be cool?
Butter.
Like, my name is Samuel, you know, just in your butter. What we actually determined we wanted to do is, and this is still a process, so it's not something we're actually going to propose that you do right away. You don't need to know its name to do what we're going to do later. But for after we're done, what we determined the best way would be is to come up with like something that we're calling a name in common. And the idea is that I come up with a name of some kind. It could be a nonsense word. It could be an actual name. It could be, you know, I could go to like a random name generator, or, you know, maybe you use a Ouija, maybe you use like draw letters out of a Scrabble bag. I don't know. Whatever that is, you take this name, and then once you've done that, you say, hey, resident spirit, this is a name that I would like to use to refer to you. Is that okay with you? Like, it doesn't matter that it's not that spirit's actual name. You're coming to an agreement with that spirit that this is a name in common between the two of you that you can use for the purpose of communication. Once you've asked it, you can use any sort of divinatory method that you want to determine whether or not the spirit accepts it. It could be as simple as flipping a coin. You know, if you're comfortable with, of course, my dogs are going to start barking like crazy right now. It could be as simple as like flipping a coin. Again, like tarot, any sort of divination, a dream, yes, no. You know, once you've got a name that you get a yes reaction to, then that's the name that you can use as the name in common for your spirit. So you can be as creative as you want, because if the spirit doesn't like it, it'll say no. And then you just kind of keep going until you get a yes. We're not trying to control or coerce the spirit in this system, basically because that's shitty behavior. Like, we don't do that with people that we like. We don't, you know, abuse animals. We don't rip out plants from the ground. Why would we like try to threaten a spirit just to get it to tell us its name, especially if we're living with it? The idea that like you have something dwelling in your house that you're just like abusive towards and you're expecting to have a good relationship with it is unacceptable to us. So, you want to establish communication and mutual understanding, and do it respectfully. And treating your resident spirit with respect will actually improve the results, we theorize. This isn't necessarily the spirit's like true name. You know, there's this trope that like, oh, everything has a true name, and if you learn its true name, you can control it. that's not necessarily what we're going after here. If a spirit chooses to share that with you, then maybe that's something you can work out between the two of you. But also because this is the true name, the spirit that we're communicating with has the right to not respond to your actions, right? We don't want to say like, you have to do this, but you're trying to like be nice to it. But that means that, there's a chance that you might try to talk to it and it's not going to talk back. And that's fine. We have to accept that because we're nice to entities. You don't need the spirit's permission to share the name in common, but it can only really be used. It should only really be used by you, just as a matter of respect. I mean, just think about it as like, you're trying to treat it like a mensch, like this is a respectful relationship you're trying to enter into here with something that dwells within your residence. It can still share its true name with you. And then the other thing to mention too is that like you can change it. You can change because it's a name in common that you're coming up with. You technically could change it at any time as long as you get yeses when you're doing the divination. So that's naming. And again, that's not something that we have to do today, but we included the instructions for it on the printout that we made. So name in common. So do we want to do the actual
hunt
thing now? Yeah. Okay. So everybody has their little objects, and next, what you're going to do is you're going to wait for me to share my screen again. And there we go. So everybody was also instructed to grab a sheet of paper and a writing utensil. Preferably the paper hasn't been used for anything before. If it has, that's totally fine. But what we're going to do is you're going to make a floor plan. You're going to draw a map of the floor of the house that you're on. Be generous with yourself. You're not everybody's going to have all of the same rooms. Let's see if I can get this here. So, you want to draw it kind of large. It should fill up the whole page. You don't have to worry about scale or artistic skill. Have the windows and doors and cardinal directions just to kind of ground yourself in place. The idea here is that, this is a map you're making. It's a map of the place where you reside. If you don't have rooms in your place, that's fine. Just label the areas that you might use for as though they were rooms. You want to I'm trying to look here, see. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is, and you're welcome again to do this or not today, but go and like open and close all of the windows in your house to create a space where good energies can flow in and negative energies can flow out. And then the other thing we want you to try and do is turn off as many lights and appliances in your house as you can to sort of establish that sense of like sacredness and apartness that you need to establish a communication with any sort of entity like that. If it's safe and you're able to do so. Obviously, if you are in bad weather and you don't want to open your windows, then that's fine too. So once you have your diagram drawn, and do we want to, maybe I'll give everybody a second. So let's everybody take like just a couple minutes, draw out a rough diagram. Doesn't have to be fancy. You can see mine there. Those proportions are completely off. So everybody draws the floor plan. I'm going to draw mine. I'm going to redraw mine. We're all doing this together. So once you're done with your floor plan, I'll wait until Garrett and Bex are done and then talk of next steps. All right. So we want to now address the resident spirit by name. Again, we don't have to know the name. We could just say resident spirit. It's basically what we're doing is exactly what was done in the film Beetlejuice, who was obviously the resident spirit of a kind in that house. So you say its name 3 times, and then you could do something formal. So you could just say like, resident spirit of this domicile, house, apartment, condo, tent. I'm trying to communicate with you to ask you to tell me something. And you can ask a question. You could just let it speak. But then you have to say, thank you in advance. And also, if you are not interested in talking today or helping me out here, that's fine. We could do it some other time. But I like to always give that out to the spirits. Again, we want to honor their right to self-determination. So once that's done, we are going to take our objects. And I've got all 7 of my little objects here. And we are going to shake them up here in our hands and toss them down onto our diagram. And you want to do it until at least 4 of the items have fallen onto the diagram. If something doesn't, if like there's a room with nothing in it, that's fine. If something falls off of the page, that's fine. All right, let me know when you've done that, Bex and Garrett, and I'll. Cool.
Done.
All right. Now what you want to do is take each of those items and note the rooms or areas of your house where they fell. Now, what I do want to say though is you could use function instead of physical location. So for instance, I don't have a dining room in my house. We eat in our living room. So I can use living room as dining room or as living room if I want to. This is not like a very hard and fast system because we want it to be accessible for both us and for the resident spirit that we're trying to communicate with. Now what we do is we go on scavenger hunt number 2. We go to each room where an item fell and find an object in that room that contains or consists of that material. So if my wooden marker fell in the kitchen, I might go into the kitchen and find and notice like a wooden spoon. And that's going to be my object for that room. If 2 markers fall in the same room, then yes, find 2 objects from that room that are those materials. So if my metal object also fell in the kitchen, I might have a metal spoon and a wooden spoon, which maybe I have too many spoons. Let's see, what are some other sort of caveats? If you can't find something, so if you have grain fall in office and you can't find something with grains in your office, that's okay. That's fine. Just remember that. Remember, I had grain fell in office, but I couldn't find it. Finally, if you are looking for objects, you can interpret them loosely. So grains might be grains of sand. It could be a grain of rice. Like I have a grain of rice. It could also be like wood grain of some kind. That's okay. It just needs to be something that you look at and you're like, that's a grain, because you're using your intuition to help figure out what the residential spirit is, or what the resident spirit is saying to you. And then my final caveat before we all go off and look for our items is that if you have a room that doesn't have anything in it at all, then that's fine too. You don't have to find anything from that room. Did I miss anything? I don't know. Should we go look for our items?
Yeah, totally
Okay.
should.
So we're gonna take another few minutes.
Just have footage for this round of absence.
Yeah, so I think Garrett made us something to watch while we're off looking for the items.
Well, it's just like sound. It's just background sound while we're investigating, looking for the things.
So how long should we take?
I'm gonna do another. So we're only about 5 minutes behind schedule, and my thing after yours is only going to take half time. So calculating all that, we are right on schedule. We can take 10 minutes if we want, like we had planned. But we can also be intuitive and what feels right. Okay. Also, you're sharing your screen, Jeremy, just so you know.
Oh, no, that's okay. Oh, yeah, I guess I should stop sharing. Sorry, thanks. So we're gonna take another break. Let's go 5 because we're gonna want like Q&A and stuff. Or how long is the?
I can stop it whenever. So
let's do 5 because we want to leave time for Q&A and chitter chat and stuff like that. So everybody has their map of their house, and they have the markers where the items are in each room. So let's go find them, and we'll come back in like 5 minutes.
Yay!
Scavenger hunt number 2.
Can you hear this? Can you hear it?
No. Yes.
You find yours?
Yeah. It was really fun.
Yeah, no, totally.
I can't believe that was like, I hadn't been able to like try it beforehand. And so I'm like, I'm so happy that I got to have like the same experience that like our audience is having. That's really fun.
Yeah. No, this is my first time trying it too. And that's why I kind of wanted to add the caveat that this is an experiment. Like this might change the next time we do it. We might tweak this based on our experiences and on your experiences for people who are watching. That's why we want to know, like, we want feedback. We want, like, you're part of the problem, in my opinion, with like the para weird scene, is that like it's been seen for so long as this like fixed thing based on traditions, like old traditions, you know. What we're trying to do is like bring it back to a living tradition that's open to everybody, like regardless of who they are, and make it so that, you know, if I can't afford a deck of tarot cards, I can walk outside with my Liminal Spirit Oracle and get a reading that way, just using sticks and stones and stuff. So this is basically an extension of that, and because of that, like, people's feedback goes a long way towards helping us. So I'll be very interested in hearing people's thoughts after this, even if they're like, that didn't work at all, I didn't like it. Like, that's totally cool. So
You should tell people where they can buy the Liminal Spirit Oracle while we have
liminalmall.com. Yeah.
And you don't need a physical copy. We sell like PDF copies as well. So you literally could just walk out there with a chart.
And also, like, and this goes for pretty much everything we have. If somebody is not able to access it for some reason, and really feels called to have it, just ask us. Like, I'm happy to like give out freebies and stuff. I mean, we love, you know, we really appreciate the financial support, don't get me wrong, but I'd rather have lots of people using the Liminal Spirit Oracle than like making a bunch of money off of it. So just waiting for Garrett, and then we can kind of.
I was kind of hoping that you were unmuted, just wandering through.
Yeah.
I'm here, all right.
Should we share what we found, or should I put up the meaning stuff first?
Ooh, I like a show.
Show and tell first.
Yeah.
Okay. Who wants to start it?
I'll go. Oh, go ahead.
I'll go. So here's my map. Very cute. So my plastic was in the living room, and I found this little plastic pumpkin with a flower on it. For my wood item, landed on spare bed, and I don't have any wood in there. The spare bedrooms actually were all my storages from like moving my life in a car. But I have some turkey tail mushrooms with some like wood remnants, and I thought that counted. And then fiber in the spare room, I found one of my waterproof socks for diving. And then glass, also in the spare bedroom, I found a vial of barberry. So the vial is glass. And then metal item, thermometer, meat thermometer, grain and stone I'm going to do is the same because they both fell on my bathroom, and I don't have like rocks in the bathroom, which I totally should. This isn't my house. But for grain and stone, bath soap, because it's salt technically, but there's like all kinds of ingredients in there, so there may be some grain, who knows.
I think grain and salt counts. Like, that's good.
Cool. And it's like a rice stony thing. So
yeah. Cool. Garrett?
Yeah. I just did my basement here. So I used, like, for bathroom, there's a cat box and the laundry machine. So I considered that the bathroom, and then and a lot of stuff landed there. So I got this gross cup that I don't know what it's doing over there, but it's really cool because it has this like marking in the bottom that I'm going to investigate some further. I don't know if there's like a image in there or something.
You're not going to drink
no, I'm not going to drink pickle juice and creamer.
Pumpkin cream again. Boy,
I think this is some like art thing. It's not food. Then I found for fiber, I got some insulation, or like what's that called? You know, the insulation stuff.
Fiberglass.
Yeah,
Fiberglass.
Fiberglass. You're probably not supposed to touch with your hands. And I got I looked for plastic. I found this plastic and I pulled it out. It was a big old bag of old batteries.
Hey.
For stick, I found this curtain rod that I've never used. And metal, I found this utility knife. And for stone, I found this rock that has some clay dirt on it.
Cool. You know what I forgot to mention that I probably should, is that I think that one of the temptations for this, if you use it enough, might be to be like, oh, I got fiber in the bathroom. I'm going to go in and I'm going to get a towel. Like, and that's kind of against the spirit of it, because you're not supposed to be thinking of this. You're supposed to walk in and like go to what, you know, you see first. So you're not, you can't pull one over on your resident spirit or, you know, that lives in your house. So what did I get? I got for wood, I got this little piece of madrone, which I just kind of had. And that was actually on my altar. I got for rock, this is actually part of an old pipe, I think, that I found on the beach at the local park. And I've always just kind of kept that around. And I thought that was an interesting like pipe. Plastic, I have a 20-sided die from Dungeons and Dragons. Metal, I found a harmonica. That was kind of cool, as like something metallic. So for fiber, I decided to, you know, what it called to me was actually a book. It was this book on finding mushrooms, which is an awesome book. Look at that guy on the cover.
Oh my God.
Mushroom.
Is he playing a trombone while he's looking for mushrooms?
No, it's like a French horn. This book, if you don't have it,
French horn. Okay, that makes
all
sense.
all that the rain promises and more. Like this dude's just got like this huge hen of the woods, and he's like, I got it.
Mycology authors, you guys.
For grains, grains, I went for this. Like this, these are like little charms that I made out of garlic. You use like chop them up, and I think they're kind of grainy. So, and then for glass, I have this glass rooster. So yeah, it's kind of cool.
Very cute.
So, like what I thought was interesting, like this, that whole thing about like going in and knowing what you're gonna get, like the towel or whatever. Like when I saw this glass, I was like, oh, that seems boring. But then I pulled it out, and then I saw this thing at the bottom. You know, like I feel like going with your you know, like something calls out to you, and like it really like, you know, it pick me or whatever. Yeah. It was just interesting. This plastic bag, I had no idea what it was because it was like buried. I just saw the tip of the plastic. I pull it out, and this to me really resonates with me right now. I feel so tired. I'm exhausted. I feel like this bag of old batteries right now. So it really like I feel like going with your gut on this is really important.
Yeah. So that's there's one more step, which, you know, I'm just going to show. It's on the handout. I don't think we necessarily, because we're actually running a little low on time, unfortunately. But I want to show this too, which is, let me get here to share my screen one more time. I need like screen sharing 101.
Makes so much money.
A useful thing to have.
That's how we're going to make millions, Jeremy.
So this is how you you do the reading, and this is a lot based on your own intuition, and you might have different associations with each room. That's fine, but what you can do is you can write out a list of the associations that you have with each room. So for me, in the kitchen, it's like physical and emotional nourishment, and that's where I found like my grains of garlic. So how do I interpret these grains of garlic, which are based on luck for physics, so I'll have to do some thinking about that. But, it also means craft and food. The dining area would be like traditions and holiday and eating things and celebrating. The bedroom could be rest, relaxation, love, relationships, children, health. The bathroom would be, cleanliness, water, disposable, respite, blah, blah, blah. Living room, family, foundations, community, entertainment. Office workspace would be work, industry, study, communication, money. If you use your living room as an office, then that's fine. Take that into consideration. Like I used my living room to do my work for work, so that I'm counting this as the office this time. If you didn't find anything in the room that you went looking for it in, so I was supposed to find, let's say I was supposed to find wood in the bathroom, that means you go to the lower chart. And that means that the bathroom, so that meaning is like there's something lacking. There's like, infestation or decay or waste or unpleasantness or something like that, that you have to kind of contend with. So, there is like kind of a reverse meaning too. But that's only if something falls in a room and you go into that room and you're like, it's not here, I can't find it. That's another symbol from your resident spirit. So using this as kind of a skeleton, you'll be able to sort of build your own map for your place and your resident spirit, which of course you can use any of this. And some people might have like, maybe somebody has like, I don't have good associations with the dining room because I had an uncomfortable conversation there with a relative once. Then that's, it's fine to take that into consideration when you're talking to the resident spirit, because just as with the liminal spirit, when you're outdoors and you're doing that reading, you are part of it. You're also part of the community that consists of your resident spirit. So it can use you while it's pulling this kind of information and communicating with you. So that's pretty much it. That's the sort of the foundation of communicating with your resident spirit. Again, this is like not a complete process. We are still working on it. We want feedback. Please share what you find. Share your thoughts with us on Twitter or in our Discord. And then, that's the whole communication method. And again, liminal.earth/RSO is where it lands right now. We'll tweet it out and make it available. Maybe we can even do a page somewhere on our site and this will also go out probably in like zine form or something like that at some point. That's the whole process. So I hope everybody enjoyed it, and you kind of can get some insight into your resident spirit. I'd love to know what the name and common is of your spirit if you come up with one. And then the final thing I want to mention, which is going to segue over to Bex, is that once you have this name and you've established the resident spirit, if you want to keep that relationship going, you can build it a shrine and start leaving offerings for it.
Yeah.
I fully intend to do that. So I wanted to turn it over to Bex for her shrine offerings know-how.
Yes. Stop sharing your screen so they can see me.
I'll
do like a speed round because this is all very much Googleable information. I just wanted to touch on it because it's really important with like long-term relationship building with any entity. I know we're throwing around spirit, and Jeremy clarified on that, but very rarely do we actually mean like dead human. So altar building, let me get my notes here. A lot of what we're learning with the RSO, though, we take into account with the altar building and like the offerings as well. So the first number one thing is to find like the perfect location. So kind of assess what your needs are for this altar and any shortcomings. Like I have a cat and a dog and they will bump things over. So it has to be somewhere stable and maybe high. If you want it centralized for certain reasons, take that into account. Do you want it on like a new table you're going to buy or on like a pre-existing surface, kind of levels there. Once you find the location, start grabbing like the altar basics or like the pillar items. So I would consider those to be like, a 7-day candle or like a candle and like a really pretty holder that you want to use continually that has significance to this altar or like correspondence to like whom you are starting to think this resident spirit is or what it represents. And then like any special rocks or something. So kind of like the cornerstones of your altar that are always going to be there. And then I would invite you to kind of meditate in that space, open up communication, and dedicate that space to the intended figure. So in this case, it would be the resident spirit. Name or no name. This could also be a situation where you start to learn that name, or maybe we start tossing around options. Meditation is a really great opportunity for that. You could also do like an Estes session or like a card reading session and get like the same answers. After that, you start to gather ideas about maybe items that would be good, would correspond with this new resident you're developing a relationship with. So start collecting non-perishable items that align with the altar's theme or purpose. This is a never-ending, ever-changing task. The process of building and maintaining an altar is ever more. Pay attention to random things that may like pop up in your head or show up in random places. That could be something that the resident spirit is trying to get your attention, be like, hey, I want this. And then you go into collecting perishable offerings that align with your theme or purpose. So for instance, if it's a goddess, they often have correspondences or their favorite items. This is where that relationship building with the resident comes in handy because you'll start to understand who or what they are. And then you, as you're meditating, you know, you may get like the image of a pomegranate or something the color blue, and you go into your Phrygian brace. It's something like that. It's very subtle, very synchronous. But then you do that over time and you maintain it and make sure, you know, it's like animal safe if you have animals. Make sure that it's something that you can throw out responsibly, things of the sort there. And then interact with the altar as often as possible or as often as you want, depending on your goal, and establish an offering schedule that you can reasonably honor and keep up with consistently and keep it clean. And that's my spiel. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am currently going through this process in a couple different ways. I'm trying to get to know the RSO like everyone else. But then I also have like a couple things I'm doing in the backwoods here. But that's a fun segue into like, you know, we're getting to know our resident spirits, but we've also been using this device that Garrett has been developing with a ton of our community members over time called the Florophone. And we're trying to get to know plants around us. And if that's not like a liminal earth thing, I don't know what is. But take it away, Garrett.
Hey. Yeah, I'm going to do like an amended thing because running out of time. I'm just going to talk about this Florophone thing real quick.
We have official permission to go over a smidge if we want to. Just
it's okay.
Everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna show some videos, but the video stuff is not working. So, yeah. So the Florophone, a lot of you probably already know about this, but just in case no one has encountered it yet, we've kind of been working on this device to try to get plants to speak. And this kind of came about in the Liminal Earth Discord. I think it was Jason who wrote this about using a biodata sonification kit, this thing that Vanessa had brought up, to hook up to some mushrooms and try to do like Estes with it. And it, for me, it kicked off these other ideas that I had before. There's this ghost hunting troupe that I had met like maybe 10 years ago who had this thing called a speak jet, which basically took the chip that's in these old speaking spells and I don't know if you know like this, that those sounds, those are basically all the English like allophones and phonemes that we use. So this ghost hunting troupe had this weird device I've never seen before, even to this day, other than this one time. But they basically took, you know, measured EMF fluctuations and like ran it through this chip, and so it would make these wild sounds, and it would sound like talking kind of. And they were trying to convince spirits to manipulate the EMF and like use it to talk. So I've always wanted to make that or find one like that. It's always been in the back of my head. And I was like, well, what if we took this plant music thing that everyone's talking about and make it talk? So I don't know if you've probably seen the plant wave thing. This is one of them. Basically, you hook up these like electrode things to your plant, and it like measures the electrical signals coming off the plant and turns it into MIDI, which is just like music composition. I actually can play it. Let's see. This is my plant right now. You hear that? Jamming. So the plant is changing its like electrical signals, and you know, this is interpreting that by like, you know, the plant is playing F sharp now. Now turn F sharp off. And you can choose the sound banks, basically. So this is the same plant, now with different sound bank. So I was just thinking, oh, let's replace the sound bank with talking. So, turn this off. So we found this other thing called a MIDI narrator. It's this weird little device, and basically it will take MIDI notes and turn it into English allophones. So we can hear it real quick. Hopefully you'll be able to hear this. Is that working? So that is my plant right here. Talking. Hi, how are you doing? You're on air right now. You're talking to people at the PanParacon. So, hold on 1 minute, I'll bring you right back. So I put this together. I was like amazed, but you know, I was like, oh my, when I first heard it, I got chills. I was like, what is this thing? Like Frankenstein or something, like, what have I created? And I brought it upstairs and I showed my wife and I plugged it in, and I had not expected this, but I watched as she just like got down on the ground, and it was hooked up to one of her house plants, and she started like talking to it and like, do I need to water you more? And like, oh, I heard you do need more water. She was like really like engaged with it, and I had not planned on any of that. And it was just so interesting. Like once you give the plant this voice, for me too, like this plant is a plant that's in my bathroom when I take showers, and now I look at it a little differently. I see it as like you know, it's not just decor, it's a thing that is there that I'm in relationship with, and I know it's just interesting. It's just changed my perspective a little bit. You know, I already pay attention to plants more than I ever did earlier in my life, but now like this has given me a little bit more of that change in perspective. So I took Coco on TikTok Live and let people talk to them. And Coco revealed that is their name. We asked, and that's what a lot of people heard. And there's another person, Alex, who's, I don't know if Alex is in the chat, but Alex has made one of these as well. Unfortunately, they're a little hard to build yourself because of parts, and it's expensive. And so we're trying to figure out ways to make it cheaper, and also not just English based. So that's something I'm working on currently. And actually, PlantWave, the company that makes this one, sent me this, and they messaged on Twitter that I think they're working on putting the English allophones in here too. I think that they see that people want this, so that may be coming soon, which is awesome. I think that's great. People should be talking to their plants, and I don't know. That's just like a quick overview. Oh, I was gonna say Alex made one. And for a WUFO, Alex brought their plant on, and that plant revealed that its name is Jim. And so Jim and Coco started chatting on WUFO. We just kind of let them both talk back and forth. And Bex was also doing the Estes, and there was everyone in the chat, and Bex's cat was meowing. And to me, I think that was my favorite WUFO, because it's just like all of the entities were there. Like we're all just like hanging out and chatting together. We didn't all understand each other, but we were there like in like community, like trying to figure out each other. And so to me, that was my favorite. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and turn Coco on, and I'm gonna try to read the chat and relay questions. If anyone wants to ask any questions of Coco, the plant here, I'll bring her a little closer too, so you can see her in action. Yeah. That's basically it, though. Let's see. Hopefully. Okay, Coco, you're back on air. If anyone, there you go. Do you have anything you want to tell people? Sarah wants to know if do you like hanging out with all the people here?
Sounds like a yes to me.
What's your favorite day of the year for sun? Do you have one? You're quiet. Do you not want to talk right now? She's a little quieter than usual, which is interesting.
Yeah. CJ wants to know if Coco knows the name of the house of the resident spirit.
In my house? Or...
I guess so.
Coco, do you know the resident spirit that I just interacted with here, who told me that I'm a big pile of old batteries? Sound like Coco.
Yeah, it does.
No, not you. Are you the resident spirit?
Maybe the resident spirit's talking through Coco.
Yeah.
Man, we're gonna open a whole ball. Shell heard Robert Plant.
Is there anything you want to tell us? Are you feeling shy right now? Let me try changing the speed a little bit. Safer. Maybe he didn't like being held.
Oh.
Did you hear safer?
I totally heard safer, yeah. And now they're like super chatty.
Okay.
Pickle juice? Pickle juice?
I heard pickles.
Did you guys hear pickle? Is it making fun of me for drinking that pickle juice and creamer? You know, if you watched our stream, I did drink that the other day, and I got really sick afterwards. I'm not gonna lie. So do not replicate that. I felt awful. Coco, do you know the liminal spirit or the resident spirit here in the house? Do you know their name? Soy boy?
Even Coco knows that was rank.
Say more? I'm hearing say more. I think that's really fascinating about how it wanted to be back on the. She went back. I heard beer.
I heard beer too. It's really interesting because I want one.
If anyone has any questions for Coco, let me know.
Yeah, we are at 10 o'clock too, just so we
Yeah,
have
I'm
time.
good. So like that's we can just hang out with Coco. Yeah, that was the basics. I was gonna show some videos. Just if you haven't seen on our TikTok, there is some videos of me interacting with my yard and talking to the plants there.
We should make some new ones with Coco.
I know, I need to.
Yeah. Also, if anybody wants more Coco content, hang out with us during WUFO, our WUFO lives, because Coco often makes appearances.
Yeah, we're there every Wednesday, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. No, 7 p.m. West PS
7 p.m.
Pacific.
Yeah.
So every week. Another thing I was going to bring up is that we went to this haunted house that's like famous in Washington, and we did a bunch of really cool internal inside the house experiments. But one of the best things about that was this giant tree outside. That there's a really cool TikTok we made about this tree, because I think the tree is really cool. And it has this like all this folklore around it, and like to us that was like really like this tree seems to have a lot to do with why this place may be haunted. And so now to have this tool to maybe go actually talk to that tree and see if we can get anything else out of it. Oh, that sounds so like I'm taking a lot, but like go actually try to interact with it and learn from it.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that.
Is it portable?
Prospect. Yeah, it is portable now. Alex actually figured out how to make it portable, so I can take it anywhere.
It's gonna happen.
And I want to go out on the street and do it in parks and like let everyone come talk to it. So.
Do you want to mention really quickly who all participated in the initial discussion?
Yes, of course. Yeah, so thanks Jason Shank, Alex Bumpy, Vanessa, Alex. I don't know how to Evans. Yeah. We just only know each other online, so I don't know how to pronounce everyone's name.
Oh yeah, in the stream, somebody asked if Coco ever dreams.
Are we gonna ask? Coco, do you have any dreams?
Oh, it was Alex. Coco dream.
What do you dream about, Coco?
Coco fart.
It wasn't Coco fart.
More food?
Covember?
What's
That it sounded like it said Covember. Covember is Covember.
It says only Coco. So only.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we want to?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for our presentation.
I'll make some more Coco content and have Coco come on WUFO so people can interact more.
Yeah.
And to offer like, you know how people do like meet and greet? What if we had Coco with our patrons? We can do like through StreamYard. I think we can do just our Patreon, or we can do like a recorded one and send it back. But people can have like one-on-ones with Coco or something. I don't know.
That would be cool, yeah.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna be at like a witch fair in Bremerton in 2 weeks on the 14th and 15th, and I'm gonna bring Coco, and people can come if you're in the Washington area. You could come talk to Coco one-on-one and have a little chat.
And also before we forget, Kai had mentioned in the comments as well, if you want to hear more Coco or go back and check out any of the previous WUFOs, all of the archives are available to our patrons. It's just at the $1 level, so $1 a month, and you can go back and check out all of the old WUFOs.
Yep, it's a master list too. It's not like you have to scroll forever, because that sucks.
Yeah,
it's a master, and I updated it. I'm updating again. Yeah.
Cool.
What I think people can find us patreon.com/Liminal Earth Society. I think that's the official way.
Yeah. So I think be nice to entities is the overarching theme of our presentation.
I feel like a lot of people in the con have been, saying very similar things in that regard. So I love that this is a community-wide call out. We're just all right.
Yeah.
Enough is enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Jason's coming back.
Hey.
Welcome back.
My friends.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
That was also all good stuff. I'm definitely, when it's a little bit warmer, going to do the whole thing for the house spirit. But I was just don't have the need to open all the windows when it's 56 and kind of windy out. I don't know. Getting soft in my old age. Kind of toasty right now, but
fair. That could be the message from your resident spirit. It's no, close the windows.
Entirely possible. I did look it up. They do have in Slavic tradition, there is a house spirit, and there's a male and a female, and there are rules and things they do. So it could be a little adventure. I do think I got that last year at the conference. I like how it's just sort of we are all kind of synergistically on the same page about some things, like you said, about being nice to entities. I personally, I want to tell everybody, please stop watching those shows. I have never watched whatever. I've never seen Zach Bagans slap a ghost in my life. It sounds like it causes a lot of people distress. I just I love I love a lot of the stuff here. There's a million things. If you watched any of our presentations today, you literally never need to watch a Ghost Bro show again. You can immerse yourself in research. You can ask questions of the liminal spirit. You can practice heart magic. There's just a lot of better stuff to do out there.
We're gonna have more stuff tomorrow.
We're gonna have more stuff tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely about treating the spirits better here for sure. Am I correct in saying the kind of the hiccup on the fluorophone is the chip that has the allophones on it? Those are that's the hard part to find.
Yeah, that piece is not, you can't find it, and it is also expensive. So.
Yeah. That's it'll be interesting. I saw the commercial one. That thing's a little pricey too. I also really like that we're trying to bring the cost down for stuff. Even though I've been it's nice to support if you can. I said hit that tip jar. We have a new design already for a shirt that will probably be up tomorrow. Some stuff coming out, but it's just to support. It's just to kind of keep the lights on and make sure we get everybody a little something on this. So I'm trying to talk, but I'm tired.
Yeah, it's been a full day. We can be social on a different day.
Yeah.
I just feel very deeply appreciative of how awesome everything, all three. You could have just done one of these and it would have been amazing. So all three of them was just chef's kiss.
I keep saying we should have just had Coco talk the entire time.
I know.
2 hours of Coco.
next year we can just plan for that and have a plant party. We'll get Alex in here too. Just anybody who talks to their plants, like, bring it. Like,
or I would like them to do a DJ set. Like, if we could hook the plants up and let them pick the songs and stuff. Just have the plants will DJ the
just
after
freestyling
party.
over the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like one day is the cats.
Sure. Yeah, the cat panel.
The next day is the plants intermission. Like, you know, for some of our favorite non-human entities as part of, because I mean, part of what makes this community special to me is that not only do we treat the ghosts better, but we treat each other better too. And I think that shows in a lot of people's practices. And yeah, the fact that we are like, let's have the cats on. What can they teach us?
I see Rachel Brady says, I'd love to meet and greet in Ohio or nearby. I would too, Rachel. I am up near Akron-ish. I have no idea where you are. Everybody, I bet you don't live near me because everybody in Ohio lives far from me. So I don't know.
I think I see taking Coco on tour. I have a really deep desire to do an entire behind the music documentary about Coco, like the rise and fall of Coco the talking.
Please, like Coco bought one too many Porsches and then lost all the money.
Diva.
You see Coco in this, like, alone in this opulent greenhouse after it's all gone wrong. It's kind of, and we were talking about doing someday. We need to do. We're all going to get together and have a potluck.
Yes,
Kai and I are already talking about that, and it's like I'm going to make my world famous apple crisp.
Yeah, let's do it.
Perfect.
I love it. I know we've been discussing that for a while, and we've also been discussing having like one massive WUFO party, or at least one on each coast, and just actually being able to come together and do a WUFO together. And like, I guess a potluck could be a part of that, but something, you know, I know that WUFO was created, you know, we reminisced about it today and it was really sweet and emotional, but like it was created because we were all so isolated and so sad and we just wanted to be together and do weird things. And you feel so silly doing weird things by yourself sometimes, and you shouldn't. I'm talking to myself, but you know, because of WUFO we don't now, and like we have people to talk about it with, and we have a hashtag and shirts and all these things, and it's like one less step towards feeling like lonely, and it's one step towards like more normalcy as much as we can get. But like I think having an event would just completely solidify everything.
You could do WUFO across America. We'll just hand it off from time zone to time zone.
Yeah.
I like what you said though about the intrinsic value of it and just going outside, because I have not seen a UFO yet, but I did see deer and raccoons, and I saw a fox at one point. I saw a big skunk. Like I just seen a lot of really neat critters, like the local critters.
That's my favorite report, is when people were just like, there's some weird frogs, you know, like that. That's my favorite. I love it. That is, you know?
Absolutely.
And the other thing is like the stars, like I didn't ever really pay attention to them. Now I'm learning so much about them every week because of Madeline. And you know, and I feel like you could use the stars as like divinatory things, because sometimes they like stick out to me. I'm like, what is that one? And then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look that one up and do like what's the symbols of that. And it's just like a whole new world out there, and it's like a quiet time that I get to go out, be alone. You know, for me, I have to be able to go in my backyard and just look up. It's a great excuse for that, and be freaked out by frogs. So
yeah.
I think that we should just go on tour. I think that that's what people are saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of
yes.
WUFO tour. You could have a booth, bring your plant, hook it up, and find out your plant's name.
Oh yeah.
The possibilities are endless.
Ooh,
You need like a big tour bus.
Yeah.
The WUFO wagon. There you go.
Well, thanks again to all of you.
Thank you.
This has been like, I mean, PanParacon last year was kind of our, you know, quinceañera like card coming out.
Facts.
We're sentimental.
It's water signs, right? It's trouble.
But really, it's like, I think that the people presenting here and the presentations that have been had in the panels is really sort of like on the cusp of, some new necessary changes in this scene. And I said it yesterday, like the I keep coming back that if you haven't seen the first panel from yesterday's present, it had a long title. That's why I don't keep repeating the title, but it's like, this is like shit that needs to be said, and people have not been able to say it. And so, providing a space for people to say that, and for like schmoes like us to come on and talk about tossing random objects onto maps of your house, like, we really appreciate it. So
yeah. Of course. You can just call that panel the Spice Panel, because it absolutely was.
So good. It was so good. Yeah.
And I was rewind down and remind you that we do have an awesome lineup tomorrow still. We're starting off at 11 with Alex Matsuo with other things to talk to ghosts about besides trauma, which definitely fits into the whole thing. We have the creative approach to the paranormal panel, which you should tune in because I'm on it, and so is Mara. And a bunch of other cool people like Leslie Hornsberry is coming back. Tanino Adler is going to be on there. 2:00, we have Nick is going to be back with anti-oppression and the para-weird, which I think is going to be shit that needs to be said part 2, for sure. And then finally, we're going to have UFO Classified Live with Erica Lukes, which is going to be, again, if you love like we do, I still like UFO stuff. I know Twitter has sort of made it toxic, but
she has a good community though, and also in that, like, let's be critical of a lot of the things that people are just letting slide, and also critical of who is giving us this information, why we respect what they have to say over other people. And again, like, pushback doesn't mean you're being dismissive. It means you want the field to move forward and you care about people and experiencers as a whole, as opposed to certain figures who have made themselves luminaries above others. So anyway, I like her a lot. She was on my podcast and I was on her show.
Gonna be
more
really
spice.
Good day. It's gonna be a good Sunday. We hope as many of you can make
Very
it back
exciting.
as possible. And since we're all really tired now, though, let's say good night, everyone. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you all so much.
I'm gonna say a quick reminder. Don't forget, smash the tip jar. Don't forget, there's merch.
Thank you.
The goal is that we want to support everybody who has shared their expertise and time here, to the best of our ability. So
Are you coming to say bye? Oh,
say
bye.
Yeah,
the new
right?
Create Your Weird
Melissa
Stuff
designed
is-
that, and that was Chris's idea, and mwah, I need it.
Absolutely.
Hi, baby. Oh, she came to say bye.
She did.
Perfect.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
We
you
want
so
all of-
much.
we want all of you on WUFO.
Of course.
Everyone.
Always, anytime.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night.
Good night. All right. Will I be able to find the button in time?
I mean, it's still alive until the button is found. So
Yeah, I'm just